There it is. Okay, fine. Okay, good. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I call the meeting of July 14th, 2020 to order. It is 10:10 p.m. or 10:10 a.m., not 10:10 p.m. yet. But I call the meeting of July 14th, 2020 to order. Would Member Krajewski, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And please remain standing for invocation to follow. Please remain standing as I ask Reverend Jason Harrell from the Second Baptist Church in Wheaton to lead us in invocation. Reverend?
Absolutely, and thank you, distinguished members of DuPage County Board. I'd like to preface my prayer by saying that in these troubled times, there is no playbook or textbook or emergency turnkey protocol for us to follow. But God has given us a protocol in His Word. During troubled times, God's creation has cried out to Him, and each time God's creation has cried out to them, He's answered their prayer. So today is no different. As we cry out to God, let's still be faithful and trusting that God is still able to answer prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank You for this day. We thank You for ordaining our presence in the earth before time began. We thank You for allowing us to assemble here today, not only to be about the business of DuPage County, but also to seek Your presence and providence concerning the matters facing this distinguished body of leaders. Father God, please continue to have mercy upon DuPage County and all its leaders. Please grant each politician, business owner, civil authority, and citizen of DuPage County favor and protection, wisdom and understanding, courage and conviction, grace and mercy for the road ahead. Father God, please bestow upon us an awareness of our fragility, and help us to act and serve with humility. Lead us and guide us as we manage the affairs You've entrusted us with. Oh Lord God, please have mercy upon us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Chaplain.
Here.
Covert.
Here.
Start.
Here.
DeCiani. Here. Eckhoff. Here. Elliott.
Here.
Hart.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Krajewski. Larson. Here. Noonan.
Here.
Ozog.
Here.
Is that a here?
Yes, here.
Pachowski.
Yes.
Here. Renahan.
Here.
Rutledge.
Here.
Selman.
Here.
Tornatori.
Here.
Zay.
Here.
Have a quorum. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Clerk. On the order of Chairman's report, all I can offer today are some remarks, if I may, please. Immediately following my remarks, we will go into public comment. As many of you know, we have a large number of folks seeking to be recognized today and to share their thoughts. And so I'm going to start out by sharing my thoughts and my remarks, and they are as follows. Words matter. If there's anyone in this room watching or listening who didn't know that before today, we've certainly seen the impact of ill-chosen words over the past few weeks. So I'll be careful as I choose mine. First and most importantly, as DuPage County Board Chairman, I support law enforcement. Members of the Sheriff's Police working here today are just some of the fine examples throughout DuPage County of law enforcement and first responders who act professionally and respectfully as they ensure our safety. Thank you. I also support people's First Amendment rights to protest the death of George Floyd. This country was founded on citizens' right to protest, to express themselves freely. Two things are true at the same time. But here are some other truths that absolutely must be emphasized. On Sunday, a board member circulated an automated phone message that encouraged people to attend this meeting, implying that this body, this county board, was considering reducing law enforcement budgets and manpower. This is simply false. That board member chose to deliberately share misinformation after he was criticized for appearing at a rally in June, not wearing a mask, and speaking loudly in the face of another protester. He was also criticized for inappropriate remarks made in an email, which were subsequently shared on social media. He could have just simply apologized immediately for acting inappropriately, and that probably would have ended it. But instead, this board member stoked division, twisting the facts and circulating misleading information in an effort to promote himself. After Sunday's robocall, we received inquiries here at the county from residents who were confused, they were concerned, they were anxious by what they were told. They didn't understand why they'd been called to attend this meeting. This board member's actions created unnecessary fear and concern, taking what was a divisive situation and making it much worse. During a time when COVID-19 is spiking, this person who chairs the Health and Human Services Committee acted without regard for the public health and urged people to crowd this meeting today under false pretenses. Again, there is no action being taken at this meeting today against police, period. I believe this member has endangered others. There's an impact to this county and all we have done to promote our brand of governance. We had to call in extra security today so that to ensure that we can adhere to public health guidelines because of this member's spreading of misinformation. Because of this member's actions, we have asked county staff members who can do so to telework today to reduce the number of people in the building to keep them safe. We've had to take these actions because of this member's lack of regard for his fellow DuPage residents and because of disregard for the truth. I believe true leaders tell the truth and they adhere to public health guidelines. I understand, and we all understand, that everyone makes mistakes. But what I've seen just in the past few days cannot be chalked up to passion for an issue. It's simply a willful disregard of the truth and the intentional spread of false information, putting others' health at risk for the purpose of self-promotion. As chairman, I will take every action and commit every resource I can to keep our communities safe, to share accurate, reliable information about the issues we confront, and do my best to protect and promote our brand of good government. Two members have asked that this board member be censured. With all due respect, I am proposing a more meaningful and consequential course of action that is within our rules. I am asking today that the Finance Committee and Chairman Larson take up the question of removal of this board member, removal of the chairman of the HHS, and I'm asking the committee to take this necessary action to consider this question at their earliest opportunity. We move on to the order of public comment. I call on our Assistant State's Attorney, Connor McCarthy, to administer public comment. Please proceed, sir.
Just briefly, to explain the process, as you've no doubt noted, members of the public are in several rooms around the building so that they can be properly socially distanced and also have an opportunity to give their public comment in person, which is transmitted live into the boardroom via Zoom. You can see and hear me, and we'll be able to see and hear you respectively. In order to make sure that this goes along as quickly as possible, because keep in mind the board's rules limit speakers to 3 minutes each and no more than 30 minutes total, subject to any decisions the board may want to make about extending that time. I'm going to ask that you be respectful of others in limiting your comments to 3 minutes, especially others that have come to attend today. I'll also be calling you out for individuals to speak, and then the next two individuals that I have in my pile of comment slips so that you can be ready and we minimize the downtime between speakers. I ask that again that you be courteous of others in the speaking and in following these procedures. I'll also note that we received a large number of electronically submitted comments. After those who have attended have spoken, I'll then begin reading those comments into the record. In the event that the comments exceed the amount of time, number of comments exceed the amount of time permitted by the board for public comment, I will have the list of commenters entered into the minutes, and I will also have the comments that were not read sent to all the members of the board via email. For the record, I spoke with the Attorney General's office about this, and they concur that as long as we make sure that the board members receive these comments, even if they aren't able to be read because of their volume at the meeting, that satisfies our statutory obligations. So I'll start with Thomas Baxa, B-A-X-A. William Flynn, you're next, and India Smith Johnson, you're after Mr. Flynn. So if Mr. Baxa can please step to the microphone.
Chairman, Tom Baxton is not going to speak.
In that case, I have William Flynn as my next speaker. If Mr. Flynn can please come to the microphone. Followed by India Smith Johnson, followed by Philip Berthnen of Naperville.
Name again?
I'm William Flynn, but I never asked to speak.
William Flynn is not going to speak.
Okay. India Smith Johnson.
She is. There you go.
Then there's Philip Berthene, and also Mary Galati is third.
At the very least, Peter Dicciotti's public actions have broken the ethics agreement to which he has sworn. As a brand new 18-year-old voter, being told by a county board member to stick my vote up by ASS is incredibly dehumanizing and intimidating. As a biracial LGBT woman of color, I feel that my health and humanity are of absolutely no concern to this Chair of Health and Human Services board member. A complete lack of accountability has continued when Sean Noonan liked the Facebook post which claimed rioters should be shot dead. There has been little to no accountability. As a member of this community, I have been made to feel intimidated, invalidated, and afraid for my future. Right now, this board does not represent me. I demand Peter Dicciani be unseated, and I demand this board be held accountable. This board has been using policy to diminish and eliminate its own community. Black and brown people are here. We exist. We live here. Our community has been bleeding for a very long time. We need representatives who will empathize and listen to us. We are all a part of your community. We are you. So help us stay alive. Represent each and every one of us, not just the majority. That's what we're asking.
Okay, Philip Berthenen from Naperville.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, and fellow citizens. My name is Philip Buchanan, and I live in Naperville, District 5. I rise today to speak about the public trust and decorum. We require our elected officials to act in a professional manner. Our youth look to them and others to provide them with proper role models. When our officials make poor decisions or exhibit inappropriate or unacceptable behaviors, they need to be held accountable. Since DuPage County lacks a mechanism to provide this, one must be added. Public censure is that mechanism. Please do so now. Once this is complete, Member Pete Dicciani will be its first candidate. He has shown poor judgment and unacceptable behavior for a public official. Censure Member Pete DeCiani now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mary Galati's next, followed by Maureen Sunseri, followed by Neil Gallo.
Mary Galati will not be speaking.
Maureen Sunseri.
Maureen says no.
Okay, Neil Gallo.
Neil?
Morning, everybody. I've known Pete since 17, 18 years old, and I think the dumbest thing walking on the face of the earth is a 17 or 18-year-old boy, except for Pete. As we were out, being 17 and 18, Pete was always a level-headed guy, keeping everybody intact. As my parents would say, who are you going out with tonight? I'm going out with Pete. Oh, good. You're going to be okay and things are going to stay calm. I can't talk enough about Pete. I've known him in best of times and worst of times. I've seen him act under duress many, many times. I don't think this is a racial issue, and we all know that. Pete has lived a life that is accepting, and he had gotten that from his parents, who are the most open-minded people I've ever met in my life. And if you look at how Pete has raised his children, you'll see that as well. There's two people in my life that I never thought I would have to defend, and I don't feel like I have to defend Pete, but Pete and my oldest brother are the most sincere, honest, loving people I've ever met, and it's a privilege to be in his life. It's a privilege for my family that I am in his life. Pete will go out of his way to help absolutely anybody at any time of the day or night. Perhaps in certain circumstances that just transpired, there might have been a lapse of judgment, but the man's life shouldn't be capitalized in a moment, maybe of heat. You know Pete. I know Pete. Anybody who's known Pete for a long time is blessed to be with him. He doesn't see people other than who they are. Maybe some people see somebody walking down the street and they see certain characteristics of him. Pete sees a person walking down the street. You will never have a better friend. You'll never have a better person in your life. You'll never have someone who cares about what they're doing to make lives better. All I say is we all make mistakes. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. I'm sure it was a matter of seconds. But to take that and not have compassion or empathy for the situation of especially what's going on for so long, so heated, and so politicized, you wouldn't want to throw away somebody who has such an impact on the rest of us. I don't live in the area. I know what he does. There's a mentality to jump on the minute something happens with someone, and destroy their reputation for the rest of their lives.
Mr. Gallo, you're at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Please bring your remarks to a close.
All I can say is, if you know Pete and he's in your life, he'll make your life better, and he'll make your family's life better, and he'll make DuPage County better, and he has, and he will continue to. I have no vested interest in DuPage County, but you're not going to be surrounded by more help and more love and more caring and more empathy, which seems to be lacking in the world. It's very difficult to find
Thank you,
someone
Mr. Gallo.
who
You're at 3
truly
minutes and
owns
40
empathy.
seconds.
That's enough, Mr. Gallo.
Okay.
Next up is Ito Paye, P-A-Y-E. Rocco Spizzeri, you're next, followed by Emily Erdman. Ito Paye.
Hello, and how are you? Name's Rocco Spazzeri. Good morning, members. If we're going to be prosecuting or trying to DC Pete then for not wearing a mask, I'd like to present this to the committee of all the other elected officials that don't wear masks when they go out to speak. And for the record, Pete was wearing a mask. I was at the rally. I don't know who I need to give this to. There you go. Thank you. I would like to start with a question. I would like to know if any of you were at the first responder rally that Pete was at. Probably not, because I didn't see any of you there. If you were there, you would know that Pete did have a mask. He took it off just like I did right now to speak to you. He was also sworn at, spit at, and his son was assaulted and attacked, and he wasn't even there because he was a first responder. That rally was a first responders rally, not a pro-police rally. However, none of this was reported or made an issue of. As a matter of fact, I was called a racist at the rally, and I own 30 units on the west side of Chicago, which houses all minorities. My family was one of the first families that allowed minorities to stay in their buildings in Oak Park and River Forest against all protests. And one of my main employees is a minority. However, I was called a racist because I was respecting my brother, my uncle, my cousin, my wife, and friends who were at the first responders rally. Once again, this wasn't reported or made an issue by anyone. Do any of you know the lady that organized this first responder rally was let go without pay? Single mom. Probably not. That wasn't reported either. I'm embarrassed of what is being proposed to be done, and will probably be reflected on when voting comes. For the reporters, they should report a full story, not a half-baked story. And ask questions, report what actually happened, and not one-sided stories or opinions. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Spazzeri. Yito Pei, are you there? Yito Pei, are you there? Maybe I'm pronouncing it right. D-Y-E-A-T-O, Pei, P-A-Y-E, are you there? All right, next, Emily Erdman. Emily Erdman. Lauren Kalesa, K-A-L-E-S-Z-A. Are you there?
Is it Emily? Laura will not be speaking.
Mike Nowak, N-O-W-A-K. After Mr. Nowak, I have Mary Terrell and also Keith Bain. So if you, Mr. Bain and Ms. Terrell could get ready, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. My kids call me Mr. Mike. My kids are school children in school grades kindergarten through senior in high school. I drive a school bus in DuPage County. I've been doing it for 8 years, and I intend to do it for several more years. The student passenger list includes every race, skin color, and religious belief, and they all get along with each other. This gives me hope for our future. We can learn a lot from them. Students do misbehave. Adults misbehave. elected officials misbehave. But I think we can learn from the way our educators work with the students and how they discipline them when they misbehave. They realize that each life matters, and they don't take extreme measures with their kids. They work with them, they show compassion, they use their educations and the tools available to turn those kids around. I wasn't at the rally, I don't know what happened, but I think that we should treat Pete with compassion and intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nowak. Mary Terrell?
Mary will not be speaking.
Keith Bain. After Mr. Bain, I have Patty Guston and Richard Almasy.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. First off, I've lived in my entire life in DuPage County, and I was a firefighter in DuPage County for 41 years. Worked closely with law enforcement. The reason I came today was a neighbor told me about the text message or email that went out, and I support law enforcement 100%. My family is involved in it. We've been in it all our lives. Pete, I don't know him. I don't know what he did, but he has the same rights as everybody else, even as a board member, to speak his mind and to go to protests just like everybody else. So if we're censuring him, why? That's his right to talk and to give you guys the same information. If this brought a lot of people here, so be it. That's what we're supposed to do. Give you guys our input too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patty Guston.
Mr. Chairman, Richard will not be speaking.
Okay, and Patty Guston, is she for appearance only too, Keith?
She's on her way up right now, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. It's hard to speak with these masks on. I just wanted to come forward and say the reality is we are all human beings and we all make mistakes and we all try to do the best that we can do, even as county board members, city council members, human beings. It's very difficult now in these troubling times to have people not be on opposite ends of the spectrum on different issues. And my hope is that we can all come together in the future, in the real near future, and understand that we are all human beings and no one is perfect on either side, but that we have to be able to listen to each other. And emotions do get very, very extreme at times on both ends of the spectrum. And so my hope is that through these conversations and through these meetings that we're having here today, that we can come to a better understanding of respecting each other, caring for each other, and understanding that no one is perfect, and that everyone's trying to do the best that they can do in the times that we have. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for this moment to speak. Thank you.
Okay, next, thank you very much. I have Sean Laughlin, followed by Connor Laughlin, followed by Dave Fisher. Sean Laughlin. Okay.
Fisher, will you speak? Yeah. Speak, come on up. Mr. Fisher is here.
After Fisher, they'll have Yun Yu and Dan Mitchell.
Good morning, I'm Dave Fisher. First of all, I just want to say what a shame that we couldn't have all come together. We all agreed that what happened to Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd was atrocious. I 99.999% of people from every walk of life, from every police officer, from every official, was horrified at what happened. And it was a moment for us to come together, not for protest. Protest is against things. We had this moment where we could have come together and worked for positive things. And the problem is that these protesters are following the wrong leaders. We had a leader, Martin Luther King, a great American hero, one of the wisest men that has ever lived, and that his message has been abandoned. And I know a lot of these people that are doing it, a lot of them are doing it for the right reasons. I mean, I have 3 sons. I know at least one of them supports it because he loves everybody. But there are a lot of them that want to tear down our country. They're not here to follow the democratic process. All you have to do is look at the TV and you can see they do not believe in democracy. Just think about the word demand. There's no place for demand in democracy. You work through the process. You know, I saw the South when I grew up. I was so fortunate to make trips to Florida. I saw the white-only bathrooms, the colored-only bathrooms, and the latter were just horrible, second-class, disgusting bathrooms. I saw the racism. Thank goodness we had Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement to finally give people legal process, that our Constitution is always guaranteed from the very beginning, but it takes time and it takes people to come around. So now we have a legal process, and so we don't need protests. We need people to roll up their sleeves and get the work done. And so the issue here specifically about our police, they are here to facilitate this great country and our democracy. And Pete was there to support them, and I'm here to support them in all democratic process and freedom of speech and get rid of this cancel culture. Like the other person say, why in the world are we talking about censoring or removing from a committee for somebody doing the right thing, the American thing, and standing up? So let's come together at this moment and let's support people like Pete that had the guts to stand up, and let's all get together. Take a ride. I invite everybody, take a ride into the city on the train.
Mr.
And
Fisher,
look
you're at your time.
around.
Can you please bring
There's a
your
mess that we have to do something about, but we have the democratic process to do it. So let's get busy and work together to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Just by way of reference, several members of the board have noted that people are touching the podium and the microphone. We want to make sure that we have wipes available for anyone who wants to use them to wipe the podium and the microphone down. So until we get wipes there for you, could you please maybe consider taking into account not touching and using the microphone or not touching the microphone or podium unless absolutely necessary. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, Shun Yu will not be speaking.
Thank you. Dan Mitchell. Followed by Randall Hart Sr., followed by Carl Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members, to allow us to be here. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I support law and order, and I don't know all the information of the protests that were in question and where the problem happened with Pete DeCiani, but I know that most of the protest words are said against the police and said against police supporters that are wrong, and the police have a lot of patience to put up with this, and they try to do the best they can. And I believe that Peter DeCiani did the best he could at that protest and did the best he could to stand for what was right. And I like the patience that people have, and sometimes the patience would trouble any person that he might get a little upset. But I do support Pete, and I do believe that he was on the right side and that he should not be censured. And I believe that from what I've heard here today also, that some of the protests weren't really reported exactly what happened, and some of the things got lost, and some of the people that said the wrong things were not reported. So thank you, and that's all.
Was your name Dan Mitchell, or were you Mr. Hart or Mr. Gustafson? Sorry. Randall Hart or Carl Gustafson?
Carl. Carl? You step up.
Good morning. I really hadn't planned on speaking, but something that the chairman said in his opening remarks kind of stood out at me. That recommending censure, I don't know what Mr. DeCiani did or didn't do right. But even if it's all true, did all these things wrong, look what's happened. We have a room full of peaceful people speaking their minds, taking part in the process. Now compare that to what happens when the far left does the same thing and gives partial information, false information. Look at the behavior that results from that. And it's not everybody. There's a lot of peaceful protesters out there. And they believe in the phrase Black Lives Matter, because they do. But so does everyone else's. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask you, when are we going to hear you condemn the same type of behavior from the other side? Thank you.
Mr. Gustafson?
Yes?
Oh, no, that was you. Sorry, I was losing track. Michelle Hanrahan, followed by Carrie Brookie, followed by Jonathan Smith.
I'm just an observer. I didn't want to see.
Michelle Hanrahan will not be speaking.
Okay. Carrie Brookie, followed by Jonathan Smith, followed by Darren Braxton.
So I am the member of the Plan B Foundation, or I'm the founder of the Plan B Foundation, and the foundation is there to support those who have been incarcerated to work full time. Most of my members, two of them are here today, Jonathan and Darren. Most of my members are from the west side of Chicago. And this weekend I hosted a food drive with both the police and with my foundation. Most of my guys are ex-gang members, and it went very well. And I wanted to say thank you to, I invited all of the members of the board, all of the members, or several of you guys had responded to me with some of the nicest stuff that I had ever heard. So I really appreciate that. And also Pete stopped out in support of both sides. And really, to me, it's not about one side or the other. It's just about these guys working. And the reason we did the food drive was because the west side is so, there's no place to go for food right now. So they're doing these food giveaways between COVID and the riots and whatnot. So to me, it's just really about making sure that they can work so that they are not on unemployment and not out there hungry, not having a place to live. So I just wanted to say thank you to Pete for coming out and supporting us, and to all the members of the board that I heard from this weekend. I really do appreciate it. And Thanks so much for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Brookie. I have records of appearance from Jonathan Smith and from Darren Braxton. Darren Braxton shows he's here to provide testimony.
Yes, Kerry Brocky is my boss. I'd like to thank Pete for coming out too, because he's also donating to our job, $10,000 for every person we hire, just to help us out to make sure that we keep working and keep things going. I just was released from jail 2 months ago, and Kerry hired me. With his help and support, more people can get hired. So I really just want to thank you, man. Keep him around.
Very much. Next, I have Natalie DiCiani, followed by Tony Castellecci, followed by Gary Sinagra. Actually, we are right up at the time. I had it going at until 50 for the 30-minute period.
So I just wanted to kind of punctuate this moment. Our rules provide that, we welcome public comment. We ask each person to limit the remarks to 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes. And the total amount of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. However, we're going to extend a courtesy to folks that have come out here today to express themselves on this important issue. So with leave of the body, we'll go for another 30 minutes. Is that okay? Seeing and hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. McCarthy, with public comment.
The three speakers in order are Natalie DiCiani. Is Natalie DiCiani there? Please come to the podium. Tony Castellecci, please get ready. And Gary Sinagra, please get ready.
Are you guys ready for me?
Yes, please
Okay.
proceed.
Good morning. My name is Natalie DiCiani. I'm Pete DiCiani's oldest daughter. As I've been figuring out what I'm going to say in 3 minutes, I kept thinking, if they only knew. If they only knew Pete DiCiani raised an extremely modern family with immense love. All of his children come from vulnerable groups. He raised his daughters to be strong, empowered women. His son is loved and supported gay man. And his youngest daughter has a disability. My sister having autism changed my life and countless others in the best way possible. She's amazing, pure, hilarious, athletic, and ignited my dad's passion for helping people. Starting with Brianna's Law, he changed the lives of 1 in 54 children living in the state of Illinois. If they only knew, for 11 years, I've seen him take calls for people in need at all hours of the day, treating them as family, even if they got his number from a friend. He's always put our family first, but has left family events, baseball games, and dinners because someone needed him to advocate or be there for them. He truly is a rock for anyone in need, and it is his life calling. If they only knew, growing up in this environment, I've had so much pride seeing him actually make a difference. However, there are also times like these which are of pain. Situations are manipulated or lies are being spread for personal gain. During these times, he has apologized for putting our family in this position. We were never cut out to be the political family. Growing up, my mom was a nurse and my dad owned a print shop. We have no ulterior motives, just your average family full of love and passion for helping other people. I will always tell him to not apologize. I would take the pain that I've endured being in a political family 2 times over. He has helped so many people. If they only knew, I did not have the upbringing of a hateful man. I was brought up by a great man. He encouraged all of his children to be their authentic selves. He always welcomed everyone into our homes, no matter if it was just to hang out or to sit down and get life advice. He has taught us to love unconditionally, stand up for what we believe in, regardless of what others says, and always stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. If they only knew, maybe they wouldn't judge him to his core over an afternoon where he was anticipating a small gathering celebrating the people he's rightfully proud of. Thank you to the Elmhurst Police Department for providing me one of the safest upbringings in the world, and doing so with dignity and integrity. Thank you.
Castelvecchi, followed by Gary Sinagra. Matthew Sussman, you're third.
My name is Tony Castelvecchi. I go back with Pete when Pete started his print business called Pete the Printer. We've been friends since 1986. I've done business with 15,000 people, and I would really struggle to put someone ahead of Pete in regards to the person he is. When he contacted me years ago and told me he was going to run for mayor of Elmhurst, I asked him, why? He says, because I want to make a difference. This is the town I grew up in. This is the town that I want to be special. I said, okay, get ready, because there's going to be a lot of people on the other side as you succeed that will try to take you down. As we both have shared our success in business, we have talked about different situations, and unfortunately, where the country is right now, with limited respect on both sides, the fight for what? I really don't know what the fight's for. But I can tell you this, I took time today to come down here to tell you how special Pete is. And by losing Pete over something that he cares about in regards to the people that protect us would be a shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gary Sinagra, followed by Matthew Sussman. Christina Siddall, you're third.
Hi, my name's Gary Sinagra. Like Tony just said, Pete, myself, Tony are all contemporaries. We all grew up in the area. We're all business owners, 45 years for me. Over that time, I've had hundreds of employees like Pete, like Tony, paid millions of dollars in property tax, millions of dollars in payroll, raised our families, done the right things. And the subject is very powerful, and it's difficult for me to talk, but we got to leave the cops alone. Just leave the cops alone, leave Pete alone. He's a good man, and let him do his job. That's about it.
Next, I have Matthew Sussman. Christina Siddall, you're after Matthew. Then I have Thomas Torcaso, you're after Christina.
Board members, thank you. First off, I'd like to thank Chairman Cronin's opening comments, and I hope that the board and him follow through with the spirit and the ideas within that commentary. I am the father of the woman that Pete sent the email to. And, my daughter is an adult, a constituent, and Pete has earned a worthy adversary with what he wrote to her, which I won't repeat because many people have. Needless to say, imagine a 50-year-old man writing an email to your daughter saying those things. How it would make you feel. Imagine if it was a teacher or a daycare worker sending that email to you or to your daughter or to your child, and what that means, how that objectifies them and makes them feel. Mr. DeCiani entered into a very teachable moment when he sent that email. And his reactions since then the lack of apology, he did call me and my wife a few days after, and we had a cordial conversation where he did apologize to us. But it took time, and you know, the continued behavior surrounding this event, as Chairman Cronin said, if he had apologized quickly, got in front of it, and dealt with it, this would probably all be gone. But he didn't. And it's that teachable moment that keeps playing for me, whether it's him without a mask yelling at people, writing the email he did, or sending the robocall that just happened the other night. These are all behaviors that are reflecting that he hasn't quite understood what really happened. And to me, that is sort of the issue at hand, is that we're in a pandemic with a lot of unrest, and it's going to take leadership to adjust and figure out what the realities around us are and how they're changing. And his behavior through this, to me, moment is showing that there's really not much movement to learn and grow and change and understand the realities around us. Thank you.
Sorry. Christina Sadal is next, followed by Thomas Torcaso, followed by Rex Lohman.
Hi, thank you. My name is Christina, and I'm 22 years old, and I live in Glen Ellen. I really feel like we need to root this conversation in Pete DiCiani being our representative on our board. It does not matter if you call him a good guy or a friend in this space. He is our representative. The Blue Lives Matter and Back the Blue movement was in a direct response to the Black Lives Matter movement, and it aims to invalidate the struggles that the Black community faces against police brutality and systemic racism. Mr. DiCiani's appearance at this protest suggests that he is an open supporter of systems of oppression that work to cause harm to the Black community, and that is unacceptable as a representative. I was also at the event in Elmhurst where he and alongside his people were engaging in very threatening and aggressive behavior, and I'm also a voter, and his response to that is just furthering again that he has no place representing me and others in this county. And I support the censorship, but I also support removing him from the board because this is not a political issue. This is a human rights issue, and this is a moral issue. And I hope that you can see that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Thomas Torcaso, followed by Rex Lohman. John Marino, you're third.
My name is Thomas Torcaso. I want to thank the board, first of all, for allowing me to speak here today. I'm a former assistant state's attorney in Cook County. I'm also currently a private attorney in private practice. I've served on 2 boards in Elmhurst, the Zoning Commission, and the Bensonville Fire Protection District, which also services Elmhurst, where I've lived the last 28 years. I've known Pete DiCiani for approximately 10 years, both professionally and personally. In that time, I have found him to be a person dedicated to selfless, honorable causes, such as relieving the hardships of autism and to working diligently to ensure that government not only works well, but also that it works for the betterment of the people in the community. Pete DiCiani has a backbone. He stands with the police and he stands with the first responders who are the only buffers between us and anarchy and lack of safety. He is of the highest moral character, and all the time I've known him, I've never seen any different. And he's a model public servant. I'm proud to know him, and I'm proud to have worked with him. In closing, I just ask that this board remember that you have to judge a man in the context of his whole life and in the totality of what he's done. I also ask you to remember that he has rights, just like every other human being. He holds a political office, but he's a man as well, living amongst us. He's got the right to free speech, and he's got the right to due process. Thank you.
Next, I have Rex Lohman. Rex Lohman, followed by John Marino, followed by Gil Pedkin. You're third, Gil.
Rex will not be speaking today.
No Rex. Okay, John Marino. John Marino.
It's me. Good morning. My name is John Marino. I'm a 25-year resident of Elmhurst. I've known Pete DeCiani for over 30 years. I'm deeply troubled that this man, who is 100% dedicated to improving the lives of people of every race, creed, color, and ability, is being called a racist because he dared to back law enforcement, and specifically the Elmhurst Police Department. Pete has done many positive things since he's become a politician, far too many to list in a 3-minute speech, and more than many politicians will ever do over a whole career. One of the first things Pete did when he was elected mayor of Elmhurst in 2009 was to equip the police with tasers. Elmhurst didn't have money in the budget for them, so Pete beat the bushes and found a local business willing to donate $10,000 to get the police this very important piece of equipment. Pete makes things happen. I have 2 sons who are police officers. My oldest son is also part of the Illinois riot response team. While doing his job and trying to disperse a riot and save businesses in Waukegan from being looted and destroyed by the not-so-peaceful protesters, he was hit square in the head by a brick that was thrown at him. Thankfully, he had a protective helmet on, and he's okay. He was flanked on the front line that day by an African-American member of his team, who was called a traitor to his race by the not-so-peaceful BLM protesters because he is a cop. I find it ironic that a recent Daily Herald article quoted board member Elizabeth Chaplin as being concerned about painting all of us on the board with a broad brush because Pete stood up for law enforcement and had words with the disrespectful BLM protesters who crashed our rally. We did not crash their protest. They came to us. Yet every BLM protester, along with politicians looking to score political favor with the angry mob, paints every member of law enforcement with an even broader brush because of what happened to George Floyd. Sorry, Elizabeth, not sorry. The broad brush you feel you are being painted with doesn't endanger your life like the one law enforcement is being painted with. If you're worried about the use of the broad brush, then I challenge you and every person on this board to denounce the broad brush being used against Pete and everyone in law enforcement. Based on the current narrative, if every police officer in America is a racist and anyone who supports them is racist by extension, and police departments need to be defunded because of what happened to George Floyd, then by that standard, every person who is part of or supports BLM is guilty of being a rioter and a looter, and most importantly, you all have blood on your hands for the murders of the 2 people at the BLM-controlled Chaz Chop in Seattle and for the death of little 8-year-old Secoria Turner at the BLM-controlled zone in Atlanta. How do you like that broad brush? I stand with Pete because he supports law enforcement. If any elected official can't stand with law enforcement, then shame on you. Shame on you, because I back the blue.
Next, I have Gil Pedkin. Pete Ledesic, you're after Gil. Jonathan Fisher, you're after Pete Ledesic. Gil Pedkin, or maybe it's Bedkin.
Stand by just 1 second. Pete is just walking into the auditorium.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to be here today. It's good to see many of you virtually this morning. While I appreciate the opportunity to be here, I think the matter is unfortunate. As an elected official, I got to know Pete DeCiani in my service as a Glen Ellyn trustee for 12 years, and I always found him to be a respectful and a very good public servant. While we all have lapses of judgment, if Pete said what he said, I'm sure he's remorseful, and I would certainly forgive him. I would not judge his entire career by that lapse of judgment in a stressful moment. I do find it disturbing, though, that some members of this board support a group that preaches love, inclusiveness and freedom of speech, yet they practice hate, intimidation, and censorship. As a public servant for over 3 decades, I fear that these acts of intimidation are going to carry into our citizenry, and people are going to be afraid to run for public office. There were many people who signed up to speak today that were afraid to come to this podium and speak. There were people that were upstairs in a room that were afraid to go outside and put up a sign in support of Pete, and I understand that. I applaud Pete for standing up and expressing his God-given First Amendment rights, and especially in support of the men and women in law enforcement. Thank you for your time.
Jonathan Fisher, you're next, followed by Amy Pedcini, followed by Derek Crenshaw.
Chairman Cronin and honorable members of the board, I've got some comments to make. They'll be brief. The police are important in that they ensure we're able to live our lives peacefully by retarding criminal behavior. I support them. The Marxists and the Black Lives Matter movement that want to defund, weaken, and even abolish the police are a threat to the United States. Every public official should stand up against the destructive and illegal behavior that has accompanied many Black Lives Matter demonstrations. Thank you, Mr. DeCiani, for your support for law and order. I call on the other members of the DuPage County Board to support our law enforcement, not weaken it. Thank you.
Okay, Amy Pedcini, followed by Derek Crenshaw, followed by Brian Doan.
Yes, hi, good morning. I'm Amy Pedicini. I am an Irish Italian Catholic Democrat. That's right, Democrat from Elmhurst, in that order. While I haven't always agreed with some of your politics, I wanted to be here today. I'm very, very disturbed about what's happening in my community, my city, where my business was basically destroyed by the looting. I'm here today to show my support for Pete DeCiani and police officers everywhere. I support Pete and I know him personally. We haven't always agreed on politics. He's made fun of bumper stickers and comments from his family regarding my family's politics, but we're good people. He's a stand-up guy, someone like my father who taught me, it's not who's right, it's what's right. That's what you stand up for. His bipartisan position on many important issues and how he has championed for people, regardless of race or ethnicity, including his unwavering support of our police officers, has earned my respect as a politician. Even more when Pete stood up and showed his support for our police officers. As the sister, aunt, cousin, and friend of many police officers across the country in Chicago and in Elmhurst, I am deeply disturbed at the vitriol aimed at our police officers and anyone that supports them. I'm here today to tell you that you can support our police officers without being a racist, and you can support our police officers without being a Republican. Thank you.
Next, I have Derek Crenshaw, followed by Brian Doan, followed by Melody Vestuto.
Thanks for having me today. My name is Derek Crenshaw. Live in Wheaton. Originally from Cook County, moved to Wheaton, Will County, and now I'm in DuPage County. I'm here to talk about the family and BLM. If you go to their website, one of their main tenets is the destruction of the family. And if you look at that, you'll understand the destruction of the family is what has really destroyed the inner cities of Chicago. I know when I was a young boy, I could walk those streets and my parents had no problem or worry about me being shot. And that was a much different time in the early 70s and the late 80s. So I'm here to stand and talk about the family. It is not the police. If we pull back the police, those poor communities, there's going to be much more carnage. BLM has not said one word about the 1-year-old that got killed no more than 2 blocks away from my old home. We've had 3-year-olds killed, 5-year-olds killed. They only talk about a murder of a black person when it's done by a white officer. And if you look at the statistics, that is also a fabrication. White officers also kill white offenders. Omission is a problem. There's a lot of good intentions with BLM, but they have not gotten all of the information. If you look at all of the information, you'll see that we live in a much more diverse country and time today than we've ever have. So what I'm trying to finish up by saying is we must support our police because those communities need that protection more than anywhere, because we do have a criminal problem in those areas, and if we pull back the police, you're going to cost more black lives, and that will spill out into DuPage. Like I said before, I'm from Cook to Will, and now I'm in DuPage. And if we dismantle the family, which is BLM, is a Marxist organization, and I hope those young kids understand what they're getting into. Anyone that's about destroying the family, I cannot support that movement, and I'm glad we're here today under these circumstances so that we can have a debate, because without debate, the children are just getting a one-sided opinion, and that's why they're acting up the way they are. Because those neighborhoods were much more peaceful back in the 70s, 60s, and 80s when the country was a more racist country. The country has tipped to the other side. We have interracial marriages all over the place. We have good people in this country. Times have changed attitudes. This is a great country for everyone. No matter your orientation, you are free. We are free. And with the omission of people like Thomas Sowell, 90 years old, Walter Williams, 84 years old.
You're at 3 minutes and 10
have
seconds.
no
Please
balance.
bring your remarks to a close.
Okay, we have no balance in this conversation. If we can have a true debate and balance, I think we can come together as a people. And my final comment is, this is not about George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery or anyone else. This is about the destruction of this country using racism and black people as a tool to destroy this country. Okay, and we got to stand up and stop it.
You're at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you for your comments, sir. Next, I have Brian Doan, followed by Melody Vestudo, and Jeremy Mitchell, you're third.
Hi, I'm Brian Doan. I've known Pete for over 35 years, and he's always been a stand-up guy. And to consider censoring him or taking him off the board, censoring him, I feel that goes against our First Amendment right. And taking him off the board, you're just making the board weaker. As far as the rally we were at, it was a rally. Then it turned into them protesting us. There was a lot of things said. We're called racist, bigots, whatever, and the right side of the aisle is getting sick of this. We're tired of it. We're not racist. And if anything's going to, if the left side, if you want change in this country, you're going to have to start talking with us, not to us. You need us to make the change. We're half the country. We're done with being called racist bigots. We're done with being told we're not going to listen to your opinion anymore. We're not going to listen to anything you say. And for the board members that aren't backing the blue, that says a lot about you. And shame on you. These people protect you and your constituents too, believe it or not, the people that vote you in. If you're not going to back the blue, maybe it's time voting you out. Thank you.
Melody Vestudo. Jeremy Mitchell, you're after Melody. Donna.
Melody will not be speaking today.
Okay, Melody won't be speaking. All right. Then Jeremy Mitchell, you're next, followed by Donna Fike, followed by Tom Shumalis.
Alrighty, I'm Jeremy Mitchell, and it's an honor and privilege to speak up here today. First, I'd like to start by saying thank you, Jesus, and God bless America. I grew up one block down from here on Beverly Street. I went to all Wheaton schools, Lowell, Franklin, Wheaton North, and College of DuPage. By the way I'm dressed right now, you can see that ship had sailed for college. Less than 3 years ago, I was pronounced dead on the scene in a car accident in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I was ejected out of my truck at 80 miles an hour and landed on top of my muffler. When the paramedics got to me in the ambulance, they realized I had a small pulse and rushed me into a level 2 trauma center where they assured my family that they would never see me alive again. They were wrong. After an intense 36 hours, they start to realize that I have a shot at this thing called life. I come to my brother-in-law in his dreams. I repeat over and over, I gotta get to Chicago. Lenny, I gotta get to Chicago. You gotta get me to Chicago. Lenny makes a phone call to American hero Pete DeCiani, who is set at the Sox game with his family, and he leaves the Sox game and rushes home. Pete worked tirelessly to try and get me home, but the problem was my mom works at Wheaton Park District, and we have Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO. Pete used his big heart and political connection to get me approved for hardship at Loyola. Hardship is where all expenses are taken care of. The best care in the world, burn trauma, intensive care unit, any type of care is the best at Loyola, and God bless them. Challenge after challenge, rejection after rejection, Pete created a light in this tunnel for me. But just because I got into Loyola doesn't mean that I'm there yet. I'm still in Michigan at this point. He called his long friend at Superior Transportation to heliport me from Grand Rapids, Michigan to the city of Maywood in Chicago, free of charge. They found a loophole in my insurance, a $60,000 helicopter ride, compliments of Pete DeCiani and Superior Heliport. I safely heliport to Loyola, where I spend 6.5 weeks in the intensive care unit and burn trauma unit. Loyola performs 8 surgeries, and they continue to carry on the good Lord's work. $1.8 million later, I leave Loyola to go down the street on Roosevelt Road to Marion Joy for another 6.5 weeks, where I relearn how to walk and regain my strength. Peter continued to stop in and see me almost every single day, and he would just show up on time because the priest would come in and he would give us communion, and me and Peter would break bread together. Pete continues to be an American hero for role model for children and adults all around this county and around this country. I'd like to finish by reading a quote from a book required in our school systems. You can shoot all the blue jays you want if you can hit them. But remember, it is a sin to kill a mockingbird. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. For the record, it is now 11:22. We have approached the first hour of public comment.
Okay, so Connor, thank you very much. So I just want to point out that we've extended the period of time for folks to make remarks twice as long as our rules provide. We also have a lengthy number of folks who have filed witness slips, positions, record of appearances that need to be read into the record. So there's a considerable number of folks that have opted for that approach to participate in public comment. So I guess what I would ask is those folks that continue to, I understand, Mr. DeCiani, I understand. Those folks who want to continue to talk, we're going to extend it for one last 30-minute period of time. And if you'd be kind enough, if you want to sort of economize your message or refrain from repeating the same message, that'd be great. But so we're going to extend it for one last 30-minute period of time. We're going to go 3 times longer than our rules provide. for the verbal comments, and then we will read into the record the remaining folks that wanted to have a record of appearance. So with that understanding, Mr. McCarthy, please proceed.
Next speaker is Donna Fike, F-I-K-E, followed by Tom Shumalis, followed by Don Figarelli Sr. Ms. Fike.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to come this morning. As an 83-year-old grandmother, great-grandmother, each of 17 each, I can tell you that what's going on in the world today is the scariest time of my entire life. I appreciate the text that I got reminding me of the county board meeting this morning, because otherwise I would have been remiss in not being here. I've always been pretty active in fact, very active in community work, but I've been getting complacent. And I think that is the fault of many of us these days, that we've become complacent and allowing these radicals to be taking over our blessed country and changing it and literally trying to make it something that it should never be, and that is communistic. We have to do our due diligence and remind ourselves every day of the freedoms and liberties that we have. Otherwise, they're going to be gone. And come this November, it's going to be absolutely incumbent upon us to make sure we do not turn to Marxist communist country. I was remiss in not being actually right the other day because I support the 100% everything. I support the BLM movement only because they do not support blacks in their movement. I support lose. I support everyone. And until we wake up, America, and make sure that these radicals not over, and I'm even talking about what was presented the board meeting this morning. If you do what the chairman asked you to do by removing Mr. DeCiani, I don't even know him at all. All I can say is he was standing for his rights and standing against radicals, then I support him. And I'm telling you that if you do what, you're going to fall into the pattern of what their goal is, and that's to tear our country apart. Thank you.
Next, I have Tom Shumalis, followed by Don Figarelli Sr. Carol Misker is up third.
I would like to thank the board for being noble and trying to protect us from a barbarian like Pete DeCiani, a person who insulted you all with some of his remarks and actions. By the same token, we've heard from black people here today. We've heard from white people here today. We've heard from sick people here today. We've heard from people who love Pete DeCiani. Why do they love him? Because there are politicians like yourselves, and there are public servants like Pete DeCiani, public servants like our police, public servants like our firefighters. Let's start appreciating public servants, not politicians. Politicians are part of the problem, one of the biggest parts of the problem. Public servants are our friends. We've heard from people that Pete has helped get well. People who have been on the throat of death, he has left his family. I can testify that Peter leaves his family every Thanksgiving Day, comes and serves the disadvantaged people of this world. How many of you have done that? I can testify that Peter, before was a politician, went around and made sure that old ladies and widows had someone to take groceries to them. I can testify that Peter DeCiani went to Congress in Springfield and begged and pleaded to pass Breonna's law so that autistic children would have a better life. How many of you have sacrificed in those ways? Thank you for your time. Thank you for your nobility. Please protect us from a barbarian like Pete DeCiani. Shame on you people.
Thank Next I have Don Figuarelli Sr., followed by Carol Misker and Mema, M-E-M-A. Don Figuarelli Sr., are you there? Carol Misker.
I'm here. Go ahead.
Please proceed.
Okay. Hi, I just want to take this opportunity to say I love America. I'm thankful for the Lord Jesus Christ and the freedoms he has given us today. I think it's a real privilege to come before you today to speak up and to support our police officers. It's so important today. And if we don't take action against the protesters who do not really love America, they hate America, shame on us. It's a real crime. But we still have opportunity to do the right thing. So when it comes to time to vote, I hope everyone will take the opportunity because it is a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Mema, followed by Randy Gentile, followed by Mike McGowan. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Terry Marie Marchese, and my nickname is Mima. And I'm really here to speak to Pete personally, so nobody can listen. But Pete, we do stand behind you. Pete, you're the difference between turning this county, as so many counties across the United States have been turned by an agenda. That's the 800-pound gorilla in the room, is the agenda. The opponents have their agenda. They have something to do, and they need to do it, but so do we. If we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for those who are still around when we're not. So to stand up and to be counted, we are the silent majority. And between me and God's ears, I don't see any of DuPage County being having their funds being defunded. Personally, I'd like to see them all get raises to show the whole United States we all stand behind all of our first responders, our men and women in blue. We pray for them every day. We lift them up to the Lord every single day, the majority of us, and we are silent. But come time for the polls, that's when we speak. We know when to speak. So as far as the BLM goes, you have a job to do. We lift you up. We're told to lift up our enemy, but do not let, and we pray, do not let our men and women in blue, our first responders, the ones who are holding back the floods, and you won't let them go. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Randy Gentile, followed by Mike McGowan, followed by Lily Cinta.
Randy will not be speaking today.
Randy won't be speaking. Mike McGowan, you're up, followed by Lily Cinta, followed by Carl Schmidt. Mike McGowan. Okay, Lily Cinta, followed by Carl Schmidt, followed by Ken Gogatz, G-O, or maybe it's a B. No, I think it's a G. G-O-G-O-T-S.
Lily is walking up to the podium right now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Cinta. I'm a lifelong resident of DuPage County. I grew up in Elmhurst. My mother, my sister, my nephew, they still live there. I don't understand why this has become a black versus a blue matter. I think everyone has a right to support both. I saw Pete supporting the police officers. Elmhurst is a wonderful community. DuPage County is. We feel safe. I live in Wheaton. I work at the courthouse as an official court reporter. I think we're here to support Pete. So I'm not going to discuss the matter that is breaking this community apart. I first want to say I take umbrage with some of the chairman's opening remarks. Yes, he acknowledged people are human, and yes, we are. We all say things that we wish we could take back. We lose control because we're human. Pete DeCiani was accused of not being human in that email. He was called a racist by being told to read a book on how to become anti-racist. That was not necessary. So I think after being spit at and taunted and disrespected all day long, to come back and read an email that said that he lost a little bit of control as a human being. So he went, he marched, he supported. That was not a protest, that was support. He did that as a human, he did that as a citizen, he did that not in his professional capacity. Another comment that the chairman made in his opening remarks was criticizing him for saying he was putting us in an unsafe position by having so many people come out and support. That's what we're doing. We have been called upon to do this morally and ethically, because I don't know of anybody who is more deserving of the title and the position of chairman of Health and Human Services. My mother is 93 at this point in her life and has major health struggles. Last summer, we had my mother in a skilled nursing facility. She got booted. After falling, they felt she was okay to go home. Just to go home and then to fall again, of course. So I was fortunate to know Pete. He had been checking on my mother as far as like asking me how is she doing. I told him the situation we were in. He told me about the care center. Being even this lifelong resident, living here in Wheaton, working here at the courthouse, I wasn't aware of the care center. He made some phone calls. I spoke with the people there. We got in right away. I took a tour that day. I brought my mother in the next day. They love him. The respect that just shows how much time he spends over there, how much he cares, how much he goes out of his way to ensure the care center is taken care of. The residents are, I know he volunteers his time for them and for other people who need him, and I think that it's a great disservice to remove him. I think that this was just a complete aberration of his personality. I know the man, and he does not deserve this vitriol. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carl Schmidt, followed by Ken Gogatz, followed by John Nicolazzi or Nicozel.
Are you going to speak?
Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Gogatz, or Mr. Nicozel? Might be an I. Nicozy? Nicoli.
John is coming up to the podium.
Perfect. No response from Ken or Carl Schmidt or Ken Gogatz?
Thank you. My name's John Nicoli. I've lived in Elmhurst since '74 when my folks decided to move there. It's been a great town. I'm fortunate to live in DuPage County. Appreciate everybody's help. Here's what I know about Pete. In a lot of ways, I feel like I'm watching a remake of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. This guy's doing everything he can. He's an unlikely guy that I ever thought was ever going to get into politics. But he did, and he toughs it out, which we all know. It's the environment. When you're trying to do big things, you got to tough it out because it's an active environment. Pete has done unexpectedly great things for me. When the economy crashed in '09, I was forced to immediately start figuring out a new way to fend for my family. And I really didn't know Pete at the time, even though we went to high school together. Pete stepped up and put me in a position to quickly earn money. And he basically tipped me off to somebody who needed something that I did, and then helped me get myself there and understand how to set up a business overnight. And I was basically able to keep my house and everything else that comes with it. Pete hasn't just done this for me. Pete does it for a lot of things, and I do think it would be an American tragedy to uninvolve Pete. Like everybody says here, two things. You don't judge somebody by one instance. Secondarily, with all the good things that he's done for so many people, it'd be really bizarre to see him get uninvolved by not being on the board. I know everything, these people have said. I remain impressed. I remain impressed with Pete's dad at Pete's funeral. It was like a pre-Pete story. At Pete's dad's funeral, there was endless lines of people who wanted to tell the story about how Mr. DeCiani Sr. helped them get something great going in their life and great going for other people. I support Pete. I know a lot of people support Pete, and I hope that no one judges Pete by one particular instance. Pete, thank you, and thank you, board, and thank you, everybody here, for everything. I'm very happy to be in DuPage County. Thank you.
Okay, the last person I have signed up to provide testimony, which means they didn't check the box that said record of attendance only, is Michael Pruder, Prueter. Mr. Pruder, are you with us?
Yes, he's on his way.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Michael Pruder. I represent the State Crime Commission. Every year we honor people that we call Make a Difference. 2 years ago, we honored Pete DeCiani for his unwavering support of law enforcement. He's done a marvelous job as a mayor. He has done a marvelous job as a board member. I've worked with him on several events. He has been absolutely wonderful to work with. Many times the comments in the middle of excitement get thrown back and forth. Unfortunately, it doesn't help any party, doesn't help anybody. So I would ask that you take that into consideration, because we've all done that at one time or another. Pete has dedicated his life to others, and including his family. He's done a marvelous job. What I would say is that I'm a recent cancer survivor, and I have just recently survived 2 serious back surgeries. So as long as I can walk and talk, I will support Pete DeCiani, and I will support every man and woman that works and serves in law enforcement. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. Thank you.
I'll now read out the names of those who want their record of attendance at this hearing in the record. Joseph Martucci, Patty Pagani, Daniel Nicastro, Teresa Sabatino, Patrick McKay, Jan Labatt, Janet Salamar, Bill Bemster, Kristen McKay, Christian Gray, Nicole Silazagi, Szilagyi, Ken Sadler, Bernadette DeCiani, Ken Corthorn, James Puglia, Maureen Sanzari, Michael Swilinski, John Casano, Mike Grandolfo, thank you, Donnell Foreman, Paul Fries, Lawrence Moretti, Zachary Brogard, Dominic Longo, Tom Muscatello, Armand Prakili, Rich Bruno, Kevin O'Connell, Devin Boyd, Diane Derrickson, Lisa Zaccaro, Kenneth Derrickson, Roseanne Caputo, Anthony Greco, Ingrid Stuchenberg, Michael Drager, Raymond Leaf, Sharon Ruiz, Elaine Pizicon, Barb Kairua, Nancy Thomas, Lynn Balcom, Linda Norton, Pat and Barb Bulla, Dave Dearson, Terrence Nelson, Maria DiPrizio Nicoli. That's everyone who filled out comments that appeared today. We also have the comments that were submitted via electronically. I believe we have approximately 5 minutes from that 30-minute extension, so I'm going to start working through those. First comments from Charlie Forsyth regarding building code and permits. In particular, I'd like to address sheds in the building code and permitting. According to DuPage County Code enforces a shed is seen as an accessory building or structure and therefore requires a permit. The only definition we have for a building or structure states that any construction that houses a person or property. So again, according to your code enforcer, Deb Hodek, in particular, technically per the code, anything from a birdhouse that houses your seed to a home needs a building permit. This stemmed from a violation on a 42 square foot plastic shed that I assembled on my property without a permit. There has to be some common sense with permitting and code enforcement. DuPage County is unique to surrounding counties in that this requirement is very vague and unreasonable. Many surrounding counties have a minimum square footage or dimension requirement, which makes the code and enforcement and permitting very clear. Can DuPage County visit this issue and apply some reasonable changes to the code and permit requirements? If a plastic 42 square foot shed requires a permit and a 12 foot plastic shed, according to Deb Hodek, does not, there should be a reasonable definition so taxpayers don't have to guess and hope. And a permit for a birdhouse, let's be reasonable human beings here. If the code and permitting requirements are that vague, there is an issue. Thank you for your time. That concludes his comments. Scott Thorson regarding face masks. Mr. Thorson states, Democrats are becoming fanatical about wearing face masks and defunding police. This is not normal behavior. If Chicago wants to be a cesspool of democratic socialism, that's one thing, but this craziness is infecting the entire state. DuPage County, then LaSalle County. Destroying America is not a smart way to win an election. Democrats, you need to grow up and stop screwing up the state. And then there's a Facebook link that we'll send out to the board. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Patty Wharf. It's regarding FDA-approved masks for containing the spread of a virus. It states, we need leadership in particular to model safe practices to prevent our county from a second wave of COVID-19. Many refuse to go out if there's no mandating of masks. Please put the lives of Americans in preventing transmission above all else. We have no vaccines, so masks are only FDA-approved option to mitigate the spread of this deadly pandemic from asymptomatic people, along with those who are contagious some 3 days prior to having symptoms. If I was in charge of Health and Human Services, I would be protecting, not endangering lives. Many sincere thanks for protective measures, Patty Wharf. That concludes her comment. Nancy Tudor has a record of attendance only. Megan McKee, mask wearing. It says, please make sure we all continue to wear a mask in public. It's for the safety of all of us. That concludes her comment. Catherine Schumann submitted a comment. It states, oversight of the police department, the sheriff's office and policy in reference to chokeholds and access to personnel records in reference to police. There's no other comment. That's all it says in the subject line. She has a follow-up comment that states, I support policies of transparency in regards to personnel records and the ban of chokeholds. That concludes her comment. Next comment is Juan Vargas. It states, carport for recreational vehicle. Mr. Vargas' comment states, I seek to reduce the subject zoning relief interior side yard setback from 10 feet to approximately 4 feet for a carport for my recreational vehicle. My main reason is for protection and security. I also due to my location of my driveway and septic tank, it's impossible for me to build a carport near the other location on this property. Thank you. That concludes his comment. Suzanne Farr, new normal. This is a set of bullet points. It says, 1, Black Lives Matter. 2, racism and sexism must be fought 24/7. 3, police are valued, but reform and improvements are valued by DuPage residents. 4, democracy is highly valued by those protesting and urging for change. 5, we love our country. 6, racist members of the DuPage County Board will be voted out. Welcome to the new normal, Suzanne Farr. That concludes her comment. Terry Peasmeister, it's submitted as, are you listening? It states, born and raised in Elmhurst, I have always been proud of a place I call home and chose to raise my family until the most recent events showed me the unconscious and blatant racism that exists in our local government and communities. How have each of the board members publicly shown their support for the anti-racist movement? Did you attend a protest in your neighborhood and listen to the minorities tell stories of the racism they face daily in their community? What did you personally take away from these events? Who of you has invited the organizers to have an open and educated conversation about what needs to be done? How have you remained silent, adding to the perception that people of color are not important? DuPage County is full of privilege and we will not be silenced as we stand with people of color having their voices heard. The us versus them mentality throughout all of this has been disheartening. That concludes her comment. David Loy, dissolution of marriage. It states, I, David Loy, is in agreement for the dissolution of marriage of Virginia Gregory. We both want a divorce and in complete agreement with the dissolution of marriage. If you need any assistance on my behalf, or my address and number is on the form. Thank you, David Loy. Record of attendance only, Diana Belkey. Subject, Rosanna Caputo writes on the subject of Pete DeCiani but doesn't include a comment. Michael Bruntz, record of attendance only. Victoria Nakaza, record of attendance only. Carol Davis, vote by mail funding. Carol Davis, vote by mail funding. Good morning, County Board members. My name is Carol Davis, and I live in DuPage County Board District 2. I'm writing in to address you regarding one of the items that will be up for discussion and approval today, FIP-019-420, recommendation for the approval of a contract with Rubeck Election Services to provide printing equipment, software maintenance, and support services for the Vote by Mail program in DuPage. Voting in a safe and accessible manner is paramount to maintaining our democracy and helping keep our government working effectively. By representing the people of DuPage County at the local, state, and federal levels, the election division is asking for $60,500, which is only 0.1% of the approximately $69 million you will be approving in COVID-related expenditures today. Since it is my sincere hope that this request will pass unanimously and without opposition, it is important that we all work together to ensure the people of DuPage County can have access to voting services during this unprecedented time. Thank you, Carol Davis. There's a comment from Marietta Matsey regarding law enforcement. It states, I fully support our law enforcement officers. That concludes her comment. Next comment is from Barbara Lamans. It's regarding the election services vote. It states, FIP 19420, recommendation for the approval of a contract with Rubeck Election Services to provide printing equipment, software maintenance, and support services for the Vote by Mail program in DuPage. It's voting in a safe and accessible manner is paramount to maintain our democracy and help keep our local government working effectively by representing the people of DuPage County at the local, state, and federal levels. The election division is asking for $60,500, which is only 0.1% of the approximately $69 million you will be approving in COVID-related expenditures today. It is my sincere hope that this request will pass unanimously and without opposition. It is important that we all work together to ensure that the people of DuPage can all have access to voting services during this unprecedented time. We have a comment from Donna Fike, who already commented today. It says, as a senior citizen, she has comments to make. I assume she's made them in public today, but we'll include that anyway. Michael Sullivan, his topic is support for law enforcement. The comment states, we need law enforcement now more than ever. Law enforcement in return needs our support via this kind of forum, and they need the community's financial support as well. We all need to give more instead of taking away from our law enforcement. Thank you all. That concludes his comment. Teresa and Tim Koch, KOCH. It's regarding possible censure, etc., of Pete DeCiani. It states, while board member Pete DeCiani comments at and related to the June 27, 2020 Back the Blue rally in Elmhurst, we were both there, and on social media could be described by some as inelegant. His right to speak them are protected by our country's Constitution's precious First Amendment. Therefore, any time spent on this beyond a possible quick censure if such comments were made while alluding to his board position versus personal comments as a private citizen or other actions are strictly meant to be addressed at the ballot box and therefore would be an irresponsible waste of time and resources by our county board, which is responsible to attend to more pressing and more important fish to fry. Sincerely, Terry and Tim Coach. I have Ron Pretzi, record of attendance only. Roberto Barino, regarding support for a contract regarding vote-by-mail equipment and services. It states, please approve the contract with Runback Election Services for the purchase of printing equipment, software maintenance, and support services for the vote-by-mail program for use by the county clerk's office in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Properly supporting this voting option is in the best interest of the staff for the county, the judges of election who do brave the circumstances during early voting on November 3rd. The fewer in-person voters, the better for all. That concludes her comment. Next comments from Janet Lepak. This is, we must support our police. It states, I support all law enforcement. That concludes her comment. Next comments from Becky Simon regarding agenda item FIP 19420, recommendation of approval of a contract with Runback Election Services. The League of Women Voters of Naperville supports this contract as necessary to conduct our fall elections. That concludes her comment. Next comment is from Joseph Olson. It's regarding FOIA requests. On June 24th, I submitted a FOIA request to the county clerk's FOIA officer. According to state law, FOIA requests must be responded to within 5 business days. The response should have been completed by July 1 when I hadn't heard beyond a written response as requested by July 9th. I learned that the request had in fact been received, but no action had been taken on the request. I was told by the county clerk's FOIA officer, Mr. Johnson, with the transition to staff returning to the county offices, it had been overlooked. Unlike the governor's pandemic response order, which allows public bodies to hold meetings remotely, that order did not in any way suspend or modify the time frame in which they must respond to FOIA requests. This failure to comply with state law reflects poorly on the DuPage County Board, the DuPage County Clerk. I suggest that these public elected officials should not seek re-election as evidenced by their lack of concern for the law.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Are we past our time?
I believe we are
double.
Yeah, we're past I think we ordinarily allow for 30 minutes. I think we're over an hour and a half. That's 90 minutes. That's 3 times longer. But I think we also have to abide by directions from the Attorney General's office, and so there are...
I think there's Member Ozog seeking.
Mr. Chairman.
Member Ozog, yes, you have something to add here?
Yes, please. In fairness to the many constituents who have written comments in, I request that we read comments for an additional 30 minutes. We know that there are hundreds of comments out there, and out of respect for those constituents, I'd like to see another 30 minutes read. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a very important part of a local government meeting. The law and the Constitution goes to great lengths to give folks an opportunity to weigh in. And so I think the wise course of action, based on my understanding of the law, communication with the Attorney General's office, and the way we've always done things here, I know it's lengthy, but I think, Member Ozog, your request is in order. So, Mr. McCarthy, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe you should slow down a little bit and when you read these things so people can understand, please.
I apologize. I'm trying to keep a good
Further
pace.
discussion, Mr. Pachowski.
We can't hear him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could Member Pachowski maybe hit the button on his mic?
Yes, I was just saying if we have if his public comments that aren't relating to, Commissioner DeCiani, why don't we read those? Because those people sent their stuff in and, then we address the other ones at a later time.
I think the way
No.
Member Ozog.
I believe the comments should be read in order, in the order in which they were received.
Well,
and if I understand correctly, there's been comments being received for well over a week and a half.
Yeah, so I think I don't know that the order is necessary, but I don't think the law speaks to that. But we have to make sure that we read them or we give them their due process. So I would just say, Connor, you've given this a lot of thought. You've done research on it. Please proceed, but please make sure that we read these remarks that have been submitted electronically, that because somebody who submits remarks electronically, their remarks are no less weighty than the folks that showed up here. So we want to make sure that they have their opportunity for their remarks to be published, and so please proceed, and my only request is if you'd slow down a little bit.
I'm going to continue. The next comment I have in my stack is from Carrie Brocky, who spoke today about the Plan B Foundation. I believe her comment here is substantially similar to what she testified to in person, so I will just deliver an electronic copy of that to the board, as I will with any comments we don't get to read out loud today.
Yeah, you don't have to read them.
With regards to Marilyn Schweitzer, that's our next commenter. It's regarding allocation of $1 million to the DuPage County COVID Tourism Promotion and Business Attraction Fund. Ms. Schweitzer states, I don't wish to see business blighted or closed. Advertising and marketing is not what makes a business safe during a pandemic. Confidence that any business is safe is knowing that the infection rate is continuing to go down. Adequate PPE is available for all employees. Workers are well educated in safety measures. Patrons and residents at large are taking safety precautions seriously. The science on making indoor spaces safe is well understood and deployed. So far, DuPage County has not been in phase 4 long enough to tell whether we have the spread of the virus under control. Far too many people are not convinced of the seriousness of this disease and are unwilling to undertake simple precautions such as wearing masks. Many other states push to reopen too much too soon. For example, California today closed indoor restaurants, movie theaters, and bars statewide. Please hold off on promoting tourism until it's clear DuPage County honestly has matters under control. Instead, please step up public safety education. That concludes her comment. She submitted that comment again, so I won't read the duplicate comment, but I will submit both to the board. Next comment is from Carolina Lopez. Its subject says member chaplain. It says, I have been watching the county board members for some time now, and I have to say I'm displeased by the unprofessionalism member chaplain displays. She attacked member Covert, the only minority on the board, consistently. She has managed to form a group that also partakes in the harassment. I find it ironic that you took a personal vengeance against a woman of color while standing with the Black Lives Matter movement. Are you covering the facts that you're a true racist? It's shameful, member chaplain. The constituents can see right through your charade. Instead of putting all your time and energy into bullying someone, might I suggest actually getting some work done? If not, feel free to resign. Next comment is from Lily Cinta, who testified during public comment today, so I will just submit her comment to the board via email. Next comment is from Jan Shaw. It's regarding Open DuPage in accordance with the law. While the COVID virus is real, the response to it is purely political. There is no legal 50-person limit on the number of guests a venue can host, nor is there any mask mandate in the state of Illinois. On Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, Judge Michael McCaney of Clay County ruled in the Bailey versus Pritzker case that, quote, all citizens of Illinois, close quote, are free from Governor J.B. Pritzker's tyrannical orders. Pritzker made his first COVID-19 emergency proclamation on March 9th. The Illinois Emergency Management Agency Act, IEMA, gives the governor 30 days and only 30 days of power. It expired April 8th from the court ruling. The court declares any executive orders in effect after April 8th, 2020 relating to COVID-19 and finding their authority under the emergency powers section of Section 7 of the IEMA are void ab initio. That's Latin for, quote, void from the beginning, close quote. The court continues, quote, none of the cited provisions of IEMA in EO 32 delegate defendant any authority to restrict any citizen's movement or activities and or forcibly close business premises. And finally, quote, plaintiff's oral request that this amended complaint be a representative action and apply to all citizens of the state of Illinois is granted. So there is no, quote, law, close quote, all in caps, requiring smaller crowd sizes, social distancing, or face masks in Illinois, and there never was. It was merely a, quote, suggestion, close quote. When will the DuPage County Board accept the court's ruling and back our citizens upholding the actual law rather than intimidating your constituents by following unlawful orders of our governor? Here's a link to the actual court order. It's a link from the Ed County Watchdogs website, which I'll provide to you all via email. Next comment is from Edgar Pell. It's regarding Chairman Cronin's statement. It says, I'd like to praise Chairman Cronin for the press releases he wrote yesterday concerning the recent allegations, statements, and robocalls of Member DeCiani. I found Chairman Cronin's message to be very thoughtful, balanced, and attentive to the need to rise above politics in this difficult situation. I hope that the County Board will have a thorough discussion and take appropriate action in this matter. That concludes Mr. Powell's comment. Next comment is from Brandon Miller. It says this comment is directed towards member Liz Chaplin regarding her role in using mob-style tactics to take down member Sean Noonan. It's horrifying the way you conducted yourself. Member Noonan has made an honest mistake, then you decided to take it upon yourself to victimize him. Member Chaplin, your disregard of human decency is appalling. Board members should not act the way you do. It's a true embarrassment that you're representing DuPage County. On to my next stack. This next comment's from Rebecca Tybor. It's regarding chickens. I have a large family that lives at this residence. We do not get government help as the adults are all working. Believe it or not, the kids at home are doing homeschooling, and my son is being off work for some time. They eat a lot. I purchased the house, but it's really for my son Vince, daughter-in-law Maria, and there are 6 children, although 5 of the children live here. 8 people can eat, and the kids are all boys with the exception of 1 girl. Maria just purchased 6 chicks. I believe one turned out to be a rooster. They all live in a hen house that I thought was a shed. Maria counts on the eggs to feed her family of 7 and also uses them to bake treats for the kids on occasion. I am hardly home but do eat there on the weekends. There are quite a few neighbors that also have chickens and other types of animals and birds besides cats and dogs. Please leave the chickens with the families. Why are you all of a sudden looking into chickens when there was not a problem for all the years that DuPage County existed? Next comment's from Barbara Fisher. It's regarding benefits of backyard hens. It says a healthy lawn without chemicals, health benefits for people and pets. Chickens love to range freely, and allowing them to do so kills the proverbial 2 birds with 1 stone. They'll eat any garden pests they can get their beaks on, earwigs, grubs, beetles, even moles, and they'll turn it into a treasure in the form of fertilizer. Say goodbye to toxic, costly pest control solutions and wasteful bags and bottles of store-bought fertilizer. Chickens will even cut down on the amount of mowing you have to do because they love to eat grass. It's a really important health benefit of having chickens is the ticks they eat. We used to call them our chicken tick brigade. When we lived in the country, they kept the area around the house free of ticks, which can make you and your dog very sick with Lyme's disease. That concludes her comment. She submitted an identical comment, which I will include to the board. Again, I'll just send it twice. Robert Stevens is writing regarding zoning petition T120, allowing hen keeping. He supports option 2. It says, I am writing in support of the amendment to the DuPage County zoning ordinances. Specifically, I support option 2, which would allow all single-family residences to have chickens, hens only, not roosters. I have raised hens for eggs in the past, and my neighbors were very enthusiastically positive about them. Their chicken would often visit, and I gave the families free eggs from time to time. We love those chickens, and so did our neighbors. Furthermore, we are now living in a time when food security is more important than ever. Many families are out of work or have had their hours cut, so in response to this, they have started backyard gardens, which is an excellent way of growing your own food, and allowing them to also raise chickens for eggs further strengthens our community's resilience to threats such as food scarcity. That concludes that comment. Sandra Fleigelman, regarding hen keeping in DuPage County. I strongly support hen keeping in unincorporated areas of DuPage County and ask the board to A, consider a 6-foot instead of a 30-foot setback, and B, instead of limiting coops to being at least 125 feet from the front lot line, consider coops to be in the backyard instead. The proposed regulations will make it almost impossible for many DuPage County residents to keep hens, especially those who are not wealthy enough to have larger lots. Please demonstrate that the board is interested in serving all members of the community, not just a select few. Next comments from Philip Alcocer. It's regarding hen keeping. The proposed restrictions are far too strict. 125 feet from front property and 30 feet setback would restrict many property owners from hen keeping. Hens are simpler than nearly all animals besides cats and have the same independent temperament. Feed them, shelter them, and provide a small degree of personal attention while maintaining their enclosures, and that helps them live happy, quiet lives. They even pay their rent, which is more than anyone has said about cats. They're some of the most adaptable creatures on this planet, and even Chicago recognizes the public benefits of hen keeping. We should not be restricting them to hobby farm properties. Fresh meat means eggs, pastas, and better baked goods, and knowing where you come from. The pleasure of looking after them as they live their lives is just an added bonus to the households that care for them. The next comment is from Jane Graziana. It's regarding hen keeping. I'm in support of DuPage hen keeping in unincorporated areas. As a resident in an unincorporated area, I would request that the board consider a 6-foot setback instead of the 125 foot from the front property line. A more ideal option would be to consider just limiting coops to the backyard instead. These proposed regulations will make it almost impossible to keep hens for many DuPage County residents. Hens are a great source of food for people, eggs. They also help provide some pest control as they will eat ticks and insects. In addition to this, they also help with sustainability efforts by eating food waste, fruit and veggie scraps, grains, etc. They are an easy form of animal husbandry that brings value to the community. Next comments from Lori Byer. It's regarding hen keeping. It says, please allow hens to be kept in backyards. 125 feet is prohibited for many. 6 feet or backyards is sufficient. Next comments from Gretchen Hall. It's regarding hen keeping. It says, I'd like to urge the members of the board to vote for the allowing option 1 for residents within DuPage County to keep hens by right. My family, including 4 children, has helped take care of hens for other family members who live in another state, and it has been one of the most economical and healthy ways to provide for the family. With proper fencing and containment and regular care of the coop, the hens were in no way a nuisance to neighbors or a health hazard to the family. I would argue that if residents are concerned about the health risks, there is just as much risk, if not more, in all the dog messes that are left in our yards and parkways by owners who do not clean up after them, and yet we don't ban dogs. We help each other out and encourage people to keep clean yards. I also place a huge educational value for the family and community in hen keeping. Knowing where food comes from and being intimately involved in the care of hens has a very positive impact on my children, and I love knowing that they can be responsible consumers of eggs and keepers of hens. Please approve option 1. Thank you. The next comment is from Donata Callanate. It's regarding the DuPage hen keeping ordinance. Hello, I would like to voice my support for the ability of DuPage residents to keep hens. The truth is that the prohibition on keeping hens in our county is absolutely absurd. We have a right to feed our families, enjoy our property, and teach our children about the value of growing your own food. Restrictions on hen keeping in our community are antiquated and based on old, incorrect notions that keeping hens is for poor people and that doing so is a nuisance. Hens are relatively quiet animals, quieter than dogs. They do not pose any dangers to anyone. They are peaceful animals, and they provide much needed sustenance. Now that many residents are without jobs and experiencing food insecurity, I would like to provide my comment on each of the following options that are proposed. On option 1, allowing hens as long as they meet certain restrictions on where they are kept in relation to property lines. I believe that this is the most sensible option and allows DuPagers the ability to keep hens without too many restrictions. I do wish that hens were allowed to roam freely as long as they are within the property lines, as this ensures the best health and nutrition for the hens. I definitely support this option, though I do wish we were not required to be enclosed at all times. Option 2, having to speak to neighbors and get their approval on keeping hens. I believe that this option is restrictive and ridiculous. If I have an acre of property, there is no reason why my neighbor who lives 5 houses down should have any say of what I do on my property. Furthermore, in larger neighborhoods, it's almost impossible to get everyone together to speak about hen keeping, and I believe that this will lead to strife and disagreements between neighbors over something as ridiculous as what I want to do on my land. Option 3, allowing hens as long as they participate in a 4-H program. I think that this has been an option that has been written by someone who doesn't understand anything about a 4-H program. The truth is that children are no longer interested in enrolling in 4-H programs. In fact, there are very few children enrolled in these programs, which would greatly restrict, if not further eliminate, the ability of someone to keep hens due to a lack of kids. Furthermore, in neighborhoods that are of an older population where there are very few kids or none, it would be impossible to register hens for a 4-H program and would impose an undue burden on those interested in keeping hens. I truly hope that the common sense will prevail on this issue. We as DuPage residents have the right to grow our own food and enjoy our own land without restrictions. The idea of keeping hens should not even be an issue. I do hope that the board sees sense and sees the interest of our community. We are good people who want to feed our families and teach our children. We should not have to jump through hoops, fill out insane amounts of paperwork, or debate with our neighbors over what we want to do on our land. I truly hope that you decide to allow hens in DuPage County. Next comment is from Samia Bono. It's regarding hen keeping. To whom it may concern, I would like to take this opportunity to comment on the upcoming vote regarding hen keeping. I support hen keeping in unincorporated DuPage County as it allows families a way to provide a sustainable protein in their own backyards. The current global pandemic has shed light on the importance of being more self-sufficient and have options when it comes to our access to food sources. Hen keeping is safe and clean, and when done correctly, I believe we should have policies in place that encourage and support residents who want to provide for their families and their communities in this way. Option 1 is the best option on the table so far, but even this is too restrictive. Individuals with smaller lots are excluded as currently written. Many municipalities within DuPage County already allow it with success, and I believe that unincorporated DuPage would have similar success. Thank you for considering this matter. Next comments from Sarah Rodriguez. It's regarding hen keeping. Option 1, allow by right, is the only acceptable hen keeping option, and even then, property setbacks should not be so restrictive. We don't prohibit dogs from running up against property lines, so why would hens, which are quieter animals, not to be allowed to be allowed closer to property lines? The setbacks as they are currently written basically require you to have a half an acre lot, so it's not very inclusive of many unincorporated DuPage residents. I would also like to remind you that responsible hen keeping is a clean and safe way to allow families access to sustainable protein in their own backyard. The current pandemic has shown us how important this is. It's sad that it has taken a pandemic to bring this issue to your attention, but now you have the opportunity to change course. Many municipalities within DuPage already allow this, so it is ironic that living in unincorporated DuPage is actually more restrictive than living in a municipality like Naperville or Downers Grove. Thank you. Next comment's from Lance Brainham. It's regarding hen keeping. Please consider a change to accommodate hen keeping. They are no louder than dogs and reduce bugs and mosquitoes naturally, and eliminating the need for toxic chemicals. Thank you in advance. Next comment is from Dijana Lepchevik. It's regarding hen keeping in unincorporated DuPage County. It says, we fully support the allowance of hen keeping in DuPage County, and our young family, 3 kids under 8, would greatly benefit from this. Thank you, Dijana and Miodrag Lepchevik. That concludes their comment. Next comment's from Jody Trendler. It's regarding permission for hen keeping. It states, as a DuPage County resident and dedicated professional working to build community resilience in every community, food sovereignty is a critical component to that end. Any ordinance banning the ability of people to provide for their own food and is in direct opposition to our rights to in pursuit of, quote, life, liberty, and happiness, all three of which growing and raising our own food provides. I am requesting for the zoning petition you vote in favor or support of definition number 2. Add to all single-family residential language relative to permitted uses the ability to have hens on the property by right. Sections 37-701.1, 37-702.1, 37-703.1, 37-704.1, as all other options are too restrictive on the rights of those who choose to provide their own food for their own and potentially neighbors' families. Thank you. Next, comments from Jan Rebman. It's regarding chicken keeping. Option 1, allow by right, is the only acceptable hen keeping option, and even then, property setbacks should not be so restrictive. We don't prohibit dogs from running up against property lines, so why would hens, which are quieter animals, not be allowed to closer to property lines? The setbacks as they are currently written basically require you to have a half an acre lot, so it's still not very inclusive of many unincorporated DuPage residents. That concludes Jan's comment. Next comment's from Janet Nielsen. It's regarding hen keeping. It says, thank you for considering hen keeping in DuPage. Hens are a great source of pest control, natural fertilizers and composers, delicious and nutritious eggs, and can be quite entertaining. Please consider those with smaller yards and properties, as hens do not need much space and are very quiet. I look forward to joining other nearby communities and being able to keep hens. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Ozog.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to Mr. McCarthy, it seems very difficult to believe that every single comment that was submitted in the last 2 weeks was about hen keeping in that particular order. So I would respectfully ask that we have some variety in terms of what comments were made, because I suspect there were comments made about the issue at hand about the behavior of one of our board members. Thank you.
Member Ozog, I'm reading them in the order I have them in a stack. There's no rules or guidance on it. If I'm doing the best I can here.
How many more?
It's hard to believe they're all hen comments all in a row. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Elliott.
So the open comment mechanism that's in the statute, or the public comment mechanism that's in the statute for the Open Meetings Act, is one that guarantees people a right to appear and be heard at a meeting. Now, we are in the world of COVID, where obviously we have made very reasonable accommodations, as have a number of public bodies, to allow people to submit them in writing. Is it possible for us to append all of the comments that have been received to the minutes of the meeting so that the board members may see them and so that they are part of the public record? And is that preferable in any way to reading them for what I gather will be another hour or so? Because we do have important business we have to do at this meeting. And while I do not denigrate at all anyone's public comment, I wonder if it is, if that is an acceptable resolution so that they are absolutely part of the public record.
So first of all, in response to or related to the observation that Member Ozog shared with us, He's reading these in I think it's just a random order, quite frankly, but there are a voluminous number of comments here. I mean,
I have like a
stack
3-inch
4 inches tall, so there's a lot more to go through. Now, I also, in response to your observation, Member Elliott, we sought guidance from the Attorney General's office because, as you know, when you're dealing with an Open Meetings Act, there are certain directives and guidelines and recommended protocols, and so we tried to adopt all of those today. So I guess, Mr. McCarthy, do you have anything to add to that as our legal counsel here?
My discussion with the Attorney General discussed the procedure in which I thought these comments should be handled based upon the volume of the comments and the large number of public commenters I believed would be here today. We ensured that they had adequate space for those who wanted to come here today, and we made sure that those who came here today had an opportunity to voice their views in person. For those well in excess of the 30 minutes established by our rules. The Attorney General advised me that my proposal to attach these comments to the minutes and also to provide them to the board members goes above and beyond whatever requirement there needs to be with regards to public comment. Again, 30 minutes is generally considered to be acceptable. The board can extend it as long as it likes, and I'm happy to read as long as the board wants to keep reading. But at the,
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Member Ozog, we're trying to learn a little bit here, but yes, what's another remark you have, please?
With all due respect, it seems that if at best these remarks have been curated, we've just had about 20 comments about chicken coops, and there are no other comments that came in. And I know we do not have a rule about this, but it would seem that they should be read in the order in which they were received.
Okay, but we're not saying that these are manipulated at all. We're just reading them randomly. And there are a lot of comments, and I believe that there are dozens of comments about the subject matter that you appear to be inquiring about. So I think if everybody's patient, we gave 3 hours to the folks that showed up here and shared their views in person. Seems to me that there's a lot of folks that want to share their view via an electronic message that they shared. So I'm not sure exactly what you're proposing here. Member Chaplin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cronin. So I did think anybody that was going to plan to come to the county board meeting today, I encouraged them to not attend and send their comment in over the website, because I thought that was a better idea just to keep our employees and everybody safe. So I hope that we will hear some of those comments, because I think people took the time to express their concerns, I don't want to have them think that their comments are not going to be heard. And even if we just listen to 30 minutes, I don't know that we can listen to another 3 hours, but I think it would only be fair that the same consideration is given to the people that came here at Member DeCiani's encouraging, them to come, the people that wrote, sent in, I hope that they are given a similar consideration. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Chairman
that's
Cohen.
exactly what I'm talking about right now. So I
thank
guess
you so
the only
much.
thing that we probably should have done, since the state's attorney's office handled the public comment, is probably should have organized them according to subject matter, which we have done in the past, and that makes more logical sense. But the state's attorney decided to adopt a random approach. So I support my state's attorney. So let's plow on here, because I think that's what we're obligated to do. Member Elliott.
Can I make a motion then that we suspend public comment and move it to the end of the agenda so that we can at least get through the business portion of this meeting? I know that is acceptable. It's been done other places. The College of DuPage did it regularly when I was the counsel over there. So I would urge the chair to consider that here.
Mr. Zay.
Mr. Chairman, we can't hear Member Zay. I'm sorry.
I know what our colleagues are concerned about. I know we got stacks of public comment I mean, do we have them can we say that 175 people sent in public comment against Mr. DeCiani and his comments and his actions, and then have that attached to the minutes? I mean, I understand that, but I mean, we can't sit here for 5 hours and read public comment. I mean, we do have work that the county's got to done. And I think everyone on this board, after the public comment today, understands what's going on and the intensity of it and the feelings on both sides. So it's not going that we don't care. I think we got it. We understand and what's been happening. We're listening to all those comments. And I mean, I think at some point we have to move forward. I mean, we're at 2 hours and 5 minutes right now of public comment, which I think we've been more than willing to sit here and listen to it.
Member Zay, I did pose that suggestion that perhaps I could summarize when we hit the time at which the board no longer wanted to extend public comment. The Attorney General advised against that, as it is fraught with peril that someone could say that we misconstrued or miscategorized their public comment and thus denied them the right to have public comment. When you're dealing with things of this level and this volume of comment, it is incredibly frustrating. It's up to the board to determine how it wants to process it. I've done the best I can as trying to advise the board. I've done the best I can to try and be at least fair and equitable in how I read things. I take them as they're stacked in front of me. That's all I can say about it.
I mean, look, as a practical matter, when this whole issue developed and the robocalls go out and people are manipulated and misinformation is circulated, we knew that we were going to be dealing with a circus-like atmosphere. But now the question is, how do we comply with the law? How do we do what we are obligated to do under the Open Meetings Act? And so we heard a lot of folks that showed up here today. Thank you very much. The folks that submitted comments, their remarks are not any less weighty, and so so this is not this isn't intended to be pleasant, but this is our duty and our obligation. Mr. Tornatore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with you. I think that up until Sunday, we had suggested to most of the people that they submit their public comments online, and I think that those public comments should be given the same weight as the people who were encouraged to come here today. What I would suggest, and quite frankly, I don't care if we're here till 7 o'clock at night. I think everybody ought to have their comments read, and I don't particularly think that doing it at the end of the meeting is the appropriate way to go either, because I think we'll lose some people, and that will diminish the public comment portion of the meeting. What I would suggest to Mr. McCarthy, however, is given the fact that hen keeping is not on today's agenda, perhaps we can put those public comments off to the meeting in which they are on the agenda. And that, if we would have done that from the beginning, we probably would have saved ourselves about 40 minutes. And it's not your fault, Connor, because you have them in the order in which you were given. But I don't know that that would be a deviation from the Open Meetings Act, because those are comments that are not on today's agenda, and I presume there are other comments under development and other issues that are more cogent to today's discussion.
I can tell the board.
Further discussion, Mr. Pachowski.
We can't hear Member Pachulski.
I agree with Sam. If we're going to have a 6-hour meeting to read them all, then read everybody. If it's hen keeping, if it's anything in zoning, let's stay here till 6, 7 o'clock. So that everybody's public comments important to them. They brought it online knowing that they were going to be read. And we had a humongous amount of people today turn out. Let's respect what they've done, and I'm committed to stay till whatever time it takes, so everybody should be heard, and we can then just move this thing forward.
Further discussion. Were you seeking recognition, Mr. Healy?
Yeah, I was just curious. Approximately how many are there?
I don't know how to estimate
a swag.
The stack. I would say 3 to 4 inches worth, and
400.
Yeah, we all knew this going in.
So
do you want to take
hours.
a recess now and order lunch? I mean, you tell me, but this is our responsibility and this is our
Just
obligation.
keep reading. You're going to have to need some backup because, Connor, I'm sure your voice is going to go shortly.
I have
You're
a
looking
cooler
at
full
about
of
6
water.
hours of comments.
Right.
Which is fine. Okay. But we should probably order some lunch. And, Connor, you're going to need some backup. I'll go tell him.
Let's proceed with reading them, because I can multitask.
Read them all.
All right. Was there someone seeking recognition here virtually? Member Renahan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point out that I did read the guidance from the Attorney General on the OMA, and it does not prioritize in-person comment. So I think maybe going forward to our future meetings, we might want to rotate between in-person and online, because it is a pandemic and some people just physically, can't make it, or for fear of their own health. Let's respect them.
We thought about that, Member Renahan, and the thinking was we didn't know necessarily who was going to show up, but we had a pretty good idea after that robocall went out, and we thought it'd be better to get the folks in and out of here and not on the campus for extended period of time because of public health concerns.
I see that.
Chairman.
Be rewarded for inciting people to come in when maybe they should be at home.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my concern not only is the inability for us to do business with this, but my concern is also, I'm pretty sure we've got a lot of members of staff who, while the board members are rolling up their sleeves and saying, we're prepared to listen to all this, we've got a lot of staff members that are going to be through the duration of this meeting. I don't think they necessarily need to be here during the public comment. And so, I don't know if there's any way, that's, really my motivation to move it to the end so that we don't have to have staff sitting through the public comment as well. I'm pretty sure they've got other jobs to do.
Okay. Yeah, duly noted. Thank you. Mr. DeCiani.
Many of the emails and whatnot that came in did not have addresses. They said they lived in the area of DuPage County. Some of them didn't even have full names. Are those going to be read into the record, or are those going to be taken out?
They will all be read into the record. Illinois law says you're not required to provide an address.
Okay. Just want to make the clarification. Thank you.
I should be fine. I've got ample, I have a cooler full of water here, but I may ask someone to get me a sandwich in about an hour. I stocked in water.
We knew this going in.
Next comment is from Danielle Joins. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, what did he say to those protesters? Why is he smiling when they were yelling about BLM? That concludes her comment. Follow-up comment from Danielle Joins. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. She says, her replied to a constituent, go stick your vote in your ass. What kind of board member is he that he would ever say this? Certainly we can do better than anyone who would speak to people like this. I'm a citizen of Wheaton, and I don't want his representing or speaking for me. I am a health and human services professional, and he is not fit to be in office. He lacks empathy and professionalism. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Ryan Lynch. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It states, as a teenager living in DuPage County, it's beyond appalling to see the way DuPage County has dealt with the Black Lives Matter movement, especially for members of its own board. Mr. Noonan was found to have liked a comment saying that cops should kill all rioters, which is horribly insensitive to say the least. And now you have a former mayor and another board member outright insulting a constituent. This is clearly a committee rife with bigotry and insensitivity, and it needs to be dealt with immediately. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from Kate Treadway. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, Peter DeCiani is in charge of Health and Human Services and is seen in a video on June 27, 2020. In the middle of a global pandemic, not wearing a mask in public, he should be removed from office immediately and be replaced with someone who follows science and medicine to keep our community safe. That concludes that comment. Next comment's from Scott Casper. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says Peter DeCiani needs to step down or face some sort of censure for his ugly and dangerous behavior appearing in large crowds without a mask. The board should not and cannot allow its membership to set this kind of bad example. Suzanne Nedza, that concludes his comment. Suzanne Nedza is the next commenter. It states resignation. It's regarding Mr. DeCiani. It says Mr. DeCiani should tender his resignation. As someone who advocates for children with disabilities, whose wife is an ICU nurse, and as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, has shown poor judgment and is derelict in his duty to appear in public during the pandemic without a mask was inappropriate. That concludes her comment. Next comment's from Mary Beth Lang. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. Peter DeCiani is a disgrace to the DuPage County County and its board. Having seen his profane reply to an inquiry by a young constituent, I absolutely do not trust him to speak rationally on behalf of the needs of DuPage County residents. As he made this statement in writing, Mr. DeCiani shows that he cannot calm himself or use any kind of filter even when given time to formulate a statement. If he cannot behave in a civil manner in the course of his duties, Peter DeCiani should be strongly encouraged to step down and let adults do the job of running the county board. Next comment is from Sarah Campagna. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. I was very disturbed by some videos and email exchange that I saw between Mr. DeCiani and members of the community that he has been elected to represent. As an Elmhurst resident who witnessed him acting rather aggressively and without wearing a mask, emailed him to express her concerns, which he responded, simply, go stick your vote in your ass. I stood up for my cops today, Pete. This is not the response I would hope to expect from any respectable elected official. It's a response of someone who thinks they are invincible and can get away with treating the residents who they are supposed to represent so poorly. Likewise, I would expect an elected official in charge of Health and Human Services to at least wear a mask and certainly not get in people's faces without one. Finally, those are not, quote, your cops, Mr. DeCiani. They work for all the residents of Elmhurst, all, even those with whom you disagree. This kind of attitude and language is not working to better the image of your police department, and it is most certainly working against your own reputation. So next comments from Deborah Sandstrom. It's regarding Member DeCiani's inappropriate behavior and comments. It is with dismay that I see Mr. DeCiani's response to the current social situation in our country and county. Mr. DeCiani is out in public not social distancing without a mask. Why is he not setting a good example to the citizens of DuPage County? And why is he not interested in protecting the citizens of the county by wearing a mask? Mr. DeCiani is out with a racist flag stating he is standing up for his cops. We as a society are realizing that there are problems with our current policing. A proper response by a public official would be to stand up for everyone that is a stakeholder in a citizen-police interaction. A proper position would be to state that as a member of the DuPage County Board, he needs to stand up for all people, not one group over another. And an elected official like Mr. DeCiani should respond to constituents politely and with grace and consideration. There is evidence that Mr. DeCiani responded rudely to questioning. Mr. DeCiani needs to learn to listen to and respect his constituents. Next comments from Judy Bryan. Mr. DeCiani's despicable and abhorrent behavior. As a longtime DuPage resident, the very notion that someone representing us in Health and Human Resources has such a blatant disregard for the health of those surrounding him during a pandemic is unacceptable. He has no business being in a position concerning human health if he refuses the advice of all major health and pandemic experts and refuses to wear a damn mask. He should be terminated from his position immediately. Perhaps a required tour of a COVID ward might help with his education. That concludes his comment. Next comments from Nathan Dang. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It states, the subject states, Peter DeCiani is acting like a monkey, not a community leader. Fix this problem or there will be a problem. That concludes Mr. Dang's comment. Next comments from Fannie Moy. It's regarding County Board member resignation for dereliction of duty. It states, County Board member and Head of Health and Human Services, Peter DeCiani, should be removed from his position for his irresponsible stance that face masks are not necessary in public. We residents of DuPage and Illinois do not want to have our state go back to shutdown phase after all our efforts the last 3 months to risk contracting COVID-19 and carry a lifetime of complications, then deemed pre-existing conditions, and certainly not to lose any more lives to this virus. Peter DeCiani is endangering Illinoisans and should not be a decision maker on our DuPage County Board. Next comments from Robert Shoemaker. It's about Mr. DeCiani. It says, Mr. DeCiani is incompetent to be on the health board. Also, he is a disgusting excuse for a human being. That concludes Mr. Shoemaker's comment. Next comments from Michelle Branseth. It's regarding County Board member DeCiani. Mr. DeCiani was filmed over the weekend intentionally putting constituent lives at risk by getting into the face of peaceful protesters and screaming. He was not wearing a mask, nor is he maintaining a socially distanced 6 feet. Mr. DeCiani has been elected to provide leadership to the residents of DuPage County, but his actions are that of a threat to others around him. He's supposed to lead by example by following all mandates of DuPage County and the state of Illinois. He has failed to do so. Mr. DeCiani should at a minimum be reprimanded, if not removed from his positions of leadership. What a disgrace he is to those of us who live in DuPage County. The next comments from Jack Tucker is regarding public wearing of masks. It says, you are an insult to your former educators. Also, you are a threat to the health and well-being of the elderly. I'll be encouraging everyone to vote for every opponent you have. Next comment's from D. Abrams. It's regarding not wearing a mask. It says, Pete DeCiani tells a young person to stick his vote. Nice that it's all over social media. We need to know these things. Does Pete have a medical degree? He must have gotten it from Trump U. That's what he learned about calling his voters assholes. Pete needs to grow a brain. That concludes his comment. Sorry, that concludes D's comment. Next comment's from Elizabeth Albert. It's regarding Pete DeCiani's awful behavior. It says, based upon video evidence and a written reply to a constituent, Peter DeCiani has shown he is not fit to lead. He refuses to wear a mask in public. He completely lost his cool at a Black Lives Matter event, having more than one verbal attacks against peaceful protesters. Peter DeCiani should resign. Next, I have a comment from Megan Siricola. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, I am a resident of Lombard, Illinois. Over the weekend, I have seen several concerning moments that pertain to member Pete DeCiani. First, I have seen an email response where he told a concerned constituent to go stick your vote in your ass. Aside from the poor grammar and homophobic undertones to this statement, this is a deeply concerning statement from an elected official in response to a constituent and clearly demonstrates that Mr. DeCiani is not interested in representing anyone in the community except those that agree with him. Second, I have seen a video where Mr. DeCiani in a public place without a mask on during a public health crisis. He intentionally got less than an inch from a peaceful protester's face and screamed at her. Given our knowledge of how COVID spreads, this demonstrates that Mr. DeCiani is not interested in protecting the health of people that disagree with him, and he thinks it's appropriate to violate their personal space, 6-foot social distancing, and mask guidelines. This is deplorable behavior by an elected official. Please go get tested for COVID and publish the results so that you know so that those you violated know they were not, if they were exposed or not. In the last video I saw, I was insinuated that police lives matter more than black lives. Me, DeCiani, I am concerned that you are part of the systematic racism in our country, whether conscious or unconscious, and should not be holding an office. I call for Mr. DeCiani to either open his eyes and mind to open dialogue with his concerned constituents. If you cannot do that, I call for Mr. DeCiani's resignation. If neither of those happen, I implore someone in District 2 to make a meaningful run in the next election so that we can replace Mr. DeCiani with someone that will listen respectfully to all constituents and strive to make our county a better place. Next comment's from Sarah Bailey. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's impulsivity. It says, I was saddened but not surprised to see that this man who considers himself a representative of the people would tell a member of his own community to go stick your vote in your ass in response to her disagreement with his choices. I'm not saying that this community member was right or wrong for questioning his motives, but to give such an undignified response is horribly inappropriate. I would expect that this kind of talk from an angry teenager who is backed into a corner, not a county commissioner and certainly not a mayor of a city. This is language used by a man who clearly doesn't want to be either of those things for much longer. Next comment's from Amber Eckert. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, I request the resignation of this board member who clearly has no regard for his constituents. His foul language and dismissal of concerns is appalling. Furthermore, he is a threat to society with his total disregard for public safety. He wears no mask, ignores social practices, and violently verbally assaults a woman by purposefully yelling without a mask in her face. Watch the video yourself. There is proof he does not represent my family, and I feel it would be harmful for him to be able to make decisions for our community when he clearly gives zero considerations for it. Next comment is from Brihan Stetka. It's regarding a video of Peter DeCiani shouting into a woman's megaphone. I'm appalled by the fact that Mr. DeCiani did not wear a mask while protesting, that he breached social distancing guidelines to shout into a woman's megaphone, jeopardizing her health. The fact that he is in charge of Health and Human Services for our county is laughable, considering that he doesn't follow guidelines established for us to keep each other safe and healthy. You need to apologize, sir, and step down. Also, wear a mask. It's proven that it helps slow the spread of COVID-19. That concludes that comment. Next comment's from Elizabeth Cosgrove. It's regarding behavior of County Board Member Pete DeCiani. I read with horror the comment Mr. DeCiani made to Ms. Lauren Sussman about her concern. I'm sorry, it's kind of cut off. I'm going to try and do the best I can here. I read with horror the comment Mr. DeCiani made to Ms. Lauren Sussman about her concern about him marching with police. There's a long link to a Facebook page. I cannot square that disdain with for a constituent and centering the discussion upon himself. Quote, my police, with the bio he has on the DuPage governmental site, to wit, police must serve all within their jurisdictional boundaries fairly, or they become an arm of a fascist state. As a white male, Mr. DeCiani has probably never experienced overreach by a police officer. Having his privilege is not a problem, but his having privilege is not the problem, but the fact that he identifies so closely with the police he expresses ownership is. That concludes Ms. Cosgrove's comment. Next is Jessica Kastner. It says, please listen and consider. It States, Mr. DeCiani, I am inspired to write this comment based upon a video that was posted on the internet. My intent is not to publicly shame you, but to encourage all parties to increase dialogue. It seems from the video that you were not in a position of listening and had appeared to become aggressive when people in your community were bringing about important topics such as there, quote, are not very many black people that live here, close quote, or it doesn't seem like a very welcoming place, close quote. I saw your response to those comments as closed-minded and defensive based on your response. Perhaps I interpreted that incorrectly. Do you feel that you have been open-minded and in a posture of listening instead of defense? As an educator in Elmhurst, I have heard the voices of over 1,000 students pass through my classroom, and I can assure you from my experience I have not always had fair representation from students of color and that my students do not always feel welcome in Elmhurst. Please listen to the voices of those who disagree with you and open your mind to consider why people may have different views. It's not us versus them, it should be we. Please consider reading the book Crucial Conversations by Patterson, Grenny, McMillan, and Switzler. I think we all want what's best for our community, so why is there so much anger when we essentially want the same thing? A place that is welcoming, diverse, and positive for all of its citizens to thrive. Please listen to some of the voices that may have been overshadowed in the past. A community is everybody, not just the majority. Thank you. Next comments from Margot McNulty. It's regarding County Board Member Peter DeCiani. Board Member DeCiani displayed his true feelings for the members of his community during that peaceful protest on June 27, 2020. It's a shame that a publicly elected official conducts in a manner that blatantly disrespects and devalues people. Board Member DeCiani told the constituent to, quote, stick your vote in your ass. The statement clearly shows DeCiani's lack of moral compass. He is a poor representation of the people of District 2. I look forward to election time and being a vocal vote against his reelection. Next comments from Bart Espinos. It's regarding response to County Board Member DeCiani's statement. It says, bark, 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 bark. I bark at jerks who tell their constituents to go stick your vote in your ass. Bark, 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 bark. Also, we should be concerned that he refers to cops as something he owns. Bark, 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 bark. Next comment is from Kate Messier. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It states, I am writing to express my objection to the recent behavior of Board Member Peter DeCiani. Board members have a responsibility to lead on public health matters, and his behavior regarding social distancing and masks is disgraceful leadership and puts his constituents at risk. Furthermore, his conduct towards constituents in public and in writing is an embarrassment to DuPage County. An immediate and unmitigated apology is the very least I expect from Mr. DeCiani. I would support his resignation and will not vote for him in any future elections. He has lost my trust. Should he be permitted to continue in his post, I expect him to repair the harm he has caused to the people he is supposed to serve. That concludes that comment. The next comment is from Ryan Atkins. It's regarding Mr. Member DeCiani. It says, to whom it may concern, I have recently been made aware of videos showing Peter DeCiani at a protest repeatedly shouting at individuals without wearing a mask and purposely invading their personal space. During normal times, this would be an unbecoming act. During a viral respiratory pandemic, it's an act of assault and battery. As a frontline healthcare worker, it is unbelievable that the citizens of DuPage County should put their trust in someone who cares so little for their well-being. Peter DeCiani should be asked to step down from his position as a board member, and if he refuses to do so, then he needs to be removed by the remaining board members. Likewise, someone with such wanton disregard for the health of his community should be immediately removed as the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. Peter DeCiani does not represent the best of DuPage County, and he should be resigned to the dustbin of history. Best regards, Ryan T. Atkins. Next comment is from Sidney Kruger. It's regarding DeCiani's resignation. It states, it is essential to the future of Elmhurst community that Peter DeCiani resigns. Not only was he filmed making blatantly racist remarks at a Black the Blue protest, he also responded to a respectful email on his behavior by saying, go stick your vote in your ass. This behavior is wildly inappropriate and is an embarrassing stain in our community. I am mortified to be represented by an absolute pig. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Sanjaline. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says he should be removed from his office as a DuPage County board member because of his inability to incorporate science based on practices into his own behavior in charge of Health and Human Services. The video shows Mr. DeCiani without a mask and screaming into the face of protesters. This is preposterous. I don't want this man in any capacity as leadership in DuPage County, Illinois. Next comment is from Julianne Martinowicz. MartynowYcz. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's behavior. Peter DeCiani's public harassment of a masked protester is inappropriate for an elected official. I am appalled that the Director of Health and Human Services for DuPage County should be so ignorant of the best practice during the pandemic that he would yell in a protester's face while not wearing a mask and endangering her health. I have no confidence that this man is the appropriate choice to lead the Health and Human Services of DuPage and feel the board should reconsider his position. That concludes the comment. Next comments from Katie Smith. It's regarding a call for Peter DeCiani's resignation. I find that Mr. DeCiani's recent protesting behavior in Elmhurst to be disrespectful to the people he has been entrusted to serve. He clearly is not able to advocate for the health and human safety of DuPage County residents, nor professionally conduct himself. The residents of DuPage County deserve board members who will fully embrace their oath of office while professionally conducting themselves with residents, and therefore I seek his removal from the DuPage County Board. That concludes that comment. Next comment is from Jessica Young. It says, this man does not represent my vote nor my city. It says, Peter DeCiani's public display of aggression by yelling in the face of a peaceful protester is appalling. Hate and aggression have no place in our town nor our county. His outburst clearly depicts that he is unable to constructively and respectfully present any part of our board or county. As a proud property tax-paying member of our community, I will not support any behavior of this sort from people we are counting on to better our community. Please act accordingly and vote to remove aggression and hate from our county, especially its representatives. Next comments from Meg Collins. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, I am appalled at the recent behavior of Pete DeCiani at protests. He was videotaped not social distancing, not wearing a mask, and screaming right in people's faces. Moreover, he has been using profanity on social media with his constituents. This behavior is unacceptable. Moreover, it is inconceivable to me that a man who has such disregard for health and human safety should chair the Health and Human Services Committee. I would respectfully ask that he be removed from that committee and sanctioned for his disrespectful and unprofessional behavior. The county board must expect better from its members. Next comment is from Shrikant Rao. It's regarding DuPage County resident health. It states, it has come to my attention that Peter DeCiani, the chair of the health committee, does not believe that mask wearing and is an opponent of residents wearing masks in public. I ask that he state his public opinion on the matter of wearing masks, and he should be opponent of this science-based health measure endorsed by CDC, NIH, and SECTI Azar, that he be removed immediately and the health committee be replaced by someone who will follow the science in protecting the residents of DuPage County. Next comments from Phoebe Connor. It's regarding board member. It says, to whom this may concern, as an educator in DuPage County, I am disgusted and disheartened by recent actions of Peter DeCiani. DuPage County board member, he is putting the well-being of others at risk and therefore making his constituents question his decision-making skills while on the board. Signed, Phoebe. Next comment is from Kathleen Irion. It's regarding DeCiani's disrespectful and dangerous behavior. At the June 27th Back the Blue rally at the Elmhurst Police Station, Health and Human Services Chair Pete DeCiani came within inches of my and my son's face, shouting, get out of my town. We were wearing cloth masks, however he was not. I witnessed Mr. DeCiani yelling in other people's faces as well. He disrespected our personal space and our health by not maintaining 6-foot distance from us and not wearing a mask to prevent the spread of COVID-19. He should be removed from the board for endangering our health, impeding our rights to free speech and assembly, and for his vulgar, disrespectful response to a constituent's email raising concerns about his ability to represent us all, telling her to shove you vote up your ass. That concludes the comment. Next is from Kathleen Irion. It says, this appears to be the same public comment twice. I'll see if there's anything different that I notice. I don't notice anything different about this comment versus the previous one Ms. Irion had submitted. So based upon that, I'm going to consider those to be duplicate comments. Rebecca Benson, Peter DeCiani is the subject. It says, his public comments to a kid about the right to assemble and protest, as well as his lack of belief in science, is offensive. I'm a retired medical laboratory tech. I spent years learning epidemiology and working in hospitals saving lives. We know masks and social distancing works. We also know telling someone to stick their vote in their ass is just as inappropriate as equating a public health measure to a violation of civil liberties in a public health crisis. Furthermore, he should also remember he represents people of color as well. I'm disgusted by his comments, actions, and his general apathy towards those he is supposed to care for. Shame on you. Next comments from Kathy Bridge. It states it's regarding censure of Pete DeCiani. Not only did this gentleman scream in people's faces, watch the videos without a mask on, he then responded online as follows to a constituent of his: "Go stick your vote in your ass." Reprehensible behavior, absolutely disgusting. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Sheila Evans. States Peter DeCiani's disgusting behavior towards constituents. I was disgusted to see the language Peter DeCiani used against a constituent that expressed their opinion about your attendance to a Blue Lives Matter demonstration. Telling a constituent to stick your vote up your ass is a wholly inappropriate and disgraces the entire DuPage County Board. It's his First Amendment right to go to a protest if he wishes without wearing a mask, may I add, as the chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee, but it is his job to show common respect to the people he represents. I'm a citizen of Elmhurst. He should be ashamed of the way he talked to a citizen of DuPage County. If you can't show proper judgment and don't have a stable temperament, I recommend he resigns from his post. Next comments from Amanda Porick. It says, no subject. It says, I'm asking for the resignation of Peter DeCiani for his acts at a recent protest where video evidence shows he is not concerned with the health of his constituents. Yelling at people in close proximity and failure to show respect for those whose opinions differ from his are not traits of a politician who is elected to represent the people. Next comment from Amy Langman and Carol Stream. It's about Pete DeCiani. It says, Dear DuPage County Board, I have been made aware of Pete DeCiani's behavior during a Black Lives Matter protest on June 27th, 2020 in Elmhurst, and as a DuPage County resident and voter, I want to make my displeasure known. In the videos being widely posted on social media, Mr. DeCiani is observed getting into the face of several protesters and yelling about supporting law enforcement. He is not wearing a mask and not following social distancing guidelines. He clearly identifies himself as the former mayor. Mr. DeCiani is a current county board member and the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I do not think his behavior is appropriate for an elected official, nor is it an appropriate response to people exercising their rights to protest and demonstrate. Although Mr. DeCiani's verbal statements in one video clip were welcoming towards gay, lesbian, and black people, his overall message, behavior, and demeanor indicate the exact opposite, that non-white citizens are not safe or welcome, and that anyone questioning the role of enforcement in fighting against racism must be silenced and intimidated. I do not believe Mr. DeCiani should continue as a DuPage County board member. He must resign. His actions make it clear that he does not fit to be on the board. I do not want to hear an apology from Mr. DeCiani. I do not believe it will be sincere. Amy Langman. That concludes her comment. Next comments from Sylvia Scoggin. Peter DeCiani, unprofessional. I will boycott your town and will not spend a dime to help your economy until Peter DeCiani is removed. That concludes Sylvia Scoggin's comment. Next comments from Marissa Sisko. It's in charge of health-related stuff. Really? Have we thought this through? Peter DeCiani needs to be educated and removed from his post. His display was atrocious, insulting, unsafe, and a disgrace to the DuPage politics and policy. Everyone should be embarrassed. That concludes the comment. So next comments from India Smith Johnson. As a young person of color, I am both horrified and unsympathetic to the immature and biased presentation displayed by Peter DeCiani on June 27th, 2020. I am not old enough to vote for this man when he was added to the DuPage County Board, but I have no doubt that if this poor representation of our community does not resign, I will be voting this man out of his position. That concludes her comment. Next comment is John Sandstrom. It's a comment on board member DeCiani's recent activities. After I watched a recently posted video on social media of Pete DeCiani, I would like to express my feelings and opinions about his actions. I would also like for him to respond and to explain himself. In the video, he was seen exercising his First Amendment privilege and supporting police at a rally when he confronted a young counter-protester and yelled directly in her face. She was wearing a protective mask and he was not. Later, when another young person emailed him with a polite but censoring email, he replied, "Go stick your vote in your ass." Neither of these two actions are appropriate for either a citizen nor especially an elected official. Moreover, his breathing and yelling directly into another person's face is not befitting his position as the chairman of the DuPage County Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for recording my comments. The next comment is, excuse me, I need some water. The next comment is from Keely Witzel. It's regarding DuPage County Board member DeCiani. It states, as a 26-year Elmhurst resident, I was appalled to see a video of Mr. DeCiani's behavior at the protests at the Elmhurst Police Station on Saturday, June 27th. Likewise, his response to a college student who politely asked for his resignation due to said behavior was inappropriate for any elected official. His lack of professionalism and common courtesy was very unbecoming. I do not know the percentage of persons of color in District 2, but obviously Mr. DeCiani's views do not reflect and support his constituents. This incident tarnishes many of the good things that he has done in the past. I too call for Member DeCiani's resignation. DuPage County needs to ensure that all their residents are appropriately represented and respected. Next comments from Jessica Hoffer. It's regarding the behavior of DuPage County Board Member Peter DeCiani. Members of the board, recent behavior of elected board member Peter DeCiani at a protest in Elmhurst was both embarrassing and inappropriate. I was concerned to see video of Mr. DeCiani aggressively yelling while intentionally getting within inches of another protester's face, all while not wearing a mask. I was disturbed to see video of Mr. DeCiani screaming, "Get out of our town," into the faces of peacefully protesting teenagers again while he wasn't wearing a mask. And finally, I was outraged to read Mr. DeCiani's emailed response to a DuPage County resident who reached out with these same concerns, as he told her to stick your vote up your ass. As a new resident to DuPage County, I find this behavior wholly inappropriate, concerning and unbecoming of the person in charge in Health and Human Services. I assure you that the residents of DuPage County hold elected board members to higher standards than this and encourage you to investigate Mr. DeCiani's actions and take appropriate actions in response. I thank you for your time and your consideration. Regards, Jessica Hoffer. Next comments from Jeffrey Quowell. It's regarding mask requirements. Mr. DeConcini, I'm appalled that a member of the Health Committee would make a truly disgusting comment about not wearing a mask. Masks have proven to be the way to control this pandemic. I'm sorry you got your knickers in a bunch about wearing a mask. The rest of the public like to not get the virus self-serving people as yourself. To me, this is engaging in attempted murder, willfully spreading toxins onto others during a pandemic. People like you are why there are thousands of unnecessary deaths. You're a disgrace to your position. I demand your resignation, at least from the Health Committee, if not from the board itself. Next is from Eliza Pronove. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It states, I demand DeCiani be terminated or resign from his position. His presence and actions on Saturday, June 27th at a Back the Blue protest proved his inability to respect or hear his constituents. Despite the COVID pandemic and him being the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, he was not wearing a mask. This demonstrates an absolute lack of care for the well-being of his constituents or that he does not believe in science. Either reason is enough to show he is unfit and incapable of fulfilling this position. Further, on the same day, DeCiani chose not to attend or support a much larger demonstration in Villa Park, part of his district, that was held in honor of Sandra Bland, a Willowbrook graduate brutalized and allegedly murdered by police. Why didn't he support both of these causes? These are issues his constituents clearly care deeply about. Lastly, in response to the respectful email from a constituent expressing their disappointment in his behavior at the Back the Blue protest, he responded, they could go stick your vote in your ass. DuPage County deserves better than this small man who is dangerously committed to his biases and unfit for public office. The next comment's from Mallory Case. Its subject says, appalling behavior by board member Peter DeCiani. I was appalled and disappointed to see board member Peter DeCiani at what appeared to be a counter-protest against Black Lives Matter movement, yelling aggressive and disrespectful things at the Black Lives Matter protesters. I was further appalled to read an email reply he sent to a constituent complaining about this behavior that read, go stick your vote in your ass. This is offensive, incredibly uncalled for, and unbecoming of a member of the DuPage County Board. Furthermore, as Mr. DeCiani serves as the Health and Human Services Committee Chair, I find it concerning that he chose not to wear a mask to a public gathering, nor respect social distancing practices at said gathering, as he yelled in several people's faces at close range. I would like to see an official censure be lodged against Mr. DeCiani's words and actions and see his removal from the Health and Human Services Committee immediately. Next statement's from Donna Prepjal, Prepejchal. It states it's about Mr. DeCiani. It says, Mr. DeCiani, please have the good sense to resign. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Nancy Becker. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says his behavior at a recent protest is so unprofessional and dangerous to the public, especially as a public servant in the county I live in. Shouting into someone's face like a mean dog going after his bone. The county needs to take action to address this action. Disagree, but not this way. I'm ashamed of my county. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Gina Spiewak. It's regarding county board members. It said, I would like to publicly comment on board member DeCiani's behavior at the protest against police brutality. I feel that this behavior does not properly represent the people of the county that he serves and is also putting at risk the lives of people of color. Thank you. Next comment is from Tala Clower. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. It says, I would like to express concerns about board member Peter DeCiani. I understand that most change must wait until this upcoming election, but I request that he is removed from his position as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. Here's why I'm requesting this. First, at his attendance at a Back the Blue gathering, he got in the face of a young person and screamed at them while unmasked. This is no way anyone should have behaved, but especially offends me that our board member would not have enough control over his anger. The fact that he is the chair for Health and Human Services Committee is also concerning because it is clearly he has no concern for his constituents' health, as is common knowledge by now that wearing a mask protects those around you. He also responded to a constituent's respectfully worded email addressing his concerns by saying, stick your vote up your ass. If he truly cared about those he represents, he would not have responded in this way, especially since the first email was forceful yet respectful. Again, most of the change will have to wait until he is voted out, but by removing his position as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, you would be showing other officials and their constituents that you do not stand for officials who cannot control their anger and who do not care about the health of those around them and who cannot be respectful and professional when interacting with constituents. Thank you, Tala Clower. Excuse me for one moment. I apologize. Next comment is from Simone Eby, E-B-Y. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. A county board member, Pete DeCiani, displayed extreme levels of immaturity and anger at a Black the Blue march recently. Not only did he not wear a mask, he yelled in the face of a counter-protester. This is extremely dangerous while not wearing a mask. This behavior is extremely ironic and disrespectful considering he is the chair of the Public Health Committee. We demand his position as chair be revoked. That concludes his comment. Next comment's from Helene Lamar. It's regarding an unfit board member. You need to remove DeCiani from the board. He is not fit to serve in public office and represent me, a DuPage County resident. That's Ms. Lamar's comment. Another comment from Simone Eby. It states regarding Pete DeCiani. It states a county board member, Pete DeCiani, displayed extreme levels of immaturity and anger at a Back the Blue march recently. Not only did he not wear a mask, he yelled in the face of a counter-protester. This is extremely dangerous while not wearing a mask. This behavior is extremely ironic and disrespectful considering that he is the chair of the Public Health Committee. We demand his position as chair be revoked. That concludes his comment. There's another comment from Simone Eby. It's the same thing. There's a comment marked concerned citizen. It says, stick your vote in your ass, DeCiani. That concludes that comment. There's a comment from Beth Thompson regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, Peter DeCiani's behavior at a recent video posted to Indivisible DuPage shows a complete lack of public decorum and respect for public health or his voters' safety and right to protest. I demand that Peter DeCiani be held accountable through a suspension or removal from office and his position be filled with someone who has a basic human respect for the people of this county. That concludes the comment. Next comment's from Arsima Araya. It's regarding the DeCiani resignation. My name is Arsima Araya, and as a female African-American lifelong resident of DuPage County, I'm hurt and frankly disappointed by the actions taken by you, County Board Member DeCiani. If we truly value my life and other black lives in DuPage County, the Chicago suburbs, and this country, your actions at the counter-protest would not have occurred. Black people and their allies protest in the past and present for Black Lives Matter. They matter to me because it's my life, but do they matter to you, our elected officials? The actions you took say otherwise. I do not share the same privileges as you, a white male who does not have to bear the weight of centuries-long crime and injustice against your community. I do not have the privilege to publicly denounce Black Lives Matter movement after witnessing the death of countless black people, ranging from Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old playing cops and robbers, to George Floyd, the man who suffered for almost 9 minutes before dying at the hands of police. I do not have the privilege to not wear a mask in public because I have a family full of essential workers in healthcare working tirelessly to heal people. I do not have the privilege of never having to worry about my father, my mother, my sisters, and my family's lives when confronted by the police. I will never have that privilege as a black woman. Your immediate resignation is not only necessary but expected. You are politicizing basic human rights issues, whether the Black Lives Matter or COVID-19. This is not the actions of a leader. This leadership is not needed during a decisive time where life is on the line because of having skin the color of mine. I expect a swift and immediate resignation and nothing else. Next comment is from Kai Collins. Its subject is Peter D. It says, please learn how to properly use grammar. Thank you. That concludes his comment. Next comment is from Arsima Araya. It appears to be identical to the comment I previously read, so I'll view it as a duplicate. Next comment is from Sue Martini. It's regarding an ethics complaint regarding Peter DiCiani. It says, at a protest on June 27, 2020, the bigoted Mr. DiCiani became inflamed and yelled inappropriate language at counter-protesters. A video was going around social media with him yelling with no mask on in people's faces during a pandemic. Then he had the gall to send emails to complaining constituents that it should not matter how old any constituent is as long as they can vote. The email sent to constituents read to stick the constituents' vote up their ampersand asterisks. It can go to the state and complain about this behavior. I will. This is inappropriate actions for any person holding a public office seat.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, the chairman's not here, so I've taken control. Thank you. Public comments over. No, just kidding. Go ahead, Sadia.
I just wanted to know, I know Connor's reading all these public comments right now, and we could sit here I don't have a problem with being here till the evening, but I am worried about Connor. Do you think there's somebody else who maybe he could take turns with somebody else from the state's attorney's office so he could rest?
Another assistant state's attorney will be coming over here shortly to relieve Connor so that he can preserve his vocal cords. So that's what
okay.
Member Colbert, I appreciate your concern. I do have relief here that I can tag in when needed, but I will. As an attorney, my profession requires me to talk a lot, and my vocal cords are used to it.
Okay.
I'll continue. It's next one is Laura, registered voter, mask wearer. It says Peter DiCiani's irresponsible behavior and poor example to the public is deplorable. I've recently viewed Mr. DiCiani's response to a young person in which he told him to go stick your vote in your ass because he stood up for cops today, and I'm extremely disappointed and infuriated at your immaturity and disrespect. In addition, those of you on the board, Mr. DiCiani included, who have been opposing CDC guidelines to wear masks in public are reckless and irresponsible. You voted to put $7 million of our tax dollars into DuPage County businesses, but that will be for nothing if people are not wearing masks and we have to shut everything down again. Wear your masks. How can you behave so selfishly when many are sick, dying, and struggling financially? Mr. DiCiani, I don't understand how you're married to a nurse and you're not wearing a mask. The chair of the Health and Human Services, disgraceful and reckless. I am done with electing persons who lack integrity, empathy, and kindness to any level of my government. If you benefit from the suffering of others, you do not get my vote, and I will tell everyone I know not to vote for you. Wear a mask, wear a mask, wear a mask. We, the people, have the power to recall any of you to vote for your opponents or to run against you. Your jobs are not safe, especially not yours. Mr. DiCiani, wear a mask. Next comment's from Julie Daly. It's regarding poor board member behavior. This comment is directed at board member Peter DiCiani. If you cannot be a professional in correspondence with the public you serve, you do not deserve the position you hold. Your conduct in recent days is disgusting and appalling. That concludes that comment. The next comment is from Julie Gowan. It's regarding Peter DiCiani. It says, I am writing in regards to multiple videos that have been posted showing DuPage County board members in charge of Health and Human Services, Peter DiCiani, as someone who is supposed to be representing all of DuPage County and one would assume should be working on decreasing the spread of COVID, and these videos are alarming and deplorable. Shouting on people's faces and pushing and being in their personal space while not wearing a mask. I am calling for his immediate resignation dismissal. Next comment's from Kathy Bridge. It's regarding censure. It says Peter DiCiani should be censured or removed as a board member. As is evident from numerous videos, he was screaming in people's faces without wearing a mask. That alone is shameful, but when he responded to a constituent's concern with the following, go stick your vote in your ass. How classy. I wouldn't think your board would like yourselves to be represented by this behavior. It's sickening. Next comment's from Bree Young. It's regarding call for the immediate resignation of Pete DiCiani. While peaceful protesters were using their constitutional rights to assemble on behalf of the Black Lives Matter movement this past weekend, Mr. DiCiani was caught on video publicly harassing several protesters, even going so far as to yell in their faces. A mere inch away, while I support his peaceful counter-protest, his behavior is despicable and not reflective of how a leader should behave, not supportive of our community police department and all the DuPage County constituents. Next comments from Patricia Fitzsimmons. States protesting without a mask. It says this person should not be serving in public office. He's not wearing a mask, which is a sign that he does not care about other people who he supposedly serves. The tax dollars pay his salary. Everyone has a right to protest, but a public official not wearing a mask is putting people's lives in danger and setting a bad example. At the very least, he needs to be removed immediately. Next comments from Christine N. It says, Peter DeCiani, your immediate resignation. Over the weekend, DuPage County Board Member Pete DeCiani, District 2, attended a counter-protest to a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. He did not wear a mask and he harassed several of the peaceful protesters. We are calling for his immediate resignation from the county board. This is how a public official should behave towards constituents. There's a link to a Facebook webpage. I'll tender that to the board. Next, comments from Carrie Robichow. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, I have seen the video of Peter DeCiani, who is in charge of Health and Human Services, yelling in the face of a peaceful protester while not adhering to any of the guidelines given to us by scientists that have helped Illinois do so well in the battle against COVID. His demeanor is not one of a public servant, and his anti-science attitude makes him ineligible to be in charge of Health and Human Services. He has been open about his disdain for wearing masks in public like the governor of Illinois has mandated. He needs to resign immediately. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Chloe Burns, says Pete DeCiani. Hello, I was just made aware of an email sent by DuPage County Board Member Peter DeCiani, which was written in response to a constituent concern. This email read, go stick your vote in your ass. I stood up for my cops today. I sincerely hope that this is not how elected officials handle business in DuPage County, and this will be taken extremely seriously at the next meeting. This kind of behavior, which demonstrates outright contempt for members of the community, is not what people need from their leaders in a time like this. DeCiani needs to resign immediately because this message shows not only an extreme disregard for his constituents, but it also shows that he lacks even the most basic form of judgment, and therefore should not be in any decision-making position. Actions matter. Thank you. I look forward to seeing how this matter is addressed. Next comments from Wilkie Maricola. It's titled Inappropriate and Unsafe Behavior by Pete DeCiani. Pete DeCiani has not only responded to a concerned constituent's email by saying, go stick your vote up your ass, but also harness protesters without wearing a mask. Several videos and images show him not following Illinois' COVID-19 guidelines, yet he is a Health and Human Services chair. He is directly disobeying guidelines, which puts his constituents in danger. Pete DeCiani should resign. He does not care about his constituents. He cares about himself and his own family, not the families of DuPage County. Next comments from Abigail Chicharron. It states, I no longer feel safe of wanted in this county or in this town or county. As a young woman seeing my representative, Pete DeCiani, get into the face of a woman my age screaming and spreading germs without a mask during a global pandemic, I am terrified. This man must resign. Not only am I disgusted by his choice to support blue jobs over black lives, considering he has not shown up for a single event in solidarity with black lives, I am also deeply disturbed seeing this man needs to be held back by other men in fear of him getting violent towards young adults. The fact that this man has any power makes me sick. Why should someone have to follow the power to make health and safety guidelines who does not even follow state guidelines himself? This is disgusting. Resign. And to the female board members, I beg you, protect me from men like this. To the other male board members, use your power to hold him accountable. No grown men should ever act like this. If any of you doubt that Mr. DeCiani is disrespectful towards his constituents, send out a survey. I guarantee you'll be shocked by this man's behavior. He has threatened many folks from my town. He has responded to emails with derogatory language. Is this how you want people to see your board, made up by racist, hypermasculine, disrespectful, above the law, dangerous citizens? Hold him accountable, Mr. DeCiani. You must resign. Next comments from Susan Newcomb. It's regarding health. Health and Human Services guy is a clown. Shouldn't someone who follows science be in charge of HHS? That concludes the comment. Next comments from James Pluid. It says, Pete DeCiani, it would be noble and respectful of you to care about the people who trusted you to sit on the seat you currently occupy. History will see you as a weak man, and your legacy will be one of shame if you continue on this path that you are on. That concludes his comment. Next comments from Amy Williamson. It states, Peter DeCiani, this behavior of this board member towards a peaceful protester was obscene and not what I wanted to see in a member of our board. Putting others at risk, not wearing a mask, and getting in someone's face over on top of it's childish and ignorant and completely inappropriate. He should resign immediately. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Madeline Flisk. It's regarding board member DeCiani. It states, board member Peter DeCiani made it clear with his comportment in response to constituents in regards to Black Lives Matter movement that he is no place representing DuPage County. His hateful comments reflect an apathy and immaturity, and he should resign immediately from his position. Next comments from Sheila Evans. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's disgusting behavior towards constituents. Dear DuPage County Board, I was disgusted to see the language Peter DeCiani used against a constituent that expressed their opinion about his attendance to a Blue Lives Matter demonstration. Telling a constituent to stick your vote up your ass is wholly inappropriate and disgraces the entire DuPage County Board and his First Amendment right to, it's his First Amendment right to go protest if he wishes without wearing a mask, may I add, but it's his job to show common respect to the people he represents, especially as Health and Human Services. It is disgraceful that he yelled directly into a young woman's ear without a mask, reckless and endangering her health simply because she disagrees with DeCiani. I am a lifelong resident of Elmhurst. Peter DeCiani should be ashamed of the way he talked to a citizen of DuPage County. If Mr. DeCiani is unable to show proper judgment and doesn't have a stable temperament required for the job, I recommend he resigns from his post. Next comments from EV. It states, I am disgusted that a board member would be counter-protesting without a face mask on top of it. Is this how the county wants to be represented? That concludes Eve's comment. Next comments from Amy McCoy. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, I would like to make a comment to this person, Peter DeCiani. Should not be allowed to serve as the person who is in charge of Health and Human Services for DuPage County. There's a video that surfaced of him maskless shouting at a Black Lives Matter protester not more than 6 inches from her face during a global pandemic. His complete disregard for the safety and health of fellow human beings, but quite possibly a constituent, is dangerous. He should not be serving in his post for the interest of all DuPage County's residents' health. As a constituent, I would like to see him removed from his post. I'm going to ask my colleague to take over reading. I just need a brief comfort break. Thank you for your patience.
Well done, Connor.
Just read it. I'm rolling with it. Don't censor it. Names are highlighted, topics highlighted. They go onto the back. When you get, there's more as they go. Some of them just kind of okay. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to use
it. For the record, I'm Assistant State's Attorney Trevor Prindle taking over for Connor McCarthy. Our next comment is from Meredith Groves. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment is, as a resident of DuPage County, I'm calling for the resignation of board member Pete DeCiani. Videos of his behavior as a counter-protester to the peaceful assembly of local citizens is inexcusable. As a member of the local government, in particular as a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, he should be setting an example on following health and safety guidelines during this pandemic. I watched numerous videos of him unmasked and screaming in the faces of local citizens. That appalling behavior alone should be enough to force his resignation, but on top of it, he was harassing and intimidating citizens who have a constitutional right to assemble peacefully. Every member of the board should be equally outraged on the behalf of their constituents and should join in demanding his resignation. Board members who do nothing at this time will be remembered at the ballot box. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Megan Mueller. The subject is behavior of Peter DeCiani. The comment is to the members of the DuPage County Board. It has come to my attention that a member of this board, Peter DeCiani, attended a peaceful demonstration in Elmhurst on June 27, 2020 as a counter-protester. The videos of his behavior as well as his email response to a concerned resident are being widely circulated on social media. In the videos, Mr. DeCiani can be seen not only disregarding masking protocols, but also carelessly violating social distancing guidelines. These actions are reprehensible for any person, elected official or not, but are particularly disturbing for the chair of Health and Human Services. Mr. DeCiani's own Facebook page claims he is, quote, advocate for DuPage County's most vulnerable populations, end quote, and a, quote, champion on public safety, end quote. It seems clear, however, that his advocacy does not extend to his black constituents who are vulnerable to the life-threatening effects of racism, nor to any residents who may be vulnerable to COVID-19. His championship for public safety ceases when others exercise their constitutional right to peacefully assemble. In light of these actions, I believe one of two things must happen. One, Mr. DeCiani must publicly apologize for his behavior, acknowledging the ways he put his fellow citizens at risk. He must demonstrate on a consistent, visible basis that he is actively working to educate himself on systematic racism in the myriad ways that it harms people of color. Or two, if Mr. DeCiani will not commit to the above and demonstrate marked improvement in his interactions with constituents, he must resign. As a nearly lifelong resident of DuPage County, I ask my representatives, Robert Larson, Sheila Rutledge, and James Zay, to join me in demanding accountability from Mr. DeCiani. Thank you, Megan Mueller. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Elizabeth Nichols. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment is, Dear board members, I respectfully request that you ask Peter DeCiani to resign his position due to the acts of shouting in a protester's face without a mask on to protect the public from COVID-19. As a health and human service leader, his constituents expect him to display more self-control and for him to wear a mask as an example for the public. We will continue to have political division and virus spread if we allow leaders to act this way without disciplinary action. If he chooses not to resign, I suggest that he be censured and issue a public apology. Thank you. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Susan Benjamin. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment is, I would like to understand the board's position on member Peter DeCiani's recent behavior and what action will be taken. This representative sits on the DuPage Health Commission and demonstrated neither social distancing nor the wearing of a mask during a protest. He screamed in people's faces without a mask and emailed the constituents, quote, go stick her vote up her ass, end quote. And the type of this the type of representative's action / word that this board condones. I am sickened that an adult in a position of leadership would act like a petulant child, but no child would be so disgraceful in their behavior. As a taxpayer, I would like to see this person resign. You owe that to all of us in DuPage County. We should be better than this. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Laura James. The subject is Peter DeCiani's behavior towards constituents. The comment reads, it has come to my attention that DuPage County Board member Peter DeCiani has been dangerously disrespectful and rude in public towards constituents that he disagrees with. He has been recorded yelling in the face of young women while not wearing a mask during an international pandemic. Such behavior is very close to assault. His refusal to wear a mask, which cannot help protect others, and aggressive refusal to respect social distancing is also contrary to CDC recommendations for helping to control the spread of COVID-19. This is inappropriate and unwise, especially for the chair of the Health and Human Service Committee of my county's board. Further, Mr. DeCiani is apparently unable to remain civil when responding to a challenging yet respectful worded email from a young constituent. It is never appropriate to yell to a constituent, quote, go stick your vote up your ass, end quote. Mr. DeCiani should reconsider his approach to his public if he truly wants to, quote, advocate for DuPage County's most vulnerable populations, end quote. I'd be happy to see him go, but at the very least, he should be censured and make some public apologies. Thank you. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Julia Reynolds. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment is, there is proof by video on the Facebook page of individual DuPage of board member DeCiani harassing and assaulting a young woman at a pro-police rally. He also replied inappropriately to an email by DuPage County citizens seen on the Facebook page. Wilkie Macarola. Mr. DeCiani was also not wearing a mask at the rally, and as the supposed Health and Human Service Chair, this is disgusting. I demand his resignation. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Charles Rayleigh. The subject is Mr. Peter DeCiani's conduct as reported in the patch on June 29, 2020, 1:47 p.m. report with 3:04 p.m. update. Mr. DeCiani's actions on Saturday, June 27, 2020 weren't reviewed by the Ethics Committee, especially his reference to, paraphrasing, not direct quotes, quote, having plenty of black people living here, end quote, and his, quote, we have blacks on the police force, just look, end quote, echoing the issue of systematic racism. In 1987, then chair of the DuPage County Board, John T. Knuff, said on public access TV, again, a paraphrase, not a direct quote, quote, we are not racist, it is not our fault black people cannot afford to live here, end quote. Attitudes like this matter. It taints and seeps into the everyday language people use when communicating. If the content of the cell phone video footage is accurate, that is linked in the report filed by David Giuliani patch staff on the afternoon of June 29, 2020, that Mr. DeCiani demonstrated conduct unbecoming of a county board member and elected officials. Specifically, he appears to be shouting back at children standing along the sidewalk, and in a later clip, he is very much in the face and ear of a younger person aged undetermined, speaking on a megaphone. He does all of this while walking freely down the sidewalk, unimpeded, without proper face covering as directed by the governor of the state of Illinois. If Mr. DeCiani is there to support law enforcement, why is he so blatantly disrespecting a mandate by the state of Illinois during a global pandemic? At best, Mr. DeCiani is rude and out of touch with the changing demographic of DuPage County, Illinois. At worst, Mr. DeCiani lacks sensitivity and empathy with the people that he has been elected to represent. His old school view of race relations in America needs a serious overhaul. Saying all are welcome does not make it all welcomed. His actions, temperament, and attitude say a lot more about his limited people skills and ability to be an effective public official. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Megan Cicercola. His subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment is, I'm a resident of Lombard, Illinois. Over the weekend, I have seen several concerning moments that pertain to member Peter DeCiani. First, I have seen an email response where he told a concerned constituent to, quote, go stick your vote in your ass, end quote. Aside from the poor grammar and homophobic undertones to the statement, this is a deeply concerning statement from an elected official in response to a constituent and clearly demonstrates that Mr. DeCiani is not interested in representing anyone in the community except those that agree with him. Second, I have seen a video where Mr. DeCiani in a public place without a mask on during a public health crisis. He intentionally got less than an inch from a peaceful protester's face and screamed at her. Given our knowledge of how COVID-19 spreads, this demonstrates that Mr. DeCiani is not interested in protecting the health of people that disagree with him, and he thinks it's appropriate to violate their personal space, the 6-foot social distancing and mask guidelines. This was deplorable behavior by an elected official. People go get tested for COVID and publish the results so that you violated know if they were exposed or not. In the last video I saw, it was insinuated that police lives matter more than black lives. Mr. DeCiani, I'm concerned you are part of the systematic racism in our country, whether conscious or unconscious, and should not be holding in office. I call for Mr. DeCiani to either open his eyes and mind to open dialogue with his concerned constituents. If you cannot do that, I call for Mr. DeCiani's resignation. If neither of these happen, I implore someone in District 2 to make a meaningful run in the next election so that we can replace Mr. DeCiani with someone that will listen respectfully to all constituents and strive to make our county a better place. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Anthony J. Torello. The subject is Commissioner DeCiani. The comment is, sadly, I witnessed the video of the embarrassing display of Commissioner DeCiani at a demonstration in Elmhurst on Saturday, 27th June 2020. I have no objection to public officials voicing their opinions. That is the basic right of citizenship, which I hold sacred. However, I believe Mr. DeCiani crossed the line in his behavior, particularly when he angrily taunted a protester to the point the protester to post the videos of his comment online and then later followed that up with a written reply to another citizen informing her what she could do with her vote. The comments in question were in regard to his tenure as mayor of Elmhurst. He boasted that under his administration, the Elmhurst Police Department was fully funded, which it was, but then he pointed to several of the black police officers on duty that day as examples of the diversity and welcoming community that he was proud to boast Elmhurst as being. This was, to me, a cheap attempt to score political points by trying to exploit the presence of a certain racial group of officers. What happened on Saturday was in no way a reflection of the diversity boasted by DeCiani under his administration years ago. I would counter that during his tenure, there were no members of the City Elmhurst Council who were African American, nor were there members of any other minority racial group, a fact that is sadly still true today. Furthermore, the lack of diversity was missing from any of the City Council committees, subcommittees, or commissions. Mr. DeCiani made no attempt to correct the lack of diversity when he was mayor. Likewise, during the DeCiani years, there was not a single black-owned business operating in Elmhurst, another fact sadly still true today. Again, Mr. DeCiani made not one single effort to change that lack of diversity, despite the fact that there were a number of empty offices and buildings available for rent. There are other arguments to counter Mr. DeCiani's inaccurate boast. However, the most regrettable feature of his recorded display was the fact that he embarrassed himself in the county board by his demeanor and disrespect for the dissenting opinions of other counter-protesters. I would offer that Mr. DeCiani owes at the very least a public apology for his behavior, particularly to the Elmhurst Police Department and those officers on duty that Saturday for his attempt to exploit their presence for political reasons, to the mayor and the City Council of Elmhurst for mistakenly portraying his opinions as being officially those of the city, to the DuPage County Board for his embarrassing behavior, and to the citizens of DuPage County for being disrespectful of the right to speech and for behavior unbecoming an elected official. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Catherine Stahey. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, Peter DeCiani acted in bad faith at a protest in June 27, 2020. He yelled profanities at minor protesters who were supporting Black Lives Matter, who are Elmhurst constituents. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Dara Sinova. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, Peter DeCiani acted with bad faith at the counter-protesters on June 26, 2020. He was verbally abusing young protesters who were standing up for the Black Lives Matter. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Elaine Gilman. The subject is inappropriate/indecent behavior of Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, I am a DuPage resident and officer of the court/Illinois attorney. I am very disturbed by Mr. DeCiani's behavior in the video that is going viral this past weekend. He's putting himself and others at risk by not wearing a mask in public. He is a poor representative of our county. He should resign from his position or he should be removed. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Catalina Traxler. The subject is DuPage County Board Member Peter DeCiani, District 2. The comment reads, remove DuPage County Board Member Peter DeCiani, District 2 from his position due to his reckless, disrespectful behavior at the Black Lives Matter peaceful protests over the weekend. Mr. DeCiani has no right to hold a leadership role in the county if he is going to actively defy COVID-19 health guidelines as well as harass peaceful protesters. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Susan O'Donnell Warren. The subject is member Peter DeCiani was irresponsible and verbally abusive. The comment reads, as a mother and as a voter, as someone who passionately supports both Black Lives Matter and the work of many consciousness, compassionate police officers, I found Peter DeCiani's antics on Saturday utterly unacceptable. As chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, he should quite literally be first in line to model responsible social distancing and mask wearing. It is quite literally the least we can all do to protect public health and the most vulnerable. Not only did member DeCiani not wear a mask and not practice the recommended social distancing, he is on videotape shouting at a young protester directly in her face with no more than an inch or two distance. Within a few hours, member DeCiani told not one, not two, but 3 young women to shove their votes up their ass. The first was captured on videotape, the second is in his published email to Lauren Sussman, and the third was a telephone conversation to a young woman who graduated York High School in 2017 with the highest honors and is a hardworking college student in an active military family. It is simply not too much to ask that an elected official communicate with young voters without making reference to anal penetration. It is beyond a figure of speech to use such language in 3 separate documented examples in matters of hours. It is clearly a pattern of verbal abuse and intimidation. Elmhurst police are trained to remain courteous and in control in volatile and even dangerous situations, and I have seen individual police officers do just that on more than one occasion and thank them profusely for it. For member DeCiani to blame his personal lack of self-control on his support for police officers is contemptible. He needs to do his job, protect the public health, and respond to constituents in a thoughtful manner. He failed. As a teacher or professor who addressed 3 students as member DeCiani addressed 3 of his constituents would be fired. A teacher working at a fast food franchise who addressed 3 members of the public as member DeCiani addressed 3 constituents would be fired. On an on-duty police officer who addressed 3 members of the public as member DeCiani addressed his 3 constituents would face at least discipline and required anger management training. Member DeCiani must be removed as chair of the Committee of Health and Human Services. There's a pandemic and lives are being lost to it every day. This is a time for care, diligence, and steadfast dedication to duty, not temper tantrums and showboating. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Jessica Cardella. Subject is Peter DeCiani's behavior towards our community. Comment reads, any elected official is responsible to represent the entire community in which they serve, not just the ones that agree with them. I watched Mr. DeCiani yell unmasked into someone's face during a protest. This shows a disregard for public health and disrespect to those who are high risk, such as myself, for COVID-19. As an asthmatic who frequently wears a mask when in public, I would be absolutely terrified if someone deliberately got that close to my face to mock my mask and directly show me they don't care about my well-being. To know that there are public officials in my own community not taking this pandemic seriously alone makes me feel unsafe. I then saw Mr. DeCiani yell at protesters to get out of town. Again, as an elected official, he is to represent us and hear us all, not just those that agree with him. I then read an email in which he told a concerned citizen to go stick your vote up your ass. These actions are not acceptable. We should always hold our elected officials to the highest standard. He should at the very least be able to listen and show respect for all voices and opinions in our community. Instead, he showed his anger and disregard for anybody who doesn't agree with him. We must accept that we have to look to our justice system and our police department and ask us for areas that need changes and improvements. We must always be open to change and always strive for a system that works for all of its people. We cannot accept a system that disproportionately negatively affects Black lives. We will never have a world where everyone agrees on everything, but I don't think that it's hard to ask for a world where our elected officials are the best for us and act like it. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Jessica Cardella. It seems to be a duplicate of the one I just read, so I will skip that. The next comment is from Terry Pessmister. The subject is, are you listening? The comment reads, born and raised in Elmhurst, I have always been proud of the place I call home and chose to raise my family until the most recent events showed me the unconscious and blatant racism that exists in our local government and communities. How have each of the board members publicly shown their support for the anti-racist movement? Did you attend a protest in your neighborhood and listen to the minorities tell stories of the racism they face daily in their community? What did you personally take away from these events? Who of you has invited the organizers to have an open, educated conversation about what needs to be done? How have you remained silent, adding to the perception that the POC are not important? DuPage County is full of privilege, and we will not be silenced as we stand with POC and having their voices heard. The us versus them mentality throughout all of this has been disheartening. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Matt Shiley. The subject is racism in the county board. The comment reads, as a current Elmhurst resident whose family has lived in Elmhurst for over 40 years, I am deeply disturbed by the recent actions of Peter DeCiani in regards to his presence at a Blue Lives Matter protest. According to your DEI amendment, DuPage County stands firm against all forms of bigotry, racism, and intolerance and have no place in our society. The elected leaders of this county have an obligation to reiterate this commitment to all residents. Mr. DeCiani's behavior has shattered this commitment and not only opened openly promoting white supremacy, but in the complete disrespect he has shown for his constituents, telling them to leave our town and stick their votes up their asses. Blue Lives Matter is a counter movement to the Black Lives Matter and thus acts to silence the voice of black folks perpetuating systems of white supremacy, especially in the wake of the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and Rashard Brooks. It must be noted that support for a Blue Lives Matter event sends a message that this board is tone deaf to the issues facing the black community. If this board supports anti-racism, we need to see this support through tangible, systematic action and change. Over the past month, the public has seen 2 of your members promote racism and white supremacy, and this type of behavior has no place in the public office. At the very least, Mr. DeCiani must be censured, if not asked to entirely remove himself from office. Racism has no place in DuPage County. Mr. DeCiani's support for blue uniforms over black lives is absolutely despicable. Police chose their profession and can take off their uniform when they choose. Black folks cannot take off their skin or escape the oppression that they face on a daily basis. The public needs to see real anti-racist action from this board. If you all choose to remain silent and allow racist voices like DeCiani's to be represented, then you are choosing the side of an oppressor and a part of the problem. It is the bare minimum for DeCiani to be removed from office. And from there, we must see additional affirmative action take place if anti-racism is to be a priority in DuPage County. Right now, the actions of 2 of your board members tells the public that POC voices are not valued in DuPage County. It's your responsibility to right this wrong and take steps towards making DuPage County a place that welcomes and values POC, starting with ridding the board of the cancerous racism that currently thrives. If you choose to let this sort of behavior slide, we will have no choice but to assume that white supremacy is a shared value of the entire board. If you are not actively working to dismantle white supremacy, you are supporting it. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Holly Hoopman. The subject is CB Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, I demand he be make a public apology for telling a woman who questioned his inappropriate behavior to stick her vote up her ass. Furthermore, any elected official who sits on the health commission that think it's okay to scream in people's face without a mask during a pandemic needs to step down because they clearly do not understand the COVID-19 pandemic. As his constituent, I also believe his lack of character and understanding about Black Lives Matter make him unfit to serve our community of DuPage. That he would behave in such an reckless and unethical way leaves a stain on your entire board. That concludes that comment. The next comment is by Ashley T. The subject is anti-black, anti-health board member. The comment reads, DeCiani's behavior at a Black Lives Matter protest was despicable. Not only did he show no regard for black lives, he also showed a general lack of human decency for anyone. Screaming in the face of protesters in a pandemic shows complete indifference to any human life that disagrees with him. I call for DeCiani's resignation. If he will not resign, I hope that he is removed. That is that comment. The next comment is from James Dadovich. The subject is public behavior of board members. The comment reads, Peter DeCiani's appearance at a Back the Blue rally in Elmhurst without a mask or a face covering is unacceptable, especially in light of his role on the board. That he angrily got up into people's faces shouting without social distancing is reprehensible. Then add his email response to a constituent to shove her vote up her asterisk marks were unprofessional. Last straw, he refuses to apologize for any of these behaviors. I'm not saying that there was no provocation, but as an elected official, representative of the county board, I expect him to have restraint and decorum. He failed to keep his cool, and that is unacceptable. On the heels of board member Sean Noonan's retweet of physical violence against people exercising their First Amendment right, and it is clear that the board has a problem with the quality of individuals who represent the Elmhurst area. I am deeply disappointed in the behavior of your members and their total lack of professionalism. At least Sean offered a lame apology, but he already let his true colors show. Silence by the rest of the board in these actions is to be complicit in their poor behavior. Deeply saddened at what we have representing us, I call for Mr. DeCiani to be removed as chair of the health committee for his appearance at a rally without face covering, as he put other health at risk. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Christina Provone. There is no subject. The comment reads, after reading resolution CBR 0406-19, I see a clear need to modify the resolution's language from racism to white supremacy. This easy shift clarifies a systematic power structure in place that must be dismantled and held accountable. White supremacy. In contrast, the term racist is passive and allows inaccurate interpretations of what it is. For example, some white people feel calling out white supremacy is not an act of racism. I hope to hear the board's clear, measurable steps towards implementing a system of diversity, equity, and inclusion. How much funding will be given to those initiatives? What percentage of the overall budget? Who will be in charge of these initiatives? What training and lived experiences do they possess to be capable of fulfilling the roles effectively? When will the board update us on the progress of implementing a system of DEI? How is the board addressing white supremacy within its ranks, specifically that of DeCiani and Noonan? That ends that comment. The next comment is from Latasha Horn. The subject is demeaning and derogatory behavior by Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, I witnessed Peter DeCiani bully this lady at a protest rally in Naperville. He was yelling and spitting in this poor lady's face in the middle of a pandemic like a madman. She wore a mask and was talking on a bullhorn when he ran up to her, shouting in her face. His lips almost touched hers. That's how close he was. I do not think this guy should be in any position as an elected official. He was using vulgar, derogatory language. I would ask that he resigns and seek mental health because clearly he was deranged. He had no right to represent this county or city with the type of behavior and lack of accountability. That ends that comment. The next comment is from Lupa L. The subject is Board Member DeCiani called to explicitly condemn white supremacy. The comment reads, there are numerous videos circulating across Facebook and Instagram of Board Member Peter DeCiani participating in a Back the Blue rally in which he aligned himself with Elmhurst hospital nurses who refused to wear a mask and Elmhurst citizens who openly mocked BLM counter-protesters as they read the names of murdered black people, many of whom were children. Board Member DeCiani demonstrated in both words and actions that he is anti-First Amendment, right to assemble, anti-black, and a white supremacist. Board Member DeCiani, who not value black lives and does not wear a mask, face mask during a pandemic, has no place as the chair of the Health and Human Service Committee and must be removed. Furthermore, the people of the county of DuPage demand he resign from his board member seat. I urge the DuPage County Board to explicitly condemn white supremacy, and his condemnation is honored across all policies and programs. That ends that comment. Next comment is from Migdala Toronto. The subject is Peter DeCiani. The comment reads, I would like to request that Mr. DeCiani resigns or be released from his duties. As a constituent and a person of color, his attitude and actions during the ongoing protests sweeping our country were reprehensible and completely inappropriate and unprofessional, to say the least. Everyone is free to have their own opinions, yet when one is a civil servant and in a position that requires certain decorum and neutrality, is unforgivable and incomprehensible to act in the way he did. And the 3 different videos I saw of his actions. As a Latina, I feel threatened and fearful of what type of actions this individual might take if put in certain circumstances. He demonstrated that he is incapable of self-restraint and should not be allowed to hold any type of elective position. Thank you for your consideration. That ends that comment. You take it back?
And did you finish this last comment from Ms. Laddie, or is this a new one? Okay, thank you. This next comment is from Linda Lottie. It's regarding Mr. Pete DeCiani. It states, Dear DuPage County Board, I am asking the full board to speak to Mr. DeCiani and demand his resignation. His actions during the recent protests, while protected by our Constitution, certainly do not reflect the attitude of heart required by a public official. Yes, I say required. We are a county of diverse and amazing people. Our black and brown brothers and sisters deserve equal treatment under the law by law enforcement. That's why we protest. Mr. DeCiani's video and social media responses do not comport with those required of a public servant, especially the words, stick it up your ass. I demand he resign. DuPage County deserves better. Thank you for listening. Linda Lottie. Next comment's from Shannon Brown. It's regarding Member DeCiani's conduct. Dear DuPage County Board, I am asking the full board to demand his resignation. His actions during the recent protests, particularly not wearing a mask, even as he serves as a health commissioner, do not reflect the leadership required by public officials in today's environment. In addition, Mr. DeCiani's video and social media responses, coupled with the email in which he told a constituent to stick your vote up your ass, demonstrate a lack of empathy and willingness to hear the concerns of his constituents. Please demand that he resign. DuPage County deserves better, and if the rest of the board allows him to continue in this role, then you have essentially endorsed his behavior and become complicit. Is that who you are? Is that how you will represent our county? Thank you, Shannon Brown. The next comment is from Lynn Goslin. It's regarding a call for DeCiani's resignation. Mr. DeCiani has committed 2 acts that render him incapable of chairing the Health and Human Services Committee and representing all of DuPage County's residents. The first act was recently captured on video when he was seen screaming into the face of a Black Lives Matter protester peacefully exercising her First Amendment right to free speech protected by the Constitution. Elected officials must be held to the highest standard when he was also exercising his right to free speech. His aggressive behavior in any context is inappropriate for an elected official. That same behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the respiratory virus is spread through droplets, is borderline assault. He was not modeling CDC guidelines at all, and he has disqualified himself from not only serving on the Health and Human Services Committee, but also chairing it. His second act I will call into question was his written response to a constituent who expressed her views on his behavior at the protest, which in in which he wrote in an email to her to go stick your vote up your ass. This is wholly unacceptable. I call on DeCiani to resign from the county board. However, if he continues to exercise poor judgment and refuses to do so, I call on the DuPage County board members to remove DeCiani from the Health and Human Services Committee altogether, remove DeCiani from all their positions of authority, condemn DeCiani's actions, and call on him to resign immediately. DuPage County deserves better. Next comments from Lily Melvin. It's regarding Pete DeCiani. I would just like to say that as a person of color, I'm really disappointed in Mr. DeCiani's actions this weekend. The way he responded to a constituent was very inappropriate and unprofessional, and when I saw what he emailed my fellow friend, I was in utter shock. I was disgusted with his behavior. I cannot believe a former mayor of Elmhurst and a member of the DuPage County Board would say something to a constituent like that. As a public figure and leader of Elmhurst, this is no way to speak to someone. I'm extremely disappointed in Mr. DeCiani for the action he took. I'm only 21 years old, and I know this how very unprofessional that response was. I demand that Pete DeCiani resign. It is unacceptable behavior and will not be tolerated in our town. Next comments from Laura Williams regarding the public behavior of board member Pete DeCiani. Mr. DeCiani decided to disgrace himself by screaming in the face of a protester. He then chose to follow up this reprehensible action with a rude email to this person. While he is entitled to his opinion, his position in the community should have prevented such behavior. He is not representative of the county and should resign. Next comments from Laura Young. It's regarding Mr. DeCiani. It states, DuPage County board members with the elected positions at all levels of government comes the expectations that those holding elected office will behave professionally and respectfully at all times, and especially with and around constituents. Mr. DeCiani has recently proven he does not hold the same expectations of himself. His recent outburst as a protester exercising our First Amendment right to peaceably gather and protest during one of the most critical times in recent history should be grounds for resignation. Furthermore, his written response to another constituent about the interest, also a woman, to go stick your vote in your ass, is even more egregious behavior, unfitting for an elected official. DeCiani must resign. In addition, for Mr. DeCiani's lack of respect for the position he holds and the standards expected by DuPage constituents, it's apparently lost on him that the reason for the protests is that elected officials, particularly at the local level, have failed to listen to people of color. They have failed to act to build trust in the community and to engage the community on ways to bring about change in an inclusive way, to even acknowledge the implicit bias and systematic racism that permeates all systems and all levels of structure in communities across the country. DuPage County is not immune to this reality. Given his inability to control his outbursts and his vulgar retorts, Mr. DeCiani appears to be unable to represent all of the DuPage constituents with the highest standards and is unwilling to respect voices of minorities and women. His white male misogynistic privilege was on full display. When people show you who they are, believe them. Mr. DeCiani must be held accountable and forced to step down from the board. Next comment is from Donna Slevnik. It's regarding DeCiani resignation removal. It states, DuPage County Board, Mr. DeCiani is not capable of chairing the Health and Human Services Committee and representing all of DuPage County residents. His aggressive behavior in any context is inappropriate for an elected official, and that same behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the respiratory virus is spread through droplets, is borderline assault. He is not following CDC guidelines nor the governor's basic guidelines regarding masks. If he does not understand the importance of these basic guidelines, how can he possibly be in charge of Health and Human Services? I call on DeCiani to resign from the DuPage County Board. However, if he refuses to do so, I call on all DuPage County Board members to 1, remove DeCiani from the Health and Human Services Committee altogether, 2, remove DeCiani from all other positions of authority, and 3, condemn DeCiani's actions and call on him to resign immediately. DuPage County deserves better. Next question is from Christina Sidal, a DuPage dedicated to sustained equality and justice, especially for Black lives, and for the resignation of Pete DeCiani. Our DuPage sheriff believes diversity training is enough to address the issue of police brutality. Our police budgets are large, while our community development section of town budgets has nothing to do with community, but everything to do with parking lots and construction. Where in our budget is there mental health services, education, addiction treatment, rehousing, reentry support, and food security? Where is their dedication to equity and justice and health and human services, and not just for show, for systematic change? The board has a chance to make this county better. What will you do? Next comments from Claire Tate. It's regarding unacceptable behavior of DeCiani. DuPage County Board, Mr. DeCiani has committed acts that render him incapable of chairing the Health and Human Services Committee and representing all of DuPage County residents. The first act I cite, although there have been more, was recently captured on video where he was seen screaming to the face of a BLM protester peacefully exercising her 1A right to free speech protected by the Constitution. Elected officials must be held to the highest standard, and while he was also exercising his right to free speech, his aggressive manner in any context is inappropriate for an elected official. That same behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the respiratory virus is spread through droplets, is borderline assault. He was not modeling CDC guidelines and has disqualified himself from serving on the Health and Human Services Committee and chairing it. He clearly doesn't believe in science. The second act that I cite was his email response to a constituent who expressed her views on his behavior at the protest, in which he wrote in an email to her to go stick your vote up your ass. This is not how an elected official should behave. I call on DeCiani to resign from the DuPage County Board. If he refuses to do so, I call on all DuPage County Board members to remove DeCiani from the Health and Human Services Committee, to remove DeCiani from all their positions of authority, and to condemn DeCiani's actions and call on him to resign immediately. DuPage County deserves better. Next comments from Lisa Rose. It's regarding Peter DeCiani behavior. Pete DeCiani is on the DuPage County Health Commission. He is the man who identifies on social media screaming without a mask in a woman's and minors' faces who are protesting. When a constituent emailed him about his behavior, he responded that she could stick her vote up her ass. She posted in his insulting response also on social media. This man is an elected official. He works for the people of DuPage County. Not only is it disgusting that he is screaming in the faces of those he serves, but worse that he is on the Health Commission doing so without a mask in a pandemic with a respiratory virus. So it made me wonder, what other helpful things has he been doing for the people of DuPage County? These actions alone for the world to see is cause to demand that Mr. DeCiani step down from the Health Commission and retire or resign from the board. DuPage County deserves better. Next comment is from Judith Brody. It's regarding Representative Peter DeCiani. His behavior at a peaceful demonstration in Carroll Stream was despicable. He does not belong in office. He must resign. He is there to serve all of the people. That concludes that response. Next comments from Laura Dunn regarding Peter DeCiani's bad behavior. There may not be a specific ordinance obliging county board members to refrain during this time of pandemic from spewing their droplets onto citizens. There may not be an ordinance obliging them to use civil language when corresponding with constituents. However, the self-entitlement and outright rudeness of such behaviors demonstrate clearly that Mr. DeCiani prioritizes his own beliefs and needs above those of citizens he represents and disqualifies him from representing us. We want and need board members with more empathy, more self-control, and frankly, better manners. Next comments from Morgan Taylor. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. States your presence at Back the Blue aside from the Health and Human Services Chairman Committee. I'm appalled that you were seen without a mask on. The pandemic is still very real. I also want to mention that on the same day you stood up for your cops, there was a walk in Villa Park, part of your district, honoring Sandra Bland, a Willowbrook graduate. If you truly wanted to show you support communities you represent, your presence would have meant more there. Leave your personal affinity for the police at the door. You no longer just represent Elmhurst. Next is Jessica Cardella. It's Pete DeCiani's behavior towards our community. Any elected official is responsible to represent the entire community in which they serve, not just ones that agree with them. I watched Mr. DeCiani yell unmasked into someone's face during a protest. This shows a disregard for public health and disrespect to those who are high risk, such as myself, for COVID-19. As an asthmatic who frequently wears a mask when in public, I would be absolutely terrified if someone deliberately got that close to my face to mock my mask and then deliberately showed they don't care about my well-being. To know that there are public officials in my own community not taking this pandemic seriously alone makes me feel unsafe. Then I saw Mr. DeCiani yell at a protester to get out of our town. Again, as an elected official, he is to represent us and hear us all, not just those who agree with him. I then read an email in which he told a concerned citizen to go stick your vote in your ass. These actions are not acceptable. We should always hold our elected officials to the highest standard. He should, at the very least, be able to listen and show respect for all voices and opinions in our community. Instead, he showed his anger and disregard for anyone who doesn't agree with him. We must accept that we have to look at our justice systems and our police departments and assess areas for change that need changes and improvement. We must always be open to change and always strive for a system that works for all of its people. We cannot accept a system that disproportionately negatively affects black lives. We will never have a world where everyone agrees on everything. I don't think that it's hard to ask for a world where our elected officials are the best of us and act like it. That concludes that comment. Jacqueline Intrays, it's regarding Peter DiCiani behavior. Last month, my beautiful 9-month-old godson was diagnosed with COVID-19. He remains dangerously sick to this day and will likely have a lifetime of long-term symptoms. Mr. DiCiani's irresponsible and frankly disgusting behavior at the protest, as well as his continued belligerent denial of the real dangers posed to the people of DuPage by this virus, are embarrassing and dangerous. We need leadership who don't waste their time screaming at children, but instead work to find solutions to improve our county's quality of life. Mr. DiCiani is clearly incapable of placing the needs of others over his selfish need to throw a tantrum in the streets. He should resign and make room for someone interested in compassionate leadership. Next comments from Liz Vogel. As a DuPage County resident, I have viewed Mr. DiCiani's recent email response to a constituent as well as his behavior at a local protest. His personal conduct in being so crudely rude to constituents in an attempt to suppress free speech and in violating current public health guidelines are unfitting for anyone who holds public office. During this time of crisis in our country, it is especially imperative that we be able to trust the judgment of our public officials, and we cannot trust DiCiani's. It's particularly concerning that he holds a position on the Health and Human Services Committee, as he clearly doesn't respect or follow the current CDC guidelines to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Mr. DiCiani should accept responsibilities for his action and resign his seat. But failing that, I would encourage the DuPage County Board to censure Mr. DiCiani and remove him from the Health and Human Services Committee. The next comments from Maggie Hernandez-Zayas is regarding Pete DiCiani. I wanted to thank the board for hearing my comment today. I also wanted to thank my board member, Mary Ozog, for the very quick response to my email regarding the videos released by County Board member Pete DiCiani. I have yet to hear from Grant Eckhoff or Tim Elliott, who have not responded to my email. I was completely shocked and appalled at the behavior of Mr. DiCiani in the videos. This is quite a long one, that were released over the weekend. He was not wearing a mask during a pandemic. He was inches away from people, yelling at them, which is so disrespectful and during a pandemic is dangerous. As a person with underlying health issues which make me and my family at risk for COVID complications, I was disgusted by this. Furthermore, his aggressive posturing was absolutely uncalled for. He leaned in and screamed at a woman. He was screaming and violently gesturing at minors. His entire body language was aggressive and designed to physically intimidate people into silence. He was extremely threatening. Everyone, especially public officials, should be able to hear opposition to their ideas without such an aggressive, threatening response. Even his email response to his constituents failed to acknowledge any of his behavior, and instead he continued to behave in an extremely hostile way. I may not live in District 2, but I do live in DuPage County, so Mr. DiCiani's actions impact me. He ignores health guidelines that prevent the spread of COVID, which means my family and I could have a greater risk of catching it. And I also do not want the reputation of DuPage County to be that our public officials aggressively attempt to silence their own community members through verbal attacks and physical limitations. As a Latina, I am also extremely upset that seeing so little empathy and understanding of the Black Lives Matter movement and the issues that impact the black community and communities of color due to systematic racism and white privilege. We clearly have an issue on the DuPage County Board, as Mr. DiCiani is not the only member behaving in such a fashion. Mr. Noonan has recently graced the newspaper with a very similar issue. We should not be a community that tolerates racism. We should not be a community that tolerates violence or encourages violence. We should not be a community that tolerates intimidation tactics. I call on the board to support the swift and immediate resignation of Mr. DiCiani and Mr. Noonan. They clearly do not hold the values of our community or our board. Thank you for your time.
Connor, who was that again?
That was Maggie Hernandez-Zayas.
Maggie?
Meggie. Next comments from Rachel Maggio. It's regarding Peter DiCiani. It says, Pete DiCiani has no place in public office. To verbally assault a law-abiding citizen while not wearing a mask is inexcusable. Then to send a vulgar email to another citizen should be enough to have him resign. We need politicians with level heads who do not assault the general public. Do better, DuPage. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Ashley Sinison. It's regarding removal from the health board based upon the videos from this weekend showing Peter DiCiani without a mask screaming in a girl's face closely. I feel like it's important that Peter steps down from his role with the health committee. The videos show that Peter does not believe in following CDC guidelines and cannot act appropriately concerning the health of others. Peter should also be tested to verify that he did pass the virus on to others. Thank you. That concludes that comment. Next comment is from Catherine Guinan, Guinan. It's regarding Peter DiCiani. It says, when a constituent questions a DuPage County board member about their involvement in a counter-protest against a group that also represents constituents, it deserves a more thoughtful response than, go stick your vote in your ass. That alone is outrageous. DiCiani doesn't believe in wearing face masks in public and doesn't mind yelling his hateful rhetoric in young women's faces mere inches away. Apparently, he doesn't care for voters or the lives of his constituents. This behavior is reprehensible and does not represent many of the people in his district. I would insist he resign from the Board of Health, from the chair of the Health and Human Services, or from the county board. At this meeting, I would also ask the board to consider Sean Noonan's posting of racist remarks on his Facebook page. Both these men are an embarrassment to DuPage County. Next comments from Lynn Trevarthen. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's behavior. Peter DeCiani is out of line. When a constituent called him out for his behavior at a recent public gathering in Elmhurst, he told her to go stick your vote in your ass. I stood up for the cops today. And as an elected official, Mr. DeCiani must stand up for all people he represents in our community. As a resident of the DuPage County Board District 2, I'm appalled that Mr. DeCiani chooses to miss the opportunity to engage in productive discussion about the disparities that people of color experience in our community. Mr. DeCiani instead chose to dismiss his constituents' legitimate concerns with callous and inflammatory disregard. In addition, we are in the midst of a global pandemic that the CDC recently stated is beyond being controlled. Yet as the chair of the Health and Human Services for the DuPage County Board, Mr. DeCiani does not wear a mask, nor does he respect social distancing guidelines. He got in the face of a young protester exercising their First Amendment right. We can no longer let people like Mr. DeCiani represent us. He must resign. Respectfully, Lynn Trevarthen. Yes.
And that one that you gave me, Maggie Hernandez's name, can you pull that aside so I can look at it later?
Sure. Just making a note. Thank you. Next comment is from Becky Paulzine. It's regarding Pete DeCiani's removal. Public officials are expected to conduct themselves with at least a modicum of respect and decency when in public. Public officials are expected to listen to their constituents and treat them with respect, whether they agree with their constituents or not. Mr. DeCiani demonstrated this weekend in Elmhurst that he can do neither of these things. If he does not stop himself from yelling at protesters, including children, at public events while not wearing a mask, we cannot trust him to represent our county. If he cannot accept criticism from constituents without acting out, we cannot trust him to represent our county. Mr. DeCiani embarrassed Elmhurst and DuPage County and should resign or be removed from his positions. Stunned that an elected official, next comments from Margaret Chitaro. It says, stunned that an elected official thinks it's acceptable to respond to their constituents in this way. It's irrelevant what the email said. It's irrelevant how old the constituent is, or it's irrelevant what side of the aisle the constituent is. This is completely inappropriate. You are elected to represent us all. You should have been engaging in civil conversation, trying to understand why they are outraged with our country right now. But instead, DeCiani dismissed and agitated. Had he stuck around after the crowd dispersed, he would have witnessed several participants in the back of the Blue rally talking to protesters. Not surprisingly, these few residents who opened up their hearts and ears listening learned a few things and actually agreed with some of what the protesters were fighting for. How can an elected official not be more well-read and well-versed on what's happening in this country right now? Does he even know what defund the police means? Does he know that it's not a cry to completely abolish the police, or is it just easier to cry bullshit and walk away? Does he have an idea what systematic racism is and how that could be affecting DuPage County and its residents? Additionally, alarming is his portrayal of the protest in the patch. Quote, instead they were met with hatred from young kids with megaphones shouting at and taunting our police officers and their families. So misrepresented. The hatred came from DeCiani, from his friends, getting in people's faces and telling them they don't belong in the county. In this country, circling the protesters as intimidation. Lastly, why was he not wearing a mask? That concludes that comment. Next comment is Michael Geese. It's regarding Peter DeCiani, resignation, censure, and removal. Board Member DeCiani's disregard for the health and safety as well as a lack of respect for DuPage County residents demands consequence. At a minimum, Board Member DeCiani must resign his committee chair position. Further, the DuPage County Board must take action through dull removal or censure. His actions, not wearing a mask, yelling in close proximity into a constituent's face, rebutting criticism using rude and inappropriate language, and showing no professionalism reminiscent of the public service position he holds. Serving in public office should still mean something. You should realize you're serving all the members of the community regardless of your political affiliation and regardless of their opinion of you. This is a concept Board Member DeCiani is not displaying, and allowing him to continue to serve without consequences an endorsement of his behavior and tactics. I ask that you remove or censure Board Member DeCiani. Next comment is from Shelley Savino, S-H-E-L-A-G-H, Savino the normal way. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. This is to register my demand that Peter DeCiani be censured and removed from the Public Safety Committee for his recent reprehensible conduct in his response to legitimate concerns expressed by constituent Lauren Sussman at the recent Blue Lives Matter rally. Regardless of one's opinion on the issues at hand, Mr. DeCiani displays extremely poor judgment, utter lack of professionalism, and complete disregard of his duties as a public health official. Make it clear that he is unfit to serve in his current position or any position of public trust. He should be censured and immediately removed from his position as the chair of the board's Public Safety Committee, for which he has demonstrated himself as entirely unfit. He should also resign from the board, but his failure to do so does not relieve the board of its responsibility to act. Next comments from Chris Walker. It's regarding Pete D. resignation. Peter DeCiani should resign immediately. His disregard for public safety by refusing to wear a mask in public places and his rude arrogance towards constituents is not leadership DuPage County needs. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Diane Hewitt. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's inappropriate behavior and ask for resignation. Peter DeCiani is an unacceptable member of the health and is unacceptable chair of the Health and Human Services. At what point does the ethics clause start to be needed? He doesn't mind yelling his hateful, ignorant, non-scientific rhetoric in young women's faces mere inches away. He apparently doesn't care for voters or the lives of his constituents. In the middle of the worst pandemic in history, to not believe in wearing face masks in public should be unacceptable. His son's letter of apology says so much. Here are video links of him accosting young people. I'll distribute those to the board. For another article, patch.com, and there's another link. I'll distribute that to the board. How is this behavior acceptable as a county board member or chair of a committee? Next comment is from Steve Newerator. Pete DeCiani should resign or be removed from his position immediately. I viewed a disturbing video of Pete DeCiani approaching someone in public and yelling at them without wearing a mask. This is irresponsible behavior because we are currently in the middle of a deadly pandemic in which close proximity to others, especially without masks, endangers them. As the chair of Health and Human Services and as a DuPage County board member, Pete DeCiani should be particularly aware and mindful of the risks. Mr. DeCiani's reckless behavior is a clear example that he is not responsible enough to be on the DuPage County board, and especially not in the Health and Human Services chair. Further, Pete DeCiani's unprofessional response to a concerned voter's email telling the voter, go stick your vote in your ass, is another example that he is not fit for his public office role. As a DuPage County resident, I request Pete DeCiani resign or be removed and be replaced with someone more responsible and more respectful to the public the DuPage County board is supposed to represent and protect. Next comments from Lydia Sumner. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. A vile person like him shouldn't be allowed to hold a seat as a DuPage County board member. We need members who believe in science, lead by example, and do not yell hateful rhetoric to young women who are peacefully protesting. Disgusting behavior and should be removed. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Jewel Willardick. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It states, there's no place for a man like this to hold any position in any office, let alone our local government. His inability for self-control and belief in science makes him a dangerous man in power. He needs to resign ASAP. Next comments from Leslie Sadowski-Fugit, F-U-G-I-T-T, Sadowski, S-A-D-O-W-S-K-I. It's regarding County Board Member Pete DeCiani. It states, I want to state how disappointed I am that County Board Member Pete DeCiani not only yelled in a woman's face, but also did so unmasked. It is well within his rights to support local police, but screaming at a woman in close quarters in the middle of the pandemic is completely uncalled for. Considering the fact that he is the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee, I would think that he would better understand how serious COVID-19 is and would do everything in his power to prevent the spread of the virus. There is ample data that suggests mask wearing is incredibly effective at spreading the virus, even when social distancing is not possible. I hope that he in some way receives a warning or censure for his egregious behavior to a local resident who is exercising her First Amendment rights. As a member of our county board, he has a duty to represent the county with compassion, empathy, and leadership with regards to this public health crisis. He failed at all three. I would like to thank those board members, regardless of party, who have supported the idea of racial equity and those who continue to lead on the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate your kindness and leadership. Next comment is from Susan Pernovi. It's regarding Mr. DeCiani's actions at the protest last Saturday. It says, as chairman of the Health and Human Services Committee, DeCiani should be modeling face mask wearing behavior that we expect all citizens to emulate. He definitely should not be screaming in people's faces, especially without wearing a mask. His lack of self-control, witnessed by my daughter and shown in the short clip, exemplify that he is unfit for the office he holds. Next comment is from Jane Chia. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. Resign and yell your hateful rhetoric in the comfort of your own home. For your son to have to apologize for your behavior says it all. Bye. Next comments from Marilyn Peretti. States the attitude of Peter DeCiani. Says this man doesn't merit representing most of us on the DuPage County Board. Fire him. This action will show what our board stands for. That concludes that comment. Next comment from Raymond Ong. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. Says please resign peacefully. We don't need another hasteful person in office. Your stick your vote in the ass comment is not welcome here nor anywhere for that matter. Maybe your son can teach you a few things. Your next comment's from Janice Grimm. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says, I can't ever recall seeing an elected official behave so unprofessionally in public, let alone without a mask during a pandemic. He should resign or at the very least be censured. Next comment's from Matt Brown. It says, resign, Mr. DeCiani. It says, Mr. DeCiani, you have disgraced your office. In case you hadn't noticed, you have many constituents who care deeply about reforming the injustices of racism and policing in this country and this state. Your decision to belittle and dismiss one of them for expressing your view of your priorities is indefensible and inconsistent with your continued service in your position. Doubling down on your position is a further offense to your constituency. Resign now. Next comments from Diane Crater. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says this man's actions make him unsuitable for being a member of the DuPage County Board. His ignorance of health recommendations and hateful response to constituents are inexcusable. He needs to resign. That concludes that comment. Next comments from Irfan Ibrahim. It states it's regarding Peter DeCiani. It says to Peter DeCiani, the DuPage County Board and Health and Human Services head, I'm extremely disappointed to your behavior at public protest. As leader of Health and Human Services, sir, you are not setting the right example by screaming in people's faces without a mask. There are multiple recorded accounts of you having disregarded social distancing guidelines and egregious behavior of coming too close to other protesters. Everyone has a right to protest, but as a leader, you should be held at a high standard. The least thing to do at this stage for this outrageous behavior, I urge Chairman Cronin to dismiss board member for his disregard for public safety from Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you, Irfan Ibrahim. Next comments from Karen Peck. It's regarding a demand for resignation of Councilmember Pete DeCiani. I respectfully call for the immediate resignation of Mr. Pete DeCiani from his position on the DuPage board after witnessing his reprehensible behavior. Mr. DeCiani was maskless and not social distancing while streaming at constituents, bearing witness and calling for justice for Black lives. His behavior spewed droplets of his breath in the faces of minors and women. This behavior was not only intimidation to discredit his constituents, but also a health and safety disgrace. While I witnessed his behavior on video and viewed his email to a polite constituent, which was go stick your vote in your ass, I stood up for my cops today. Not only was this unprofessional, but Mr. DeCiani also seems to forget that he represents his constituents. He works for Naperville. His behavior reflected a belief to uphold the systematic racism in the U.S. police departments, including the Naperville Police Department. He fails to understand that the calls for change are to recognize systematic racism and white supremacy and to treat people equally and justly. By belittling and screaming at constituents, he denies the reality of, quote, his cops, quote, as an organization in need of systematic change. He was abusive to the people who not only have constitutional right to peacefully protest, but to have every right to be treated respectfully. We must have higher standards for our elected officials. Again, I request the immediate resignation of Peter DeCiani. Karen Peck, that concludes that comment. The next comment is from Krista Carlson. It's regarding Peter DeCiani. I call for the resignation of Peter DeCiani from the chair of the Health and Human Services and the county board. His lack of face mask in public during a global pandemic proves a lack of basic scientific understanding and a lack of care for his community, and that certainly disqualify him from this position. That concludes the comment. Next comment is from Francis Sodero. It's regarding Peter DeCiani's conduct with constituents. It states a video has surfaced of board member Peter DeCiani verbally assaulting a peaceful counter-protester at a Blue Lives Matter protest. DeCiani was not wearing a mask at the time, could be seen thrusting his face into that of a young woman's and screaming. As we are in the midst of a pandemic, these actions can be taken as intent to cause harm. Disturbingly, Peter DeCiani is the chairman of the county's Health and Human Services Committee. DeCiani has further displayed unprofessional conduct in communications with constituents. When a concerned citizen expressed their grievance with DeCiani's actions at the protest in an email, DeCiani responded with, go stick your vote in your ass. I stood up for my cops today. That DeCiani choose to personally respond with profanity in the heat of the moment rather than gather his thoughts and follow up with an invitation to dialogue suggests that DeCiani is unqualified and perhaps too emotionally volatile for the position. DeCiani's views and actions are harmful, and we cannot allow him to be a reflection of the residents of DuPage County. I urge the board to demand he resign from his position as the DuPage County board member and as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. That concludes that comment. Next comment is from Mayor Vavrinchik, V-A-V-R-I-N-C-H-I-K. It's regarding DeCiani unacceptable behavior. The behavior of Pete DeCiani showed during his support the police of Elmhurst was unacceptable. He is in video. You can see it. No mask yet gets within inches of a young woman's face. He is not professional, and I question his qualifications to lead us through the pandemic. Many states are seeing COVID infections, hospitalizations, and death because of not following CDC guidelines. Pete made himself clear in the videos that he will fund the police as a comment in their march at the police station that he will not defund the police. What are we spending our count and city money on? Why do we need militarized police but little to no school nurses and social workers and counselors? Calling out that Elmhurst has a black police officer is another thing DeCiani called out, as if one officer meant there is equability, AMOUNG, the pay and rank of black and people of color or white officers. There's a lot for Mr. DeCiani to learn, and he was clearly showing no respect to the residents who were counter-protesting. If he wants to hold those views as a citizen, that is fine, but he should resign or be removed because he doesn't represent me when he says the number of things he said. How about providing stats on the number of black people, employees in the county of DuPage, their pay rates, and the percentage of blacks that are upper management? How many vendors does DuPage County use that are owned by black people? How many DuPage County sheriffs are black? How do those numbers compare to white officers and include pay, rank, and how you anticipate improving those numbers? Thanks, Maria. Next comments from Emily Locke. It states, as a DuPage resident, I'm extremely disappointed to see the actions of Mr. DeCiani at a recent Blue Lives Matter protest in Elmhurst. As a politician, it is his responsibility to advocate for the people he serves. As a former mayor of Elmhurst and a white man, I understood that he may have a good relationship with people in the Elmhurst Police Department. He must also understand that cops as they exist today aid in systematic discrimination and racism against minorities, including the areas he represents. It would have been nice to see him at a Black Lives Matter protest, which would show that he hears complaints of his constituents and sees the struggles of minorities in his district face every day. His presence at a Blue Lives Matter protest shows otherwise. A complete oversight of these important issues is that absolutely affect the suburbs you're supposed to observe. I suggest that if he is caught up in his personal relationship with police and cannot realize the damage they put on our society, he should resign. A board member should listen to the struggles of their people. His abrasive presence at the protest and infamous email to your constituent shows he does not have his people's best interests at heart. As an Elmhurst resident, I am disgusted that our former mayor is acting with such disregard to the well-being of the people. Please consider resigning. Next comment is from Lauren Sussman. It's regarding Pete DeCiani, and it says it's Pete DeCiani is unfit to represent us. Watching the videos of the protests made me so angry. DeCiani placed himself on the same side as overt racists who were mocking names like Tamir Rice and other black people murdered by police. DeCiani yelled, "You leave our town," then at residents who he didn't disagree with, residents who were present to defend black lives. DeCiani unmasked, aggressively yelled at a young woman's face. When asked on the phone by my friend if he knew who George Floyd was, DeCiani revealed that he didn't. When asked by a Patch reporter for comment on the murder of George Floyd and other black people by the police, DeCiani responded with a tantrum about how it's not fair that Black Lives BLM protesters didn't let Back the Blue group demonstrate without protest or conflict. In this statement, DeCiani goes on to complain about young kids taunting him and other Back the Blue protesters. DeCiani reveals that he is anti-free speech, considers young kids participating in their democracy to be problematic, and most importantly, makes no effort to acknowledge racism or even try and educate himself on recent events. DeCiani proves he has no respect for public safety by not wearing a mask and invading his constituents' personal space with much closer than 6 feet. With this anger, I emailed DeCiani to express my disappointment and demand his resignation. DeCiani responded, "You can stick your vote up your ass." DeCiani said it was the same thing to my friend on the phone. "You can stick your vote up your ass." It wasn't something he said in the heat of the moment. This is his character. He has shown us he will not listen to or respect the constituents he serves. He is unfit to represent us and needs to resign from his position.
You know, we're over 4 hours.
Mr. Zay.
Yeah, we're over 4 hours now on public comment. We had an hour and a half of public comment for the people here who were live. We had just about a half an hour on the chickens and hens. Now we're over 2 hours on the emails. I would ask at this time that we just continue reading the emails and that we make sure that the remaining, I think because we're just about halfway through the emails, that we make sure those ones are attached to the minutes of this meeting and that they're part of the record. So I would make that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Zay articulated his motion pretty clearly. Is there any discussion on this? Member Rutledge.
Thank you, Chairman. I just ask if the subject matter of the remaining emails is all the same.
I mean, it pretty much looks that way to me.
He can't say with certainty.
But you would think the majority is what we've heard against Mr. DeCiani.
I'm flipping through where they have a subject line. Virtually all of them say Pete DeCiani or reference Mr. DeCiani on the front page. I'm just flipping through the stack. Thus far, I haven't found anything that doesn't mention Member DeCiani in some fashion.
And again, if there's discussion, I'm ready to hear, but I mean, we're halfway through these emails. I mean, I think we get the gist of it in that as long as the ones that are remaining are put into the record, so their comments are part of the record, I think I'm fine with that.
As long as there's no objection. So, you know, I'm inviting conversation or discussion. I think it's a reasonable request. The problem is that the Open Meetings Act does not contemplate the technological advances and how we conduct meetings during this COVID. So people can generate hundreds, perhaps thousands of messages, and there's not clear direction under the Open Meetings Act. So I think you pointed out fairly that, you know, we devoted an hour and a half to folks that were here in person. We got through every one of them. And then we talked approximately 20 minutes, half hour, talking about chickens. And then the balance of our time here, over 2 hours, has been reading these email messages. So I think we have a pretty good record demonstrating our commitment to the Open Meetings Act. And so there's been a motion and there's a second. You know, I'm going to call a roll call on this one. So, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I can't hear.
Member Desart, how do you vote?
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan. Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Zay. Mr. DeCiani.
Can't hear.
We can't hear.
There we go. Sounds it. Wanted to make a correction on your statement that there's been no discussion about defunding public safety. In finance, there has been discussion, in fact, and there were actually votes against the sheriff's request for funding, and there's been discussion by several members in finance regarding this issue. So to say that is a statement of fact is totally incorrect. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it has been discussed in a committee of the whole in finance. Now, addressing these comments, first of all, I'd like to give a heartfelt thank you to all of those who spoke on my behalf. I'm humbled and honored to know you. The passion I have for helping others is what has always driven me to be a volunteer, a public servant, and an elected official. These last several months have been among the most trying times of all of our lives. The emotions are high, and my own passion and emotions admittedly got the best of me when I was met with hostility for supporting the fine men and women of the Elmhurst Police Department. I am proud to support the police in my hometown, the town where I once served as mayor, the town where my wife and I have raised our 3 beautiful children. The Elmhurst Police Department sets the bar on training and policing for other communities to follow. As a current member of the county's Judicial Public Safety Committee, I stand strong and fully support DuPage County law enforcement, including the Elmhurst Police Department. I am also proud that Elmhurst and its police department, with the assistance of our Sheriff's Office and multiple neighboring agencies, supported Black Lives Matter demonstrators in our town without any counter-protesters a few weeks prior to the Back to Blue event, showing the support to our police and their families. Unfortunately, that same courtesy given to Black Lives Matter supporters was not given to our police officers and their families. Instead, they were met in front of the Elmhurst Police Station by counter-protesters armed with megaphones and hatred towards our cops. Showing support of our police officers does not equate to being equally against equality for people of color. My passion for the men and women in blue led me to remove my mask so I could be heard, ending in a lapse in judgment and in an email response to a constituent, certainly not my finest moment, and something I do regret. But I will not apologize for standing up for our fine police officers who consistently provide the best. I thank you for your time and concern for the best of DuPage County communities have to offer. Now, regarding the chairmanship of Health and Human Services, this is something that's near and dear to me. I fought for Medicaid relief for the poor, for the working poor. We did that as a board. Several people thought that wasn't our right thing to do. We got it passed. You heard some stories today about people who I've helped in medical situations from Wheaton. People, Chairman, who I asked you to help with me and to no avail. I had to do it on my own. But we did it. We helped Jeremy Mitchell from Wheaton get into Loyola, flew him out of Michigan, and there's a lot of documented experiences like that. Kimmy Alvarez from Addison, who needed a life-saving surgery, she's documented in there somewhere. Her mom couldn't make it today. Mayors, black mayors, Mayor Christina Thompson, Mayor Rory Hoskins from Forest Park are documented in there as pro-supporters of me. But I don't want this to be an issue. I don't want this to be divisive. So I will step down as chairman of HHS in lieu of divisiveness, but realize my love and compassion for people is never ending. And I will continue to help. I will continue to advocate. I will continue to pass laws. I think we're up to 8 right now, all of which are basically insurance and Medicaid access, public safety laws, things that I'm very proud of. And many of those things we did as a group, and I appreciate your support when we had done those. So this is challenging for me to do because it's a position I love and I hold very, very dear to me. But I did make a mistake. I didn't have a mask. I took it off. Shame on me. But I stood up for the people that I worked with every day for years. I saw officers nearly give their lives. I saw one protester who was inches from one officer's face who 10 years ago almost gave his life with 3 kids at home. And that was the executive order that put tasers on our police officers because he would have had to kill the guy because the guy didn't have a gun. But these are the decisions that we make, and this is why it's personal and passionate. I love serving. I love help advocating, and we'll continue to do that. I just won't do it as chairman of HHS. But I'll never turn my backs on the men and women in blue. And guess what? We can support both, and we will. People of color and people serving this county in blue. God bless. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We move on to the order of consent. Is there a motion? Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachalski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge. Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. On to the order of County Board, Member Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on CBR 413-20, resolution for the expanded Board of Review, appointment of 12 members.
There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski. Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Zay. On to the order of finance, Mr. Bob Larson.
By way of committee report, two things. There was an issue raised about potentially a separate finance committee hearing. I appreciate Member DeCiani's comments. That should obviate the need for any such hearing regarding his chairmanship. So we can move on to what I consider to be the very important business of this county. And there are a number of things we are doing here as a county to help the people of DuPage County and the businesses herein, and I'm looking forward to taking those on. So with that, I would move to approve FIR 38920, the 2021 holiday schedule.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Can I
Member
make a
Chaplin?
discussion?
Member
Yes, thank you
Chaplin
so much.
seeking recognition.
Thank you, Chairman Cronin. So, at our last meeting, we tabled this motion. I'm not sure if we tabled it. Did we remove my motion to include Juneteenth as a holiday? Was that motion? Did Tim remove his second from that? Because I thought I had motioned and then Tim second to include Juneteenth. So I thought
Thought we tabled it.
We tabled that motion. So
Yeah.
Are we discussing that motion or are we discussing this? I guess I would ask the state's attorney.
Well, we've renewed the motion on this issue. If you're renewing your motion to amend,
I'm sorry, I can't quite
Here,
hear you, Bob.
maybe I could, Member Chaplin, if you don't mind, maybe I could address this. So, yeah, you brought this issue up. I think there was a fair amount of interest by board members, Tim Elliott among them. And so we looked into it. I know that there was a discussion about just the concept of a holiday. I think there was a discussion about how could we maybe make it a teaching moment. I think there was also some interest in, there was information shared regarding numbers and the cost. So I guess here's what I would offer you for your consideration. First, I think I want to thank members Sadia Covert and Jim Healy for arranging the complete count committee's speakers and agenda. And I didn't know where we wanted to go with this, and because of today's unusual agenda, we kind of didn't know if we were going to address this or not. But so I was prepared to share this thought with all of you. So the complete count committee's speakers and agenda I say it was thoughtful dialogue because I listened carefully and I tried to critically analyze and internalize what I heard. And I know you did too, Member Chaplin. So Reverend James Miller, the senior pastor at DuPage AME Church in Lisle, and NAACP President Michael Childers, they weighed in on the subject of whether Juneteenth should be a holiday. And as I considered, at least in my role as chairman, what I should do and what was said, I also considered my own stated goal. And you may recall at that time, at our last meeting, I advocated that we take concrete steps to bridge the gaps and create greater understanding. Reverend Miller said previously, quote, "Please do not make Juneteenth a holiday. We don't need another empty symbol," unquote. So the idea of creating an empty symbol, I believe, is the last thing any of us wants. Michael Childress talked about his preference for a day of education and service. I too believe in the goals stated by these leaders. So I took some concrete steps with the help of some others that I respect. I collaborated with the College of DuPage this past week. Actually, the week before last, we started this effort, and we have agreed to work together on a year-long education and awareness program culminating in a unity breakfast celebrating Juneteenth in 2021. This breakfast will feature an educational program, as requested, to teach our community about the history of African American contributions to DuPage County and to help us all understand and mend racial divisions. We're partnering with Dr. Nathania Montes, Dean of Students, who's creating some excitement about this initiative by launching hashtag Chaps Unite Against Racism. COD is called the Chaparrals, I guess. So I propose for your consideration that as we develop the calendar of events, we involve Unity Partnership, local churches, and the NAACP to provide input, potential speakers, and help us to get the word out, along with our COD Chaparral partners. Our goal is to begin presenting learning opportunities in the fall, continuing through the school year, ending in our Unity event on Juneteenth. I'm thrilled to work with COD and the community on this initiative. I'm eager to raise awareness and incorporate the ideas I heard from the Complete Count Committee, the meeting. So I believe these activities will promote greater understanding, will make a real difference. I'm thrilled that COD so enthusiastically embraced this opportunity to, really engage in what Reverend Miller and Michael Childers both seem to be quite emphatic about, and that is let's learn about it instead of taking a day off. When people rest, I don't know that a lot of people on their days off would be as motivated or focused on learning the purpose or the reason for their day off. I think this is a much more robust and substantive approach to Juneteenth. But I just share that with you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Chairman Cronin. I appreciate that. And I did have a chance to talk with Mike Childress from the NAACP. And he did say he does support Juneteenth as a holiday, but with an educational component. But I really love what you're doing with College of DuPage. And so today I'm not going to, I won't amend the, I won't make the motion to amend it. But I was wondering if I could just take a minute because there are other voices out there in DuPage, and if I could just read, I got this beautiful comment about Juneteenth from one of our residents, and I was wondering if I could just take a second to read it.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I appreciate it. So it says, Dear DuPage County Board, and this is from Nicole Virgil. She's a resident in Elmhurst. She spoke before the board before about the koi pond, and I believe Member Larson commented that she had given the most compelling and best public comment he had ever heard. So these are some of her words. As a resident of DuPage County, I would like to express my support for the adoption of Juneteenth as an annual holiday. There are three connected concepts which unfold to me when I consider the value of recognizing June 19th as a holiday. First, unrealized ideals. On January 1st, 1863, President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation declared all those still held as slaves to be free. As is often the case, there's the ideal of liberty for all men, recognized as right and good in this proclamation was declared long before it was practically implemented. That is to say, there is frequently a delay in the application of revealed principle. Our Declaration of Independence had already stated openly that all men are created equal, but society as a whole did not, at the time, live up to that ideal. It would take 87 years, there's that delay, before Lincoln's proclamation endeavored to make it right. But even with Lincoln's proclamation, good and absolute as it was, there were corners of our country that did not have the moral courage to elevate their practice, and so slavery continued until the Union Army could get enough troops to Texas to enforce Lincoln's executive order. On June 19, 1865, another 2.5 years later, the Union Army began enforcing the rule in Texas. America has ideals, but they don't exist on a piece of paper. They must be witnessed, fought for, and practiced daily in order to be realized for all Americans. The commemoration of June 19th is about remembering that just seeing a good thing is not enough. We have to stay on it until it is implemented, enforced, lived everywhere. until the ideals are realized for all, knowing as we do that human nature tends to resist change and cause delays. Second, victory requires persistence. Good triumphs where the spirit of liberty is persistently pursued. We remember our ally, Churchill, who said, "Never give in, never, 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 in nothing, great or small, large or petty, never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense." Both the slaves and the Union Army had to be persistent. The slaves had to hang on another 2.5 years, not knowing that their freedom was guaranteed. And the Union Army had to keep working to enforce that which was already declared law in both the Declaration of Independence and the Emancipation Proclamation. We just can't say a thing and then relax. It is only through dogged persistence and the relentless pursuit of dignity and liberty that Juneteenth was manifested. It is a reminder that we can find victory over inequality, injustice, and hate of all kinds, but we must persist. Lastly, timing. Now is always the time to take note, make note, highlight, magnify both the tendency of human mankind to delay and the need to persevere no matter what. These two elements are present in every case where good triumphs over evil and where fear is conquered with love, and where there is survival against unfathomable odds. He who would triumph will recognize that now is the time to stand up for right, to voice the need for overcoming evil and doing things instead of saying things that are based on the ideal that all men are created equal. We know it, we can see it, we will pursue it until that threatens the nature of equality of man is rendered null and void. Now is the time. Let DuPage County stand against delays, recognizing the persistence and the proclamation that now is always the time to demonstrate our ideals in celebration and declaration of June 19th as a countywide holiday. So I know we're not gonna, I know I don't have the board support, but I just wanted to let you know that there are other voices out there, and maybe in the future, I hope that we, when we see the state implement this as a holiday, we'll go move forward with it as well. And I think we can do all the things that Pastor Miller talked about. I think we can have June 19th. I definitely want to see DuPage County up our minimum salary to $15 an hour. And Chairman Cronin, I'd love to talk to you and the NAACP and Member Covert about maybe a freedom memorial that we can put on the campus of the county, on the county campus. So thank you. I appreciate all the work you've done with COD.
Okay, I hesitate to do this. Just, you said, I know you don't have the board support. I think that's a mischaracterization, and that's unfair. I think what we're choosing to do is to take a different path, a more meaningful path. I think that's what we're doing here today.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Larson, please.
Just ready to present the remainder of the finance portion of the agenda. I do agree with Member Chaplain's comments. I think it's a date that should be recognized, and I appreciate the chairman's remarks that we're going to do that. I said several years ago when we first corrected the error of not having recognition for Martin Luther King Day that slavery was the original sin of this country, and the Emancipation Proclamation helped to correct that. So it is a date that should be recognized, and we'll address that going forward. With that, I think we can call for a vote on the holiday schedule as presented.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori. Aye. Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Aye. Eckhoff. Aye. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to combine agenda items B through F, which are all acceptance and appropriations of various grants.
There's been a motion and a second to combine B through F. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Ayes have it. The items are combined. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I then move approval of FIR 39920, which is the ILD CEO grant, FIR 40420, which is the Emergency Solutions Grant, COVID-19 response, FIR 40720, the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity WIOA grant, 40820, which is the Worker Disaster Recovery Grant for year 20, and 40920, the additional funding for the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity Workforce Intergovernmental Agreement.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of FIR 41120, allocation of $1 million to the DuPage County COVID-19 Tourism Promotion and Business Attraction Fund.
Been a motion and a second. It's a request for leave. Leave is granted.
No.
I'm sorry. Member Chaplin, forgive me. Sorry.
Yeah, no, if we could just take a roll call vote. We had some discussion on this in finance, and if we could have a roll call, that would be great.
Okay, sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, so there's been a motion and a second, but so let's, Member Dessart, please.
As I said in finance, I don't think it's really responsible to spend $1 million on a 4-month marketing program to bring possibly COVID-infected people into DuPage County. I just think there's a better way to spend our money on a food pantry, more money for food pantries, et cetera. So I do want a roll call vote as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anyone else seeking recognition? Forgive me, I missed you there earlier, but seems like we addressed all the people seeking recognition. Mr. Larson, you made a motion. There's been a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
No.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
No. No.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
You're muted, Member Selman.
Selman.
Sorry, aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. No. Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Dessart.
Nay.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy.
No.
Krajewski.
Okay. Thank you.
11-6.
Resolution is adopted. Member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would then move approval of FIR 41020, which is approval of an agreement with Choose DuPage to administer that program.
Second. We'll see a roll.
Well,
No, we got a roll call.
Well, yeah, we got to do another roll call. So there's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Dessart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 41520, budget transfers from various companies and accounting units.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 41620, placing names on payroll.
Leave is granted. Member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 41720, temporary revision to the Personnel Policy Manual regarding vacation time.
Leave is granted. Member Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 41820, an allocation of $43 million from the DuPage County Coronavirus Relief Fund to local government municipal COVID-19 reimbursement.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 42020, intergovernmental agreement between the County of DuPage and various municipalities for that fund.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 42120, recommendation for the approval of payment to the DuPage County Health Department for reimbursement of COVID-19 expenses.
Hold on. So let me make a point here on the record. What item numbers, letter is this?
So I believe L and M, Member Hart.
All right. So for items N, beginning N, O, and P, let the record reflect that Member Greg Hart has left the room. So we're on FIR 42120, which is item N. Please proceed, Member Larson. Forgive me.
I think we have a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second. We need a roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Dessart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart. Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 42220, ratification of emergency procurement of goods and services for $420,960, which is COVID expenses.
And a motion and a second is a request for leave. The leave of the previous roll call that leave is granted. Leave is granted. Please proceed to item P.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIR 42320, approval of issuance of payments to small businesses and independent contractors under the Small Business Relief Grant Program.
Leave is granted. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIP 19120, recommendation approval of contract to Guidehouse, Inc. to provide financial services, which is oversight of our programs, disbursement of
Okay,
CARES Act.
can you open the door and ask Mr. Hart to rejoin us now? We're on Q.
We're on Q, which is approval
There's
of
been a
the
motion
Guidehouse
and a
contract.
second on item Q, Guidehouse, Inc. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Larson.
Aye.
Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move approval of FIP 19420, approval of contract to Runback Election Services for election printing equipment, software maintenance, etc.
Second most favorable.
Leave.
Leave is granted.
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Larson.
Chairman. Finally, move approval of FICO 17-20, recommendation for approval of amendment to the resolution for purchase order for Lehner Muchin Legal Services.
Second most
Like most favorable.
Leave is granted. Thank you, Mr. Larson. A fine report. On to the order of Animal Services, Mr. Krajewski. In his stead, we have member Grant Eckhoff. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move approval of ACC
Thank
42-20
you.
ordinance amending the DuPage County Animal and Rabies Control Ordinance pertaining especially to leashes and tethering dogs.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Eckhoff.
Aye.
Elliott. Elliott.
Sorry, I didn't realize I muted. Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eckhoff, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of ASP 190-20, recommendation for approval of a contract with Butler Animal Health Holding Company, LLC, for veterinary pharmaceuticals and medical supplies.
Leave is granted. Thank you very much, Mr. Eckhoff. A fine report. On to the order of development, Mr. Sam Tornatori.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. On committee update, items A, B, and C, you may recognize from 2 weeks ago, this was when these contracts did not get out of Finance Committee. They kind of left us without a contract for planners. Building and Zoning went ahead with the auditor and restructured the bidding, took a look at it with a different set of criteria, and came up with a different set of contracts, which I believe are satisfactory to all the parties that were concerned about it originally. That being said, I would also move to discharge committee as to items letter A, B, and C.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Yes, you're right. Certainly we can. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The item is discharged. Please proceed,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman. I
Tornatori.
move approval of DCR 419-20, resolution DCP 174-20, rescission of contract 20-59BZ to Safe Build Illinois LLC in the amount of $40,000.
Motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Mr.
Thank you,
Tornatore.
Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCP 193-20, a recommendation for approval of a contract purchase order to Safe Build LLC for professional services on an as-need basis in the amount of $125,000, not to exceed that amount, from July 1, 2020 to November 30th, 2021.
Leave.
Leave is granted. Mr.
Thank you,
Tornatore.
Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCP 192-20, a recommendation for approval of a contract purchase to TPI Building Code Consultants on an as-needed basis for a period of July 1, 2020 through November 30th, 2021.
Leave.
Leave is granted.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Tornatore.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like leave to pull item D from the agenda. Leave the body.
Mr. Tornatore moves in, the seconded by Mr. Hart to remove item D from the agenda. All those, any objections? Seeing none, hearing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCO 37-20, ordinance C24, Zappin to approve conditional use to park a recreational vehicle on west edge of property.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCO 38-20, ordinance C2010, and approval of a zoning relief for a variation to reduce a corner yard setback.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of DCO 40-20, ordinance C2017, MEDA, to approve a conditional use to increase the total area of an existing detached garage.
Leave is granted.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of DCO 41-20, ordinance C2018, Bradburn, to approve a conditional use to allow an existing deck to remain 30 feet from the corner side yard setback.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tornatore. On to the Order of Health and Human Services, Member Pete DeCiani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to defer to my vice chair to do the report. Julie Renahan, thank you.
Respectfully, I'm, Chairman, I think maybe Member DeCiani should
Yeah,
do.
so I think with leave of the body, Pete, please proceed. We'd like to have you proceed. You know the subject matter and the agenda, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the combine items 12A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, please.
There's been a motion to combine items A through
Second.
G. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The items are combined. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on HHSR 0068-20, a resolution for a approval of revision to a contract or consolidated plan for 2020 for community development block grant, and the amount, actually no amount, but it's for COVID, for pandemic reprogramming of CDBG and home funds. Move on HHSR 0401-20, the allocation of our $1 million human services grant program. I move on HHSR 0402-20, a resolution for a approval of a scrivener's error on a modification of 2 agreement, page 1, under resolution HHSR 0627-16. I move on HHSR 0403-20, resolution, a recommendation for approval of an internship affiliation with County of DuPage and Indiana University for the DuPage Care Center. Move on HHSP 0185-20, recommendation contract purchase order to the American Bottling Company for the Care Center in the amount of $50,900. I move on HHSP 0186-20, recommendation approval of contract purchase order to Professional Clinical Laboratories in the amount of $31,000. And lastly, I move on a change order HHSP 047A-20, amendment of a contract of a resolution HHSP 0047-20 to sub guarantee contract in the amount of $85,000. Again, a COVID-related item, not to exceed $145,000.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
DeCiani.
Aye.
Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski. Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore. Aye. Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desarch.
Aye.
Okay, the resolutions are adopted. Thank you, Mr. DeCiani. On to the Order of Public Works, Mr. Jim Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 1, which is FMR 41220, was originally passed by the Public Works Committee, but there was subsequently a change to the contract. So what I'm going to ask for first, Mr. Chairman, is to discharge the committee regarding the amendment to the contract.
Okay, there's been a motion. Is there a second? Yes, there is. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The item is discharged. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is FMR 41220. It's an intergovernmental agreement between the County of DuPage and the City of Wheaton regarding campus improvements. My mic is on. Well, I got a red button right there.
Okay.
I am on. The best I can see is that I'm on. The change in the contract is actually, since the language that was added was that the city has agreed to waive application fees contingent upon the county's completion of the work in compliance of the city's ordinances. That wording was added into it, which was a substantial change to the agreement. So we just wanted to make sure that that was it. So I would so move on the contract as I have just stated as amended.
Okay, a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski. Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Aye. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert. Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of FMP 18720, approval of contract to Johnson Controls for parts as needed.
Leave is granted. Mr. Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of FMP 18920, a contract to White Construction to provide professional construction manager services under a construction manager at-risk guaranteed maximum price method of delivery.
Roll call, please.
Member Desart's requesting a roll call. There's been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Healy.
Aye.
Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
No.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
No.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. The
Thank you, Mr.
resolution
Chairman.
is
That's all.
adopted. Thank you, Mr. Healy. On to the order of stormwater. Member Jim Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On committee updates, I just wanted to announce that the Stormwater Management Department, along with Facilities and the Environmental Division, was recently awarded the ComEd Green Region Grant. It's only $5,000, but this grant will help fund a pollinator garden on the county campus along the west side of the 421 building. I knew she would like this. The project involves converting nearly an acre of turf grass into more sustainable grassy meadow with native plants and flowers, providing habitat for favorable insects and wildlife.
More,
and
please.
we'll have educational signs for visitors. So that construction will take care.
3 monarchs in my backyard.
That will take care of a portion I know that Jim Healy's been working on, but it's a start, and that will start this fall, so we'll be ready for next year.
All right, thank you, Mr.
And you can put a
Zay.
chicken coop there too, but it'll be okay.
Okay.
I'll move on my first item, SMR 39420, recommendation of an intergovernmental agreement between the County of DuPage and the Village of Glendale Heights for our water
Second.
grant program, amount of $90,000.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Did you hear me, Adam?
Or was that not Covert who said aye?
Yeah, we got Covert, we got Chaplin. We're on Desart right now.
We good?
Aye.
Okay. DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski. Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on SMR 39620, intergovernmental agreement between the City of Wooddale and for a water quality program.
Leave is granted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on SMR 39720, intergovernmental agreement between the county and the Village of Carroll Stream for water quality projects.
Leave is granted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on SMR 39820, recommendation and acceptance of a temporary easement, Ryan $1, Country Club Highlands drainage improvement.
Leave is granted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on SMP 18220, contract issued to Conservation Foundation, amount of $70,000.
Leave is granted. Mr. Zay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move on amendment, recommendation to approve modification 3 of interdepartment memorandum of understanding for project CDBG DR1, strategic buyouts between the County of DuPage and the Stormwater Department.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Zay. A fine report. Under the order of technology, member Greg Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on TEP 188-20, recommendation for the approval of a contract purchase order to Cara Company, Inc.
A motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski. Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Pachowski. Aye. Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore.
Aye.
Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on TEP 265A-19, amendment to resolution TEP 265-19, issued to CDW Government, Inc. for professional services.
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. A fine report. Under the order of transportation, Mr. Don Pachowski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I would move to approve DTR 420 and awarding resolution to Brothers Asphalt Paving Inc. for the Downers Grove Township 2020 Road Maintenance Program.
Been a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatore. Aye. Zay. Aye. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Aye. Krajewski. Larson. Aye. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Pachowski.
Approve DTR 39320 and intergovernmental agreement between the county and Illinois State Toll Authority for noise mitigation and sound wall construction.
Leave is granted.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Forgive me.
may I
I'm sorry.
be heard on
Member
this
Elliott
one?
seeking recognition.
Yes, I just want to, I'm going to strongly support this, but I just wanted to say that this particular project is really vital to a neighborhood next to 355, and there's been an awful lot of work both by the Toll Authority and by Chris Snyder and his team in our transportation department. And I really want to salute all of them, both the folks at the Toll Authority and Chris Snyder and his team. This has been a lot of work and a lot of headache in many, many community meetings. So just a real thanks to all of them for this.
Well, and thank you for interrupting the pace here. This has been a project. I understand. No, I mean, I'm being serious right now. I just know your leadership on this. You were doggedly determined. You convened countless meetings. We, used all the tools that we have to try to influence the toll highway authority. And I want to commend you, Mr. Elliott, for your leadership. So with that, Mr. Pachowski's made a motion. There's a second. Is there a request for leave?
Leave.
Leave is granted. Please proceed,
Right.
Mr.
Move to
Pachowski.
approve DTR 39520, a resolution as amended at the Transportation Committee for the sale of surplus property.
Oh, Krajewski's back? Where is he? Sounds like a Krajewski's back in town. How's that song go? Okay, so can we, with leave of the body, go back to that previous roll call and can we add, is there any objection to add Mr. Krajewski to the roll call? And then,
That was on C, DTR 39520.
Member Desart has her hands up.
Member Desart, there you are. I have to turn over here to see. It's used to be
Sorry,
right in front of me.
I too want to slow the roll a little bit. I was intrigued by this property in my district, Shetland Avenue in Aurora. I was intrigued that the county owns this property, and yet it's been unused for years, and it's got a value of $88,000 right now. Don't know if we could sell it for that, but anyway, I was intrigued by this. So just to let you all know and to have a conversation, I have asked Nick Hotmeyer, our administrator, to give us a list of all of the properties that DuPage County owes and are not using right now, because I was thinking, and we can talk about this down the road, that with the COVID-related reduction in sales taxes, perhaps we can start looking at some of these properties and selling them off. I know $88,000 for this particular property isn't going to fill the hole, but I don't know how many properties we own, and that's something we might want to take a look at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Healy?
Yeah, we are constantly reviewing the properties that are there. This property had actually been on the roll for a while to get rid of. It is the end of a lot. It is actually a buildable lot. And we discussed it at the committee that we would first turn to the owners on either side of the lot and see if they wanted to purchase it or each purchase half of it. Maybe we can avoid some real estate fees, but we're always looking at the excess property that we possibly may have from trails or from road acquisitions and things like that.
Right, yes. Okay. Very good. Where are we?
I
Mr.
think,
Pachowski?
did we have to take a vote on C?
Okay, let's go back to C, and we'll just start with C. I'm trying to bend over backwards for Mr. Krajewski here. So there's been a motion and a second on item DTR 39520, item C. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay. Chaplin.
Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott.
Aye.
Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Pachowski.
Move to approve DTR 40520, a grant of a permanent easement to the Ellen State Toll Authority along the Illinois Prairie Path right-of-way for the Central Tri-State Tollway Improvement Project.
Leave is granted. Mr. Pachowski.
Move to approve DTR 40620, a resolution to accept and support planning assistance services by the Regional Transportation Authority for the development of a countywide mobility plan.
Leave is granted. Mr. Pachowski.
DTP 18320, a contract to Monroe Equipment to furnish and deliver a Monroe spreader, plow, repair, and replacement parts as needed. Thank you. And then move.
Is that Tim Elliott? He hasn't had lunch yet.
All right. You should have been here. All right, then I'd move to approve DTP 18420, contract to Henderson Products, Inc. for one brine tank assembly and flip cover for the Department of Transportation.
Leave is granted.
And motion to approve DTP 261A 19, amendment to a resolution to Burns McDonnell Engineering Company for Phase 2 engineering services.
Leave is granted.
And move to approve DTR 265A20, amendment to a resolution to K5 Construction Company for the 2020 pavement.
Mr. Chairman, can you show me leave for this?
Yes. So let the record reflect that Member Elliott has left the room virtually, and there's been a motion and a second on item DTR 265A20. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Pachowski.
Aye.
Renahan.
Aye.
Rutledge.
Aye.
Selman.
Aye.
Tornatori.
Aye.
Zay.
Aye.
Chaplin.
Aye. Aye.
Covert.
Aye.
Desart. Desart.
Aye.
DeCiani. Eckhoff. Elliott. Hart.
Aye.
Healy. Krajewski.
Aye.
Larson. Noonan.
Aye.
Ozog.
Aye.
Okay, the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Pachowski, on a fine report. We move to item 17 on our agenda entitled Discussion. And this has to do with the pension obligations, projections required by the Local Government Wage Increase Transparency Act. Anyone seeking recognition on that topic? Looking here, searching. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. We move on to the next order of business entitled Old Business. Old Business. Anyone? Member Dessart is waving her hand there, followed by Member Chaplin. Please proceed, Member Dessart, Chaplin, followed by Covert.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if there's anything to say good about a pandemic, but one thing that has happened that I've seen is that how generous people are and how willing people are to help others in their communities in this time. A Naperville community leader, Bill Liu, reached out to me, several weeks ago regarding a company that wanted to donate face shields to DuPage County. And so last week, SRP, Standard Ripper Products, delivered 100 protective face shields to our Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Murray Snow, to be used throughout the county at the care center and wherever they're needed. So I'd just like to give a shout out to SRP and to Nick and Larry Guano of SRP for their generous service and gift to DuPage County.
Okay, very nice, Member Dessart. Member Chaplin.
Oh, thank you so much, Chairman. So going back to our discussion with Reverend Miller, I know he spoke that, he didn't want Juneteenth to be a holiday, and he was very passionate about the $15 an hour minimum wage. So the state is set to have our minimum wage go up to $15 by 2025. But I'd really like this board to consider that in 2021, we raised the minimum wage here at DuPage to $13 an hour, and then by 2022, we get it up to $15 an hour, because I think we can really set the standard here. And if DuPage County puts that wage up, then I believe that businesses, will follow and will get there a little bit quicker. I think it kind of falls in line with what the Reverend was saying. And, I know we're tackling the disadvantaged business enterprises with Member Elliott through the Economic Development Committee, and we're doing education through COD. And I think this would be the next point that he made that I think the board should really address and look into. So coming to our budget season, I think we should maybe look to us budget for those increases in our own employees here, because the people that are making the $10.92 an hour, those are the essential employees that have played such an important role in keeping our campus safe and clean and all the employees safe. So, and a lot of them are women and minorities. So I think that would be, something that maybe the board can work towards in our next budget. Thank you.
Member Chaplin. Member Covert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to share some news regarding, just to follow up on our last Complete Count Committee meeting. So our Complete Count Committee meeting will be continuing with census information and conversations relating to the census, because that's what the Complete Count Committee was created for. However, I did enjoy, and we all on the committee enjoyed, the race relations conversation and dialogue that we had a couple weeks ago, and we received positive feedback from everybody. So I was very pleased to hear that. And we did learn a lot that day about what the needs and wants are of the African American community, and listening to their needs. So what I would like to do, what we are planning to do as the chair of Strategic Planning Committee, I'm moving the race relations dialogue and diversity and how our government operates to Strategic Planning Committee, where we will continue those conversations and get to learn about people from all walks of life and a variety of diverse groups. So I'm happy to do that, and I'm excited for continuing this dialogue through strategic planning.
Very nice, Member Covert. Anyone else seeking recognition on the order of old business? Old business. Seeing none, hearing none, we move to the next order of business entitled New Business. Member Rutledge.
Thank you, Chairman. All of you have a flyer at your place for something I'm starting in conjunction with the Wayne Township Food Pantry, and that is a diaper drive.
Clean
in this
diapers.
time of too many people being unemployed, I worry about all those little babies that are probably wearing a diaper a little bit too long because their parents can't afford to change it as regularly as they should. Also, this is not just limited to infants and children. It would extend up to those at the end stages of their life that might need that. Those things cost a lot of money, and so in conjunction with Wayne Township, I am starting a diaper drive. They have set aside space at the food pantry for this. They're also giving us access to their PayPal account, so if people would prefer to make a cash donation, they'd be more than happy to take that as well. But it's a little premature for me to roll this out, but I want your help. I need places where we can collect these. So churches, fitness clubs, any place that you see people that are coming and going. I'm even going to reach out to a few restaurants that maybe they'll give their patrons $5 off if they bring a diaper donation. So Scarce has already agreed to help. Democratic Party of DuPage County office has also agreed to take collections. So let's see how many places we can collect that. I'd be happy to transfer from those locations to the food pantry. And these are not limited to District 6. This will be a countywide initiative. So let's help all those parents out there.
These are disposable diapers?
Yes. Well, we could, I'd be perfectly fine with delivering cloth diapers as well, because I think some people are going to make that choice.
And maybe Scarce can help contribute to
Yeah.
that part of it.
I thought at first that Kay would not want to participate because I think diapers and wipes are her nemesis. It is
Yeah,
given
they're
out of
a
landfill.
huge problem
but
for landfills.
She raised her hand and said, yeah, I'd be happy to help you. So I'm happy to have her help. Thank
All right.
you.
Well, thank you. That's a great initiative. You have a kind heart. Very good. Anyone else? Mr. Eckhoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it's not 4 o'clock yet, I know we've still got a lot of time. So I have a couple of little items. Number one is I thought you had a great idea regarding Juneteenth and the education that we're going to have next year, because frankly I didn't know anything about it until this year. But I also ask if you would consider having some type of resolution or recognition of our first responders and law enforcement officials, especially given the great job that our police and our sheriff's office did this year regarding the protests, something maybe during the Thanksgiving week when we're all giving thanks, and that we should give thanks to our law enforcement officials and our first responders, because frankly they're the ones who make sure that we are not resolving all of our conflicts with guns and knives. The second thing is I noticed coming into the campus today that our flag has been at half-mast, and I asked staff how long that's been, and they said it's been about 3 or 4 months. And I don't remember in history class ever having the flag at half-mast for 3 or 4 months. And I don't think that's the purpose of putting the flag at half-mast. And it seems to make us a nation of mourners, perpetual mourners. And I don't think that's what this county's about, this country's about, and I don't think that's what the people who have died would want us to be about. So I'm urging the governor who's directed this flag to be put at half-mast, that it be raised so that we celebrate this country and start celebrating again and not mourn. And I would ask the other people on the board to consider some type of letter or something after our break, our 2-week break, to urge them to do that, because we're going to have that flag at half-mast for the rest of our lives, given what transpires on a day-to-day basis around here. There's always some reason to put it at half-mast, and I don't think it's its purpose. So I'm asking that the governor raise the flag to full mast.
Okay. That's a very challenging thought. I like that. That's got a lot of merit. Let's talk about it. Anyone else seeking recognition on the order of new business? Seeing none, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. There's been a... Who? Oh, I don't know. So there's been a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting to Tuesday, August 11th at Tuesday, August 11th, 2020 at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.